of fashion look like? 2020 has reshaped our entire world. Gen Z has redefined the way we consume. Will people's consumption match their values? What is the importance of a legacy? Communities have come together and emotion has become more valuable than a product. Have we finally moved into an inclusive world? Or will fashion continue to kill our planet? What power does fashion hold? Where are we going? And what part will you play? Nothing is predictable, yet change is in the palm of our hands. It is up to us to redefine the fashion industry. We must create a new world. A world where consumers are conscious, where innovation and entrepreneurship are at the heart of development, where brands have sustainability ingrained in their DNA, and diversity and inclusion are celebrated. The future of fashion is now. Welcome to Fashion Futures Live.
Marhaba, welcome to Fashion Futures Live. I am Jordana Guimarães, the co-founder of Fashion Innovation, and I am thrilled to be emceeing this incredible program alongside Tagreed Al-Hawash. Hi Tagreed, how are you?
Hello Jordana, I'm very well and I'm super excited, and it's such an honor for me to be here and participate in presenting the first virtual of Fashion Futures, this platform that supports the creation of a fashion ecosystem in Saudi Arabia.
I'm so excited, and I honestly love the fact that fashion can really unite people and countries together for a better world through the world of fashion, which is just incredible. So I'm really thrilled to hear what topics we're going to be listening to today.
So the program today, Jordana, is going to focus on innovation, sustainability in the global fashion industry. And today, we will hear from very inspiring fashion leaders, digital disruptors, and also from independent designers. The program's agenda is going to be divided into 4 pillars. So firstly, we're going to discuss the entrepreneurship and the experimentation. Secondly, we will talk about diversity and inclusion. And thirdly, we will talk about new business models and innovative solutions. And finally, we'll be talking about moving to sustainable development goals.
That's incredible. Inclusivity, sustainability, and innovation are really key in having systemic change in the way that the industry moves forward. And I'm so, again, thrilled to be joined with you to welcome these incredible leaders that will be talking on all of these points that you just mentioned.
Yes, Jordana. And now, before we start, let's welcome Her Highness Princess Noura bint Faisal Al Saud, the Sector Development Director of the Fashion Commission of the Ministry of Culture in Saudi Arabia.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to Fashion Futures Live, moving towards sustainability, diversity and innovation, coming to you live today from here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and also New York City, USA. The last time I saw many of you might have been in person in 2019, when we launched Fashion Futures as the Kingdom's first ever dedicated fashion event. It's therefore with great joy that I welcome you back. As a reflection of the times we have all lived through since then, Fashion Futures is re-engineered on this occasion as a digital platform, accessible from anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, we were busy. The Fashion Commission itself was established, and we completed our sector development strategy, one that enables the sector and the professionals working in the field. Most recently, we were joined by our CEO, Burak, Cakmak, who you will also meet during the course of today's event. Our mission is to enable the development of a thriving Saudi fashion industry, sustainable and inclusive, maximizing local talent, experiences, and competences. This will be realized through initiatives. Our flagship event, Fashion Futures, is part of this process, and it is in this context that you, our speakers and audience join us through this interactive virtual platform for a day of collaborative discussions about critical topics that impact our fashion industry globally. Even today's program is the result of just such a collaboration with US-based Fashion Innovation, a platform focused on sustainability, innovation, and entrepreneurship. That team, led by Jordana Guimaraes, designed the content programming that we are about to take part in. Meanwhile, those of you that know me to be a champion of Saudi talent. So I'm particularly excited to introduce you to some of Saudi's fashion entrepreneurs and designers. Yusuf Akbar, Arwa Al-Ammari, Lamia Al-Ataishan Aiden, and Bender Hausawi. In particular, we are also honored to welcome our ambassador to the United States of America, Her Royal Highness Princess Rima bint Bender, who is the chair of the Fashion Commission's Executive Committee and a board member, and whose own career mapped the fashion industry in private sector before she joined public sector on a career path now familiar to all of us. Today's program is segmented into 4 parts: entrepreneurship and experimentation, diversity in culture and style, investment in new business models and innovation solutions, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Industry leaders will explore these topics, ensuring we are all becoming more informed and, I believe, invested as the Fashion Commission drives us towards an increasingly sustainable future for fashion. Fashion Futures, it's time to go live.
Thank you, Your Highness Princess Noura, and thanks to the Fashion Commission, the entity that, as Her Highness mentioned, has a mission to enable the development of a thriving Saudi fashion industry, sustainable, inclusive, and maximizing local talent, enriching their experiences as well. This will certainly happen through initiatives like Fashion Futures. Now, it's time to hear from all of you. Throughout the program today, we have 4 polling questions to engage with you. And it's my pleasure to introduce the first question on our first pillar, entrepreneurship and experimentation. How do we find the right business idea? A, pick an idea that you are willing to stand behind for years. B, find a gap in the market. C, identify what people are paying for. Or D, be open to taking risks. You now have a few minutes to answer, and we will show the results at the end of this first part of the program. Without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce the first session on the potential of the fashion sector and the creative economy for developing countries. Please welcome Chantal Lane Carpentier for her keynote, Fashion and Creative Industries in Support of SDGs.
Thank you so much, Tigrid. It's a pleasure for me to be with you, all protocol observed. We all know that the creative industry, such as the fashion industry, have artistic value beyond its 2.5 trillion financial global value. Market fashion products, which comprise apparel, leather, footwear, can lead to significant employment gains in developing countries, and frequently for micro, small, medium enterprises, and for women and youth entrepreneurs. The fashion and haute couture industry can thus be a tool for development, but also historically, large environmental footprints are created. The fashion industry is responsible for 8 to 10% of the world greenhouse gas emissions and 20% of industrial wastewater pollution worldwide. And we all have heard of stories of sweatshop around. So what is it that we're doing? At UNCTAD, we've been one of the first organizations to start a conversation on sustainable fashion in Geneva. UNCTAD's Creative Economy program has assisted developing countries in identifying and promoting creative industry suitable to boost sustainable socioeconomic development since 2004. And this include, and the Sustainable Development Goal were mentioned, which we are delighted, Goal 3 on good health and well-being, cotton farming on SDG 8, clean water and sanitation, SDG 6, and affordable clean energy, responsible consumption production, climate action, life on land, and partnership, of course. In 2016, UNCTAD was mandated to support developing countries in diversifying production and export, including in new sustainable growth areas such as sustainable agriculture, including organic agriculture, and the creative industries. We're very proud to have worked with Jordana Guimarães, the founder of Fashion Innovation and the co-host of this event, on aligning their event with the SDGs. And we're very proud of what they've done. In 2021, we marked the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. And this observance of the international years is an opportunity to raise awareness and promote cooperation and networking, encourage sharing of best practices and experiences, and enhance human resource capacity to promote and enable an environment at all levels that we can tackle the challenges and take advantage of the opportunities of the creative economy. So what are some of these challenges that developing countries face, preventing them from capitalizing on the creative industries for development? Let me name 4. First is the lack of entrepreneurial and technological capacity, for instances of African women, to tap the full potential. And this will be addressed in the next session. A lack of methodology and data to analyze and develop evidence-based policies to support the creative economy. And thus an inability to provide country-specific policies to address specific structural characteristics of countries instead of just general policies. And the lack of institutional capacity to support development of creative industries, including the protection and enforcement of intellectual property rights in those developing countries. So what are the general policies that can support the creative economy in developing countries that we've come across? And that I have no doubt you'll be discussing further. One is support and finance micro, small enterprises. Second, support artists and the art, both directly to financial measures, training, scholarship for artist creation, for instances, and then directly to the private sector support. Development of the domestic and export market, linking it to the promotion of tourism, and education, training, and skill development, assistance to the industrial sector, especially post-COVID-19, where we will be investing in the industrial sector, and through investment, incentive, and other tax incentive. Having said this, we invite all of you to join our effort for sustainable recovery through sustainable fashion. On 7 September 2021, at the joint UN Environmental Management Group and UN Fashion Alliance event that will focus on sustainable recovery to sustainable fashion with a focus on the environmental dimensions. The event will allow an exchange of different approaches to address the environmental facet of the fashion industry. Partners will share knowledge and lesson learned based on their initiative, challenges, and capacity gap they've identified. And we hope to produce policy outcome document that will share knowledge and update on current and emerging initiative and see how we can synergize our projects and program, establishing consensus on next step and priorities, actionable recommendation for both the UN and the private sector, and provide recommendation and input on the environmental dimension for sustainable fashion into a series of events that will happen, not the least COP26 coming up, and COP15 on biodiversity later in the year. So I have no doubt that your discussion today will feed into this event. Thank you so much and look forward to learn with you. Over to you, Tigard.
Thank you so much, and Chantal, for those remarks, which will most definitely shape globally the implementation of the SDGs. Next up, we have a keynote by Martin Lemon, Chief Sustainability Officer at Global Fashion Agenda, who focuses on sustainability as a first priority.
Thank you very much, Tagrib. It's a great honor to be here. I hope you're all well and managed to stay safe in these interesting times. I'm so proud standing here looking at the great list of great speakers you will all meet today. And I can only say we need all of you and all of you listeners to be part of this journey on transforming the fashion industry to become more sustainable. So I'm here as the Chief Sustainability Officer of the Global Fashion Agenda, and we are the foremost leadership forum for industry collaboration on sustainability. And we engage with fashion leaders to make sure that sustainability becomes fashion's first priority. And at the GFA, we have a saying. We have a saying that if we can change fashion, we can change everything. And that is recognizing the fact that our industry is fragmented, it's very complex. But if we can change our industry, we can inspire other industries to do the same, and we can inspire citizens also to be part of that movement. And that's why I'm in this job. I want to make an impact. I want to be part of that journey, making sure that we create a thriving industry that is ready for a future. But what a year we've lived through, and what crazy times we continue to live in. So full of great opportunities and challenges, all evolving at a rapid change. But we are in a point of history where we have a unique opportunity to make sure that history will look back at us as the decision makers that took the right decisions that will enable future generations to live in prosperity. We have the power, we have the knowledge to make decisions that determine our and future generations. And that is why we have the Fashion Zero agenda that I will get back to. That is a framework that guides leaders to be able to take exactly those decisions. But if you look back, you look at our industry today and where we are, it's a polarized picture. We see both amazing progress, and we see other areas where progress is too slow. We see great progress in setting science-based targets, in new business models on circularity, uptake of new sustainable materials. And this all gives us hope and optimism. But too often, this progress happens in pockets of isolation or in pilots at limited scale. So while we must remain positive, we must also realize that as an industry, if we continue business as usual, we are not on a trajectory towards becoming sustainable. And we are not in agreement with the Paris Agreement on staying on that 1.5 degrees trajectory. So there is indeed an immediate and urgent need to act now, to set ambitious targets, long-term, short-term, and to act now. And we have to act even though all the perfect solutions are not in place. And leaders have to show the way. It is at times an uphill battle. It's not all win-win. Sometimes the return on investment is not there on the short run. But the consequences of inaction, of not acting, are much graver than of acting now. The old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, is more true than ever. Now that we know the dire consequences of climate change and social upheaval if we do not act. The Fashion Zero agenda, which was launched by the Global Fashion Agenda in May, is a consolidated industry-aligned framework that guides leaders to where to prioritize and allocate resources for the maximum impact. Besides the 5 priorities and that guidance, the Fashion Zero agenda also has a vision, a positive vision for the industry, that we can have a thriving industry that creates prosperity for people and communities, reverses climate change, protects biodiversity, and works within planetary boundaries, if we make the right decisions and act now. The framework, the Fashion Zero agenda, puts equal weight to social and environmental challenges, while recognizing that circular fashion system has to be part of the solution for both the social and environmental challenges. The first 2 priorities are focusing on the social issues, focusing on wages and safe and secure working environments, recognizing that without solving these, we cannot create prosperity for people and communities. The third priority focuses on circular fashion systems, focusing on the fact that we have to create new business models that focus on value creation, that looks at the adoption of new materials that can be part of a circular system where we can use the materials again or for a longer time and use less virgin materials and less fossil fuels and more renewable energy. The 2 last priorities are focusing on the environmental side of our challenges, The first one focusing on materials, importance of materials. For many segments of our industry, the choice of materials has the biggest impact on our footprint, on the impact. So there's a huge opportunity to, in that design phase, think differently, look at the materials that we have today, and see how we can scale the use of truly sustainable materials. The last priority focuses on the efficient use of resources. It's quite evident we are in a world today where we work beyond planetary boundaries. We need to reduce that impact. We need to work smarter in terms of the energy we use and the types of energy we use, so we can be back on that track and in alignment with the Paris Agreement. But besides the vision, besides the 5 priorities, the Fashion Zero agenda also recognizes that there are enablers. So it has 2 sets of enablers. An internal set of enablers that focuses on the need for leadership, governance, traceability, that can all be part of advancing the work to reach the vision and accelerate the work on the priorities. And then it also has another set of external enablers that is looking at the fact that finance can play a huge role, meeting that gap that we sometimes see, and some of the reasons why we've seen that some of the scaling of new ideas and materials has not really happened. We need finance to play a role. And we need policymakers. Policymakers have come a bit late to this game, a bit late to the party. There are big expectations. I've hardly been in any conversation about how to make sustainability fashionable without mentioning the role of policymakers. So they can play a huge role. We've seen a lot of interest for them. We engage a lot with them. And they surely have to be part of the solution in creating incentives that really guides the right behaviors. But finally, I just want to say thank you again for having me here. I'm really in this industry because I think if we get it right, we can inspire other industries to follow our path. And I think that's why you're all here, to learn from all the great speakers today. And what you just have to promise me, other speakers, the listeners, is that once you leave this, you start acting. We cannot wait for those perfect solutions, that evidence-based approach. Of course, we should get the best solutions, but it's out there. And go for it and start acting now. Have a wonderful day and get to work. And now over to you, Cakmak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, for all of that incredible wisdom on sustainability, particularly in fashion as an industry. This ties in beautifully with this next fireside with Stephanie Carta, co-founder of Social Fly and Entreprenistas, and Katia Boucham, the founder of Birchbox, who focuses on a collective when it comes to the beauty industry.
Katia, I'm so excited to have a conversation with you this morning. So thank you so much for joining us.
I'm so excited also. My pleasure.
I would love for you to share the vision behind Birchbox and what truly inspired you to start your company.
Yes, so I'll start with what inspired us, because I think the vision has evolved. It's been 11 years. And when we started Birchbox, what we saw was that a few things. Women were starting to launch businesses for the female consumer, which was relatively new. We also saw something that really pushed us to start the company, which was the fact that the beauty industry in 2010 was only sold on the internet. 2% of all sales were on the internet. And my co-founder and I, we saw that, and we went from being business school students who were interested in learning how to write a business plan to kind of entrepreneurs overnight who decided to launch our idea as a test while we were still in business school. And so when we thought about that 2%, we asked ourselves the question, why? Why isn't beauty penetrating higher on the internet? And we did a little bit of research and surveying, and we learned things that probably seem somewhat obvious, that ended up really creating the vision and the business model for Birchbox. The first thing is that the beauty industry has a lot of things in it. There are a lot of choices, and the internet actually makes that worse. So even though there's a lot of choices of beauty products in a store, they're somewhat contained. Online, that goes away and there's almost infinite choices. The other thing that we heard resoundingly was that people wanted to try products before they bought them. So what we realized was that the 2% that was sold was replenishment, which means someone's buying something they already used. And we realized that that was not really fitting with an industry that was always launching new products. That's really the spark. 2% sold online. The industry needs to sell people the new things on the internet, not just the replenishment things. How can we do that? And from there, we said, well, we can, use samples that are already kind of a part of the marketing toolkit. We can contain the options by saying you only get a few at a time that are personalized for you, give you the right content, and then also facilitate the purchase. So try, learn, buy, the full discovery. That was how it started.
And how did you select the initial brands that you worked with when you first launched? And how has that process changed over time?
When we first launched, we looked at brands that we knew about and had heard of. One of the reasons, practically speaking, was because we knew that we weren't a known brand yet, and we needed to attract brands that were in order to give consumers confidence in what they were spending on. So we reached out to brands we had heard of. We weren't in the beauty industry. We weren't really even super beauty engaged. So they were the big brands. And they were really skeptical about the idea, but they were also willing to test it because we were only testing it for 200 consumers for a couple months. So we actually got a lot of yeses. Today, it is a lot more complex. We have a merchandising team and we use algorithms, but it really does, what's really transformed it over time is that Birchbox is a brand. And so now we really can work with a lot of independent brands, and it's almost a lot more democratic. Obviously, there are great products from the well-known brands too, but it's really fun because we can actually let the product kind of stand for itself and consumers trust Birchbox. So the way it works is that we, look out into the market. We're always seeing what's launching. Brands reach out to us. Our merchandising team looks at our customer base and what their attributes are and says, okay, here are products and then brands that we think are a fit for Birchbox. Then we talk to them, negotiate, and we really try to put together campaigns for a year of working with a brand. That's always the goal.
Wow. So I want to know, before Birchbox was the brand Birchbox and all of these companies knew who you were, you had to pitch to them to take a chance on you to start working with you. What got those big brands really interested in saying yes? Like, what was your pitch to them?
So it was in the very early days, we were explaining almost the insight that we saw, which was the beauty industry was very underpenetrated, and that e-commerce was this greenfield opportunity where brands could find more business, and also where they could work with a startup to shape how they could create something that was really a long-term value for them. And one of the things that we really talked about was, well, how are you acquiring customers today? And how are you even using samples today? So we would show, well, the way it's happening in a physical store feels inefficient. Mm-hmm. Somebody is at the checkout, at a point of sale, they're an existing customer, they're being offered a sample. There wasn't tracking, and there's very little tracking now. There was no sense of, did that sample become a customer, a returning customer? And we said, look, what we're trying to do is both give you data about how your product that is a sample translates into a future customer, and also we're helping you build a digital business. And again, we also highlighted that because we're a startup, you can shape how we put resources in our company, and you can really have a hand in how you can get the most out of us. That was honestly not a small part of the pitch.
That's so interesting. And I know firsthand that building a two-sided marketplace can be extremely challenging and complex. Can you share about how you were able to build your customer base and then also build your curated brand partners all at the same time?
Yes. So our customer base really happened naturally. There was a lot of skepticism when we launched that it would be possible to have customers because the idea was that customers had never paid for sampling. Sampling was always perceived as a free gift, a non-transactional activity. And so, that was one of the biggest skepticisms about the business in general. But actually, we had no problem convincing people that for a small amount of money, they could become a much better consumer in beauty. They could learn about what they wanted to buy before they made the investment. And that actually resonated quite quickly. And the business on the demand side was pretty viral for a very long time. On the supply side, it was actually much harder because a lot of reasons. I think we were brand new. Nothing had ever been established like us. And we were asking brands to do something very different in terms of customer acquisition efforts. And we were not beauty people either. So we were even learning, like, who do we talk to about this? Is it the marketing team? Is it the brand manager? Is it the CFO? It turns out it's a mix of people, and it depends on the brand. But we were really learning, how are we going to get brands to really not just give us samples one time, but become a recurring customer on that side, to your point, on the two-sided marketplace. And the biggest challenge, like I said, for the first many years was supply. And that was something that was really unexpected. And we had to build up a team to do that business development and supply side so that we could kind of almost have marketing campaigns on the B2B side really early on. And that was where I spent a lot of my hours in the first several years.
How has your role within the company and what you're responsible for changed over the years as you've grown as a company?
It's changed so much. Like I said, when I started, it was a lot about closing our brand partners and almost establishing Birchbox as a brand in the market for the beauty industry, but also, public-facing consumer industry. And I spent almost, 10% of my time, maybe 20% in the office. I was always out of the office pitching and trying to get more awareness for the company. And now it is completely different. I spend so much time really focused on coaching the team, building the team, creating an environment that is worthy of the best talent and where the best talent can have, an opportunity to really realize their potential. That's mostly what I spend my time thinking about. And then also a lot of time communicating on the finance side in terms of with our investors, with our board, getting a sense of, what are all of the stakeholders thinking and how can I manage all of that and run the business and keep going.
So how do you manage your time now? You're a busy mom of 4 little ones and also managing this growing company. What does your day-to-day look like? And any tips you can share for busy working mamas who are trying to manage it all?
Day to day, I don't know if there's a ton of predictability. I'm working a lot, and I think one of the big tips is just letting go of this idea of balance, and instead just striving to enjoy how you're spending your energy in life. And I kind of think about, that being the end game and the goal and not really trying to be rigid about the definition of that. So part of why I spend so much time thinking about how can I create an environment where the best talent can do their best work is also because that's energizing to me. That's an environment where I can do my best work. And I love spending my hours there. I also, as a woman, as a founder, and as a CEO, have had the flexibility had the ability, I guess, to set the tone that it is okay that your life is happening around you, whether you're a parent or not, life is happening around you. And that's been really rewarding too, to be able to say, it's okay if my kids are kind of in the background of this meeting or disrupting it, or if I need to suddenly do something family oriented, that is not going to derail the whole business. And so, that's been also really wonderful and really privileged. I recognize that I have a very privileged position to be able to both experience that flexibility, but also extend that to my team and to the working environment at Birchbox. But I start early. I mean, this is early. We got this started very early today, and I have half my team in Europe. So meetings often start early, and then I might try to like go offline for a little bit to take the kids to school or wait with them at the bus to get picked up. And then, last night I left work early or early-ish around 5:30 to take my kids to their last Little League game, but then I was on Slack and then woke up super early to do more work. And it's just, letting it be fluid and not, I guess it's a lot about being nice to yourself about playing the long game in life.
Absolutely. I can completely relate. And we were talking offline, but before we started this conversation this morning, that we both went through very challenging pregnancies on bed rest and having to learn how to navigate running a business. And I know you were fundraising during that time and trying to manage an unexpected situation. Any advice you can share based on that experience going through a challenging and almost traumatic, situation while you were trying to build your business with so much pressure on you, and how you got through it and how others can too?
Yeah, I mean, women are amazing, amazing.
Mm-hmm.
First bit of advice is a little bit on feminism. One of the things that really occurred to me coming out of that, I had my experience, but women have all sorts of experiences around, trying to get pregnant, being pregnant, children themselves and their careers. And I had this epiphany that the dialogue around feminism is really putting us in a defense position. We're being asked questions like, can we and are we worth it? And we're answering them. And my first bit of advice is for women to be on offense. What questions do you want to answer? What questions are not right for us to answer? How do we control the narrative around being a woman and not just let the narrative being controlled by others? That feels really important to me, that we really think of ourselves as driving the narrative about being women and mothers and working mothers, not us just, taking what's out there and trying to say like, no, we're good enough and we can and it's possible and we will. I mean, why are we answering those questions? Do we have any doubt that women are excellent at this? I mean, I have no doubt. Women are so strong. They're dealing with so many things all the time, and they're showing up at work and just really crushing it on so many dimensions, from supporting the team, from, really thinking strategically, from just being able to have expansive paradigms all the time. I mean, women are by far like so spectacular and special. And I really feel so strongly that we need to just know that and stop trying to defend that and prove that. Knowing that is a very powerful shift for us. As far as, trauma, and I know you can relate to this too, it's so cheesy, but it's such a gift when you survive it.
Yep.
It totally changes your perspective on life, and I think can really be these moments of growth and personal growth, and your personal growth absolutely impacts your career, your work self too. So, one of the things that I've noticed about hard things is that that's just when exponential growth happens. And so I try now, when I see something really hard, when I feel the stress kind of like coming up in my body, to get more centered and at peace with the idea that it always ends up being such a gift. How can I start to feel more eager about what's coming from it versus hating that it's here?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And that's such beautiful, beautiful advice. What would you say has surprised you the most about being an entrepreneur?
So many things. I mean, I really thought I was self-aware. I really thought that I understood how hard something could be and that I was resilient and tough and could handle it. One of the things that's just really surprised me is that it's been beyond my wildest expectations of hard, and that I find it so rewarding and love it so much and would choose it for the rest of my life. But like that if I knew, in 2009 and 10, when we were starting this, that if I could see the future, I would never have chosen it.
Yeah.
Almost like the biggest surprise is that living a life that has exceptional challenges is exceptionally rewarding, but that you could only know that in it. It would be really hard to know that just trying to see and look out and observe it.
Absolutely. What are you most excited for that's coming up for Birchbox and then for you personally?
So for Birchbox, I'm just really excited. I mean, it's been 11 years and we've had such an incredible journey. We've learned so much about the consumer and about the market and about ourselves and about where we want to be. And I think are almost growing up into a business that I'm just so proud of. As we, invented something 11 years ago, we're looking at disrupting that again in a way that provides even more value to consumers, even more value to partners, and is a place to work that honors the talent that we have. And we've been working on that, and I'm so excited when I'm able to share more about it. But honestly, what's great is that there isn't just one shiny milestone that I look at anymore. It's just the day-to-day of feeling like we're doing good work and that we can be really proud of setting out to try to have something that's really high integrity on all fronts, which is harder than you'd think. And I guess more absent than I expected. That, I guess assumed that that's what we all want, is just this high integrity life. But it is a lot of work. But like I said, very rewarding. On the personal side, it's been so nice to start to see family again. I'm really excited. I just saw my mom and my stepdad, and now I'm going to see my dad, some of my siblings I haven't seen. So that's been so great. And I feel really lucky that this year happened because, again, it reminded us about a lot of things personally and professionally. I think on the professional side, that people can change so dramatically is always exciting for an entrepreneur.
Absolutely. And always continuing to find the good in challenging situations. Well, Kasia, thank you so much for sharing your story and journey. I know we could talk for hours about it, but truly appreciate having this conversation with you. It's now my pleasure to welcome back to the stage our MC, Tagreed.
As you can all see through that incredible session, collaboration is key. For this next session of the day, we bring to you an incredible panel titled Building a Legacy, which speaks to the power of genuinely building a brand.
Hi everyone, my name's Marie Driscoll. I'm Managing Director at Coresight Research. I'm so delighted to be here with you today. I want to thank Your Royal Highness Princess Noura, Jordana of Fashion Innovation, Burak Cakmak, CEO, Saudi Fashion Commission and the Ministry of Culture, and my incredible panel. I'm moderating an amazing panel of luminaries in the world of fashion, communication, design, sustainability. In fact, based on the sheer wattage of the celebrity power of the people that are joining me today, this session should really be called Building a Legacy, Fashion times Design times Sustainability. I'm joined by, and forgive me for any mispronunciations, Oscar Metsavat, Nadia Swarovski, Sarah Sassano-Mano, and Lamia Al-Atashian Ada. And we're going to discuss the importance of personal branding and relaying a personal experience when creating a legacy in fashion, and also how through all phases of their careers, they've maintained a common thread that unites all their endeavors while maintaining a cohesive belief through time of what the fashion industry should be. Really exciting stuff, right? I'm going to start with Oscar. Oscar is your 21st century Renaissance man with expertise that spans talent, medicine, fine art, and fashion. Oscar is the founder and the creative director of Osklin. It's a famous Brazilian fashion brand that you can get on Farfetch. And he's a recognized forefront leader of the concept of the new luxury, which is a fusion of ethics, aesthetics, and he advocates conscious sustainability, or as sustainable as possible. Oscar, let's start with you. How is sustainable fundamental to your view of fashion and your inspiration?
Hi, Maria. I think sustainability is something. It's an end point of us, because sustainability is exactly the balance, the harmony for the human being and its environment. It's the nature that involves us. So it's kind of it's a spiritual part of a human being. So sustainability. I think sustainability is not about what we create, but what we search for and what we experience. Sustainability, I think I would say it's a wonderful new field for art, for designers, because it's a new fertile field for us to research new materials, to design on materials. Because we designers, we are used to design with, I would say, standard materials from the fashion industry. Materials that we have discovered, elaborated 100 years ago, or something, or the new technologies of fabrics. Sustainability, it's about searching of the materials and to the post-use of the clothing, the fashion things. It's a new field for designers. And that's why it's a great field of inspiration.
Thank you. So Nadia comes from, Nadia is chair of the Swarovski Foundation. She's had a long, stellar career working with designers as famous as Alexander McQueen. You've partnered with the United Nations, launched Creatives for Our Future, which is a new global grant program where you are identifying and accelerating the next generation of creative leaders in sustainability. And now you're spanning creative talents across many sectors. Nadia, as you begin this new project and discover the next generation, what do you find they're most interested in, and how is the fashion industry helping them to succeed?
Well, I have to say, all of us here have had the honor and the privilege to be part of the fashion industry. It's such an amazing industry. It's so creative. It's so visionary. And what we've also all experienced, and all of you here are totally at the forefront, is the change that as this industry has also experienced. And it's such an exciting change because, to me, the fashion industry certainly is about the creative problem solving. And as in the last few years, the awareness has increased about the pivotal impact of the fashion industry on the environment, and we've heard it also at the beginning of the session, I think the industry has taken it to heart to really be responsible, act responsible. What Oscar was just saying, it's so true, and it comes from the heart, but also I think people in the industry realize that they as individuals can certainly contribute so much. What we're seeing with the young generation, and thus this program that we've now launched via the Swarovski Foundation and the UN Office for Partnership, is to truly embrace that young generation. We feel the young generation, they're people they're change makers. They have a different way of thinking. They're totally aware of the various different issues that are out there. They're very aware of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. And we want to be there to support them financially. We want to support them morally and encourage them. And we're also connecting them with the network that we have. And we have put them in touch with the most incredible mentors from the various different disciplines of art, culture, design, architecture, biochemistry, engineering. I mean, so much of the solutions actually lie in engineering. And we just want to see what the meeting of those minds will result in particular, in sourcing more sustainable materials and never compromising the beauty or the aesthetics that we're certainly trying to achieve. And something that I read about Oscar, which I totally appreciate, is just that combination of ethics with aesthetics. I think that is such a great tagline. And I think that, to me, is an indication that there's such a positive future for fashion.
Yes, I think, Nadia, as you say, they're coupling on or coming on the back of what Oscar said. What you're doing with the Swarovski Foundation and what Oscar is doing is very much a new point of view in terms of fashion. It's taking fashion from engineering. We're benefiting from what's happening in technology. And it seems like, 2021 is such a new, exciting year for all of us. So last year, I'm going to move on to Sarah. Last month, Sarah was awarded the Positive Change Award at the Monte Carlo Fashion Week. Congratulations, Sarah. What a coup. This is a culmination of a career of making a difference in fashion and design from your post at Vogue Italia. Please tell us how you've been instrumental in finding new creatives for more than a decade with Vogue Talents, and tell us about your work there, how it evolves in supporting sustainability and expanding awareness on both the creative front and the consuming front amongst consumers.
Well, thank you for the question. Well, it's a lot, so I'm gonna be brief. I think that, as Oscar, as Oscar and Nadia were saying, I think that right now the most important really aim that we need to do is to create a system that really speaks to each other and create awareness. I've been working for the industry for many years, and the idea of Vogue Talents was to create a platform to support the new generation, which is our future and which we need to invest in. So I do think that in the last years, there have been great platforms and initiatives that have guaranteed that this happens, but now it's really the time to change, and changing, it's not just of an individual, but it's of a system. So, the whole work that's been done through Vogue Talents and Italian Vogue, it's kind of it is a sense of responsibility, because we as media and people that are exposed and decide to expose because we want to, make a change, we have the great responsibility of making it happen. And creating awareness, it's something fundamental, because it's the only way then to change the system, because we can do all the things we are doing, which Oscar and Nadia and Lama are doing, but if then there's not the community that creates communication and awareness to the consumers, it's going to just stay in this beautiful room and it's not going to happen. So this is what I have been trying to achieve and trying to transcend and pass on, because I do think that also passing on, it's fundamental, because it's nothing. Nothing is kept, in your house or in your table. You need to share. So this is something also important, and I do think that, and I wish, basically, that what happened in the last year and a half really made people think about that. Changes needs to be done, and this is just about facts and not anymore about talks. So basically, Vogue Talents was born because myself, I had the great opportunity to start, working at Italian Vogue. My door was open. And then, looking back, I was looking at the new generation that was struggling to have a space and a spotlight in the industry. So really Vogue Talents was to create like a big door open. Obviously, selection has to be done because it's natural, and it's right to give the right support to the people that really believe in it. But it's really important it's the new generation that's gonna take place through all the other generations. And I always say, I mean, we're on this planet, but we are going through it. I mean, we're not staying all our lives, so we need to work, to make it work in a better way, especially for who comes next. So this is mainly the aim. So thank you for the question.
Thanks, Sarah. Excuse me. And Lamia is the chief designer at Les Benjamins, launching the women's line a few years ago, and she's enjoying growing recognition for her designs and brands worldwide. Congratulations, Lamia, because that's quite a feat. As you think about the arc of your career, fashion has always been a passion. Didn't you change your major? So what's inspiring you today as you create as you design your collection? And how do you think about building a legacy and building a brand?
Thank you, Mary, for the question. And I would just like to start saying that I'm honored to be a part of this experience and amongst amazing panelists. To be completely honest, I'm inspired by everything around me, whether it's people or music or art, as cliche as that sounds, but it's true. And to answer your question regarding building a legacy or building a brand, I don't think it's either or. I think building a legacy is building your own brand. And as you grow personally, as is your work. And I feel like both of them build each other.
Yes. Well, I know all of you are really passionate about making a difference with your design in the fashion world and making a difference in the world with fashion, making a difference and making the world a better place. Oscar, what is design thinking? How do you think about fiber to fabric to fashion? And do you feel that today's students are equipped with the sustainable resources that they need to design sustainably? And how can we make that happen? How can we help students today?
Okay, what I can bring on that issue is about yes, we need the culture into the designs and students designers and on the chief creative from the brands in the company. We need the culture of sustainability, the sustainable design thinking. What I mean that when we talk about sustainability as a designer, as a company, we always see, wow, we think that we need to do something sustainable. We have to support something sustainable. We have to become sustainable. The first thing, and some companies and designers, I think when many brands now are doing something like that, are thinking about, I'm going to support a sustainable project. I'm going, to donate something to compensate what we are not doing. We have to understand that our industry has two main elements for changing the behaviors of society. About fashion is that. Fashion is about human behavior and society behavior. I really believe we are a great protagonists on the changing of the society way of consuming. So we have to raise fashion. We have, of course, we can bring the message, the communication about sustainability. And second, fashion designers, we have the chance to transform commodities into desirable products. So the sustainable design thinking must be in the mindset of the designer. As for example, in our academia and when we we have the student designers, we learn to use the standard materials for the fashion industry. We have in our mind when we begin a project, when we begin a collection, we have the main, we have the fabrics, we understand about the colors, the forms, the textures, the image of the campaign. We have all of this on our mind when we begin a project, but we don't have yet the sustainable design thinking to that. We don't know about that. We know, hey, we have to search some kind of material, etc. I think it's a great field for designers now, and students must have, of course, the academia must have now sustainable design thinking into it. It's not about just showing the new sustainable materials. Student design must go into the fiber thinking. We have to understand about the seed that we are using to bring the cotton. You know, we have the chance now to work with biotechnology to develop the fibers from the beginning. It's time for designers not to think only working with those materials that comes from the standard industry. We have the chance and to be on the beginning of the search on the sustainable new search of materials. So it's about changing the culture of the company, the culture of the designers. We have to bring sustainability not as something extra, but inside. An example, I did it at Oscar with my team since the beginning, organically, of course, organically. We became, now when we begin a collection, sustainability is already in the mind. If we think about a color that we want, we try out, hey, we want to use a kind of red. Okay, we have the red already on the industry, but I say, hey, let's search for a red, a color that comes from a natural source. Let's search for. If we find, okay, if we don't find, we try with academics or research institutions, or here with us, with indigenous from Amazon forest, and way they used to do. So we search on that. So it's so interesting to go into there. And for example, in a more practical way, in 2018, 2019, the brand Courage, the French Courage brand, they invited me to do a kind of collaboration. And I suggested, and it worked well, that I'd love to work with them to help to change the mindset of the designers into the sustainable design thinking. What I mean, it's not about just using a material that comes from a sustainable search for a collection, but get into any collection that they would develop later with the mindset of sustainability inside. So yes, we have to bring to the students matters.
Mm-hmm. It's such an opportunity to go further upstream to change the fabrics that we're working with at the farm, like the entire process. So Nadia, I mentioned before that you've worked with incredible designers. Your grandparents partnered with Dior and Chanel to create incredible Swarovski studded fashion. I'm wearing Swarovski on my glasses. Now with Creatives for Our Future, how do you hope to guide today's today's young designers?
Well, it's so interesting. I have to say, yes, indeed, my grandfather was one who inspired me so much when he used to tell me stories about working with Coco Chanel and Christian Dior, and his grandfather working with the couturier Worth, in Paris, who created the gowns for Queen Victoria in 1895. So it was a challenge. I always wanted to find my grandfather's equivalent of Mr. Dior, and so I found this young designer who wasn't known called Alexander McQueen. And the challenge to him was to reintroduce crystal to the fashion industry and, make it interesting. And he certainly was a person that was so appreciative of working with various different materials, with plastics, leathers, woods. And so crystal was yet one more creative ingredient to work with to fulfill his designs. And I think we are right now experiencing the same process with the new designers. It's a matter of introducing them to new materials, sustainable materials that are out there, and making them feel comfortable with those new materials. And as we were saying, also the thinking just needs to change and needs to go back to the seed that we're literally planting to create a material, you know. And I think the function will certainly follow the form. It's very, very exciting. And I think with sustainability as the end result, perhaps fashion will change. In fact, to Sarah's point, I think we have seen an impact, a positive impact of what the last 1.5 years have had on us, namely in the sense of there's more groundedness. I think there's a greater connection between the mind and the heart, and certainly with the environment. So beyond just coming up with new materials, which we're really trying to push with this project, Creators of the Future, I think the entire thinking of fashion, the reusing, the recycling, you know, the less waste element that we see within the fashion industry is also very, very positive. And also in terms of the young generation, as Sarah was saying, what's so important is to share them. Sarah, I have to say, I commend you. It's amazing what you've done, and your platform is so incredible. And just think how many designers have gone unnoticed, you know, and how much talent is out there. So I think that entire community of also greater communication, the facilitation of communication of what's out there is going to really help the entire world to become more sustainable and, you know, push on that agenda.
Thank you,
In a
Nadia.
nutshell.
Yes, Sarah, it's like you have an amazing, in a nutshell. Sarah, you have an amazing position at Vogue, you know, as part of media communication. You're bringing together businesses and fashion brands and new designers. And really, COVID has changed thinking, as Nadia has pointed out. How do you see businesses as being more receptive to the idea of sustainable fashion, you know, today versus 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, it seems repetitive, but it's always a question of awareness, because also getting back to what Oscar was saying, I mean, the base of everything is education. I mean, now it's, if consumers decide to start and buy responsible, is because they have the tools, or they can achieve information from media or from education, because the moment the person decides to go in a shop and buy a t-shirt or whatever, they're already deciding something. I mean, it's already responsibility of buying that object, because you're buying it, you're giving the money, so you're deciding something. So going back, it's like, it's a vicious circle. So it starts all from the education. But education, it's not just a starting point in university and schools. You have to go way much back and go to kindergarten. And because if you put, you know, responsible subjects in kindergarten, and you do then your 18-year course in school, and you're used to study responsible, I say, fashion or responsible community, such as you're studying history or maths, then when you're 18, you're going to be much more wider thinking of doing something that can make a positive impact. So going back to your questions about business, it's there the answer. I mean, education is the core of everything, because it's where people can, you know, achieve and think about, okay, I can decide at least. Then whether maybe then I decide not to be responsible, but at least I know what does it mean to be responsible. So this is and this, I think it works for all the elements that we are talking about today, because it's about, you know, thinking in a different way. And where there's no access to education, because then there's a big part of, you know, of people that do not have access to education, then comes the system of the fashion system, of the platforms that need to give accessibility to all those people that do not have. So that's why it's kind of a circle that continues to turn around, but it has to always go on, you know. And this is something, that's why I say important to create the system and make it happen.
So it's like we have to educate our society so that they see the consequences of their choices. Because a lot of what we have today is unintended consequences because people haven't thought through their choice. Sarah, I'm sorry, Lamia, you've been designing for nearly a decade, and what's your experience designing with sustainable materials? Has it been easy to access them? And how do your customers value sustainability in your designs?
Yeah, it's true. I've been designing for nearly a decade. And you know, with COVID, I started doing some self-reflection and thinking a lot about it because I am a designer who's a part of a brand, and that's also a part of an industry that's been affecting our ecosystem greatly. So for us even to take steps like that, it goes back to what Sarah said. It's educating ourselves. We need to be truly sustainable and understanding the whole concept of it in our daily lives, and then kind of like understanding how to apply it. Our goal actually is to be more sustainable in our brand. And for that to happen, we are taking steps that is going to hopefully become a part of our DNA. But we cannot just say suddenly we are sustainable without being truly like believing in it and taking the right steps to it. We would rather not overpromise and deliver, you know? So that's my answer for you.
Well, as sustainable as possible, as Oscar said, right? Oscar, like
exactly.
COVID, the last year and a half has changed all of our lives, how we live, what we eat, where we shop, how we shop, what we wear. How has it changed your view of what fashion can do in our culture? And has it changed how you actually go through your design process?
I think if maybe my, you know, my, as I said, my life being being a physician. Of course, I don't work as a physician for a long time, but the knowledge, the spirit of healing, it's already on. We can see that's why maybe when we talk about sustainability, we are talking about healing the planet. I think, of course, it's a romantic, maybe naive talking about that, but it's really that. It's our relationship to that. So I think what we have done on the last 2 decades is about what COVID needs, what happened to us. By a coincidence, in November, December 2019, I was reading back the book, The Gaia Thesis by James Lovelock. James Lovelock he's a physician, physics, mathematics researcher. He has 102 years old. He's a British scientist. And he wrote in 1979 the book, The Gaia Thesis. That means what? That the Earth is just one organism, interdependent in all live species that we have on it. We have to live in harmony to keep healthy the planet. An unbalance of that creates what did COVID on that time. It was me and my team, and we are very surprised because we were talking about Gaia, our Gaia collection, what we did bring. It's a kind of thinking about this imbalance that COVID created. COVID did come from an imbalance from the human beings with nature. And I really think that COVID helped us to change the mindset of the planet society into the new millennium, the new era. We are already 21 years, 2 decades already in the 2000 years. It's about, we are talking about the future. Of course, we are living a moment like the Renaissance, where science, technology came and helped us, art, science, and philosophy together to become more humans. It was what happened in the Renaissance. We came from the Middle Era. We came from the mysticism. We came from so many things, and we became, with art, science, and philosophy, more humans. And we became to this revolution that we had on the last 5 centuries. And now we are living this new millennium that we are new era. We are in the era of Aquarius. I think COVID did bring to us, to really, everything what we think, it's exactly what we think. And what I love to say that, Mary, that I'm very happy. I would mean that I'm living this generation in the history of our civilization, of the human adventure in this planet. Our generation, we are living a transition point of the planet. We are being the protagonists of change and of 200 years of industrialization that we have developed a lot of things, but we bring up a dying planet. But I really think that our generation, the mindset has changed now with COVID, and everybody would pay attention for biologists, sociologists, thinkers, designers, arts, entrepreneurs that have developed in the last decades new concepts through their vision, new concepts, new methodologies, new materials that comes for a sustainable search. And so I think it's the time. Yes, we are being a kind of our generation. We are the illuminists of this new era. That's why, come on, look, we are all together here talking and exchanging our vision, concepts, ideas, our methodologies, practice. We are suggesting something that Nadia and Sarah said, and Lamia is doing right. We need collaboration. We need, as soon as possible, to change knowledge and practice. And this is the new, yes, I agree that I think Sarah knows that. And it is more than, it's a new trend, but it's a trend for the century. We are living exactly this point. And to be a protagonist on that, yes, it's great. Changing as an artist, I think most artists, my friend artists, us, I think every human on this planet, we are being very touched into us in many senses, and our relationship with the environment and with the others So artistically, yes, it's changing a lot because we go into India, we express our pain or our virtuosity that we seeing. And as a designer, because art is an expression, free expression of our soul, but design is a strategic expression of our desires. So nice. Everything is changing in a very interesting moment we are living.
We surely are. There's lots of silver linings that COVID brought about. Nadia, with the power of your 100-plus-year-old Swarovski brand, your dedication to innovation and the arts, products, the Swarovski Foundation, what excites you as we sit here? What do you envision happening in the next 5, 10, 15 years that you'll be a part of?
Well, certainly what excites me is to read Oscar's book. Oscar, you have read a book. I mean, I just love, how do you summarize it? It is the age of the queers, and that's an age of collaboration. And the fact that we're all luminaries, we have the advantage. We've learned so much, we've experienced so much that we can implement our knowledge and experience and carry that forward. The young generation is lucky because, yes, they automatically, they have that new sensitivity so innately in their system. It's amazing. And then, as Sarah was saying, education is so important. And yes, it starts at grade school or even beyond. And it's amazing, I have to say, looking at education, how already education is pigeonholing people, starting with the male and the female uniform and so on. Actually, my friend is having a baby and I was trying to buy her a baby gift, and it's amazing. It already starts there. Boy, girl, pink or blue. So I'm very excited to see what the world is, how the world will change in order to embrace the more innate talent that is within us, to get rid of the stereotyping. But also what I've heard in everyone's conversation here, Lamia touched upon it too, I think this reset that COVID has evoked, I think, is calling for the exploration of values, of human values. And that also means human consideration towards each other, and certainly human consideration towards the planet, and how we within our professions can proceed with our profession, but in a more environmentally safe and sound way, but also culturally. I think in terms of fashion, what's very interesting, what I'm noticing in the fashion industry, there's a greater tapping into cultural heritage, artisanal ways of making things, craftsmanship that has existed over the centuries, how that is being embraced and being implemented. So I think it's and also what I've just noticed in terms of the Saudi Arabian fashion, the tapping into that cultural heritage, but teaming it up with the modern and with the relevant and with the new materials, it's so exciting. It's really, I don't know, it's a new creative expression. So that's what I'm very much looking forward to. And I really look forward to, certainly within our program, enabling the younger generation to have a voice because they're so considerate. And they're so communally thinking. But I'm also seeing that organizations and governments are becoming more considerate towards giving a voice to people, to younger generations. And again, I so appreciate our collaboration with the UN, and our project will give all those young designers the opportunity to be seen at the UN General Assembly in September. So again, Sarah, back to communication, I think it's amazing that the UN is doing that. And again, it's up to us individuals to communicate our values, to share our values, because inevitably, there is a certain element of being contagious with that. So we're all here in a position of having an incredibly positive impact. So, Mary, that's what excites me.
Love that.
Very exciting. I think that we, excuse me, as we're coming out of hibernation, right? We are coming out of a time when we all got a lot of time to do introspection. It created the opportunity for us to come together like this, which is amazing. But we've emerged with new values and new appreciation of one another and of what we can do and the changes we can make. And that is just so exciting. And if we hold on to that and make positive change, we're going to make a great world. We'll be luminaries. So I want to ask Lamia, please share your creative process. I was so impressed with the way you tell a story through your collection. Could you share that with us and tell us what you're really excited about this year?
Okay, so the whole designing process starts with my husband, who's the creative who's the founder and creative director of Les Benjamins. And we tell stories from the East and we kind of translate it into clothing. So it's all about our culture, our heritage, it really inspires me when we find stories within the stories, it can be an architect building, or it can be a song that's related to a story, or it can be a person, there's a lot of aspects while designing, because you want to tell the story as much as possible and make it very inspiring, because that's what drove us and drives me in general to design. So that's how I'm going to just say it briefly. And the most exciting thing that's going to happen actually is opening our third flagship store, which is going to be this October in Dubai. Hoping to open more stores in the future and tell more stories also.
All right. So, Nadia, Oscar, Sarah, you all have really collaborated with academia as you pursue your work in the fashion industry. And I'm wondering, how can you make a difference with academia in terms of the content that's taught, the students' perception of what fashion's role is in culture, and the way fashion can actually change how people think, what they value. So I'll start with Sarah.
Well, I think the answer is, I mean, today we're here in such an amazing platform and new platform, because it's starting from today onwards, and it's a country that it's kind of new to the fashion industry, but it has such potential of communication and always creating awareness. And I think that it's fundamental to create that cultural clash, which means to really exchange and interact with as many people as possible. So I think this is the starting point of a beginning of really exchanging cultures, experiences, and education throughout all the different countries, where obviously there is a focus on fashion, but it's not just about fashion. Here we are talking about a whole system. So I think it's here it could be really the starting point of something new, and really about the cultural clash that is happening every day, and it's really increasing day by day, and we see it in any kind of communication, in TV, in creatives, in designers, that there are so many designers that come from different parts of the world and desire to exchange, because in exchange you get really kind of absorb the traditions and executions of other people. So I think that's really fundamental, the cultural clash between people and countries.
Yeah.
Oscar, were you going to say something?
Yes. I'm a UNESCO ambassador for sustainability. And I like to say always that UNESCO means United Nations for Education, Science, and Culture. So it's about everything what you just said, Sarah. It's a collaboration and meeting all cultures and thinking about what's the legacy we have to bring to United Nations. So I mean, I'm not talking about the institution, but what it means, exactly what it means. And education, science, and culture, it's exactly what we need now to bring this sustainable design thinking into the academia. It's not about bringing only the materials, what is necessary, what are the criteria, and things like that. But the thinking, student designers has to imagine the beauty as the same as sustainability together. And if it's something that is comfortable, it's trendable, it's everything. So sustainability must be behind. So academia, yes, I think we have to train our design students into that. And much more important, we have to bring the culture of fashion.
So Thank you, Oscar. You know, this conversation, this time period went way too fast. There's so much more to ask all of you. Thank you for your contribution. Really, thank each and every one of you. Nadia, Oscar, Sarah, Lamia, you've been great guests. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and hope. Now I'm going to hand over the stage to the MC, Tagreed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And last but not least for this session, we now bring to the stage Aysel Trudel, founder of Aysel, who built much of her success through collaboration.
Hello. Hi. I don't know if you hear me. Thank you so much for inviting me and giving me the chance to meet you all. I'm from Russia. I started my business in 2002 in Russia. And you know, today people ask me, how is it making business in Russia? Is it difficult to be a woman in business in Russia? And you know, I think that it doesn't really matter, are you a woman or you're a man when you do business anywhere. And after university, I always have a dream to work in fashion and to, you know, meet all these designers. And the biggest desire for me was to bring all of them and introduce him to Russian people and to make a store in Moscow. And then we built the online store, so it gave us a little bit more opportunity to connect all the other, cities in Russia on one platform, and getting a wider distribution and the visibility. I think that there's a lot of people asking me, is that a fear that you didn't have, or is it a desire you had, or you had a financial motivation? I think that it's a little bit of everything that initially was in my mind. I had a bigger dream, and I always wanted to be an independent woman like my mom was and my grandmother, because I always seen them working. And after university, I knew since the beginning that I want to be independent, and I want to do a business, and I want to build this business in Russia. Of course, it was not as easy as I thought it was, because in the beginning, to get a financial support and to get a credit with no credit history or any credibility when you're 22 years old, that was quite difficult. But I remember myself that I was so sure, that I was so convinced that I will be able to convince the bankers, that I would convince the suppliers and the partners. When you had a big dream and you have this slide and a belief inside yourself, I think that people can feel your energy. And I think that the positive energy is very contagious in a good way. And I think that when you're putting all the puzzles together, and of course not having a fear, to be brave of moving forward, of making mistakes. I've done a lot of mistakes, and of course they were not always very easy to get through, but I've learned, and it was quite challenging as well, because we also had to face some crises that happened, the world crisis, the crisis in Russia. When we have a credit that were for example, in a current currency, and the sales were in Russian rubles. So all these years, there was always something. But in the end of the day, I always believed in what I did. And what was inspiring me is an amazing opportunity to meet all the talented designers, all the people supporting those designers, and linking it all together and introducing it to the final customer. So for me, that was probably, if I always say that if I had to start my life again, I will always do the same thing. I wish I could do more. With the pandemic, we explore more opportunities, how to work at distance and do the orders, and meeting even more people distantly, and we have so many plans to connect now more designers, introducing them into Russia and bringing Russian designers outside of Russia. Today, because of the digital and the whole digitalization, we have so many tools how we can twist it and how we can do it. And I'm so grateful for all of it. So as an advice to the young entrepreneurs that's starting their business or thinking to have this business, and any business in any direction, if you have it's the seed already there, and you've been it's been born, your desire and your dream to do something by yourself, or to create your own business, or to open a store or the restaurant. It doesn't really matter which direction you go. I think you have to support it with your own guts, with your strengths, with your faith. You need to believe in what you're doing. I think it's very, very important. And do not get distorted by any other people who will tell you, are you sure? Are you not going to fail? Are you not going to be afraid? What is going to happen if you're going to not be able to return the credit? Yes, all those questions, they have a place. But when you have a straight direction, when you believe in what you're doing, and you can convince other people to go with you, when you have enough energy to say to yourself that you're ready to be a leader and you're ready to take the responsibilities, I think that, and with the help of God, I think all those little puzzles, in the end, they give you the result. It's a lot of work that we have to do when we're starting our own things, and nothing is easy. I think that's also important to remember. And And I think that the most important is to get rid of the fear, the internal fear that in a 99% cases are stopping us. So I think that probably my advice to the young entrepreneurs who want to do business, it will be no fear, believe in your dream, and follow your dream, follow your guts, follow your intuition, and do not be afraid when you're making mistakes. Sometimes they can be really painful, but pain goes away and we're getting the experience. And I think the experience is very, very, very important. So thank you so much for having me. I can see on a timer that I don't have a lot of time left. And it was a pleasure. I wish I could see you all one day in person. And I am supposed to say that Grid is about to join in, and I'm happy to introduce her back.
Sabah Al-Khair from New York City. We are so excited. We've had over 50 countries join us today. And thank you so much, Faisal, for all of that wonderful inspiration. As you guys may remember, in the beginning of the program, my co-host, Tagreed, she asked us a question, a first poll question of the day, based on entrepreneurship and experimentation. And the first question was, how do you find the right business idea? So we had really great answers come through, and I'll read them out. We had 22.4% say pick an idea that you're willing to stand behind for years. The most of you at home chose B, find a gap in the market. C, identify what people are paying for, got 17.6%, and be open to taking risks, got 21.6%. So now, as we go into the second portion of the day, focused on inclusivity and diversity, there is a second poll question that I want everyone at home to reply to, because this topic is so important, not only for moving the fashion industry in the way that it should be headed, but also for the world to really be a better place. And that poll question I will ask you now. So the poll question is, why is the fashion industry talking about diversity? And I will give you 4 answers to choose from as you watch the second portion of the day. The first one is A, to attract more customers, B, to create a more inclusive ecosystem, C, to leverage innovative talent, or D, to guard against public criticism. So stick around as we will begin our first panel of this incredible session of the day titled The Face of Leadership. You don't want to miss it. Well, alla vai sentar agora. They have to change my chair. Hi everyone, I am Jordana Guimarães and I'm back with you guys, super excited to be moderating this incredible panel titled The Face of Leadership, where we will be discussing the importance of diversity in corporate inclusion in all facets of a fashion business fashion as a lifestyle, always as a focus on culture. According to Forbes magazine, companies that have more diverse management teams have 19% higher revenue due to innovation. It shows how diversity is not just a metric to be striven for, it's actually an integral part of a successful revenue-generating business. So with that, I am going to introduce my wonderful panelists that are with me today on this incredible conversation. With me, I have Helena Boa, the CEO at Urban Zen, Arwa Alamari, the fashion designer and entrepreneur Aram, Baza Al-Zuman, a designer, and Abrima Erwia, who's the co-founder of Studio 189. Thank you, ladies, so much for being here with me today as we really dive into a topic that is just, again, not only super important to the industry, but also really important for the world. So I'm gonna have the first question go to Helena Boa. And the question is, how can a company take its first step to be more diverse and inclusive?
I think the first step, definitely, Jordana, is that we as leaders set the tone. We often set the tone for strategy, innovation, digitalization, and we need to set this tone for diversity and inclusion and making sure that our employees know that it's a key strategy and a component to our talent strategy within the organization. Secondly, it's taking an inventory, right? We've taken at our organization an internal audit to see, does our organization reflect the cross-cultural customer base that we service and that represent our organization, and that's key for us. It is not lost on us that our leadership, the makeup of our leadership, signifies to our partners, to our customers, and our organization and stakeholders that we are truly diverse and inclusive. And lastly, we act. I think once we get the results of any audit, we act upon that.
I love that so much. And I love that word act. It's not just about talking, but it's really what are you doing? And I know that you guys do such wonderful things. So thank you so much for that answer. Next, the second question is to you, Arwa. I'm so excited to be back with you. It's so funny to think that almost 3 years ago, you were at our very first Fashion Innovation event in New York City, speaking on women empowerment. And I'm just, again, thrilled to have you back with me. And I would love to know, when it pertains to women and empowerment, what does inclusivity mean to you, and how do the two play a role within each other?
Hi, Jordana. Thank you for having me again. And before answering your question, I have to mention something that I really believe in. Fashion and creative industries are built around dreams, and dreams can never be exclusive. We should remember that. And highlighting on your question to the audience, we have to remember that the fashion industry is fueled by creativity. It's to fulfill its art purpose. It has to be inclusive and diverse. Moreover, it celebrates our uniqueness and it celebrates our individuality. So I always believe that it's a self-expression, and it doesn't, have to be exclusive to one group other than the rest. Something else that I want to mention, I know we have a big audience from Saudi Arabia and around the world. And there might be some, misunderstanding between the concepts of diversity and inclusivity. So I'll just quickly highlight on those two aspects. As diversity is the aspect of having people from different backgrounds, race, ethnicity, religion, and age in your group. But inclusivity is having these people, give them a voice and give them the chance to be influential in your team. So having women in a team and from the aspect of women empowerment, this is a very important notion that we have to keep in mind. Actually, studies of McKinsey in 2017 and Harvard Business Review showed that having women as part of the team increased the profitability up to 15%, and in the leadership positions up to even 27%. So empowering women in this area, especially that we know that big portion of fashion is addressed to women. So I think it's something that we have always to keep in mind.
I love that. Thank you so much, Adwa. And yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with all of what you said more. So loved everything you said. With that, we'll have the next question go to Baza. So being that your brand is ethically produced, how much of a role does inclusivity play in the process company ethos?
I mean, I think inclusivity is very important to us. But being that we're ethically produced and we kind of do everything in-house, we're sometimes, I think, constrained by the talent that's available to us in Kuwait. So we try to be as inclusive as possible. But when it comes to like skilled labor or craftsmanship that you're looking for to produce your collection, there are certain cultures, I think, or certain ethnicities within the country that have those skills and others that don't. So sometimes it's also about what's available to you as a brand during your hiring in your country. That being said, you know, as much as we're a small studio, we have at least 3 or 4 different ethnicities. I have both, you know, male and female working in the studio, and it definitely adds to the richness of our product. I think each of them kind of bring a different perspective that helps our efficiency. And moreover, I think it just adds to the final result in terms of quality and output. So it's definitely really important to us. But, you know, honestly, there's even more, I think, or more people that we would like to include. But some of the restrictions that we have because of where we're based limits kind of who we're able to allow to join our team.
And Futures 2021, New York City.
Amazing. And congratulations on such an ethically made brand again. And, you know, the craftsmanship and the local production of what you do is just super inspiring. So with that, last but definitely not least, we'll go to Abrima. I'm so happy to have you with us today. And when you co-founded Studio 189, how did you approach inclusivity and diversity in adapting that as an inspiration into the aesthetics of the collection?
Okay. Well, like everybody, thank you for having me today. And I'm glad. It's been really nice to listen to all the speakers that came before me. So, you know, Studio 189 is a little different because I didn't co-found it with the mission of adding in diversity and inclusivity. I think what I noticed, and I'm also piggybacking on some of the comments that came before me, is that there's just a real lack of it in the industry, you know. And I'm from different countries, you know. I'm American on my mom's side, I'm Ghanaian and Ivorian on my father's side from West Africa. I grew up also in a European and multicultural environment. And I've always been around a lot of different types of backgrounds, and I understand the power of the input of lots of different types of backgrounds. And I also can't imagine a world that doesn't have that. And so for me, working in fashion industry over a number of years, I noticed that a lot of people were constantly missing from the conversation. And also with that comes a lot of ignorance and a lot of, you know, situations that could be easily avoided if that situation were not true. And, you know, the thing that always got to me was not just that people are missing from the conversation. I like that people were talking about inclusivity, but that oftentimes there's not even a pipeline, you know, like how do you even get in? And once you get in, how do you stay? And once you're there, how do you make it to the top? And the closer you get to the top, you start to notice that women are dropping out of the pipeline for multiple reasons, which doesn't make any sense at all to me, considering, as you said, Awa, that women are oftentimes consumers, but also the majority of producers, especially in marginalized communities, tend to be women. And so I was thinking I could do something, and I was doing a lot of impact work, and people were asking me to do something. And eventually I decided to, and I quit the work I was doing, working for luxury companies, and moved back to Ghana and started Studio 189. But, you know, a lot of it is, it's not driven by me. I feel like a lot of it is driven by the power of people, you know, people who are doing real work, that are at the oftentimes bottom of the value chain, and that without them, the work wouldn't exist. Everyone from farmers to weavers to dyers to all the most important roles. And I can't imagine a system that doesn't have all these people included. And that's the system we have right now. And I don't think it helps anybody. If you look at where the world is going in terms of demographics, in terms of purchasing power, in terms of growth of different economies, you just can't have a system that works that way. And so to me, I think it's fundamental in an organization to consider that and to consider lots of different points of view. It doesn't necessarily mean you can have everybody all the time. Like you said, sometimes you don't have access to certain people that you would love to have in the organization. But I do think it's important to have an awareness and to interweave that into your value system and to build that into your accountability and to think about how you want to structure your organization. And I believe that if we don't do that, I think those that don't do that are going to find themselves over time cut out of a very important conversation, because this is the way the world is going. And I think you just kind of have to do that. And sorry, just to say one more thing. And I think it's bigger than wanting to do it. I think it's about seeing people above and beyond all of those different characteristics, seeing them for the value of what they do, not because of what they look like, not because of their, like, go bigger than that, look at their mind, look at their capability. And so I believe there's a lot of power in this discussion and in including everybody in the conversation across generations, across cultures.
I think Helen had something that she wanted to share in regards to everything that you just said, Abrima. And I have to say, before she does, I just think everything you said from really just, it starts with people, right? It's all about people. And I loved what you talked about, the different ethnicities, that you have within yourself, because that's something, even for me, that I really resonate with. So thank you so much for all of the inspiration you just evoked on the stage. Helen, did you want to say something to Abrima?
Absolutely. I agree with everything that everyone has said on the stage. And I would add to, what Abrima is saying here is, as organizations are working to be more diverse and more inclusive, it's critical that the leadership team is being prepared and mentored to manage a diverse team, because managing diverse teams requires different management skills than it would to manage a homogenous team. And again, the only way that could probably prove to be a challenge is when leaders or managers don't necessarily subscribe or buy into the theory that diversifying teams with top talent is crucial for not only future-proofing an organization, right? But also that it can be financially successful.
Yes, 100%. And that actually ties in really nicely with my next question that I have for you, Helen. What positive financial impacts have you experienced after diversifying your team?
I've been very fortunate to work with some diverse teams throughout my career. And I've noticed that in those diverse teams, we've seen business grow in upwards of 15%. There's a mix of that, right? The mix of that is that there's new innovative product that's being created, that we're seeing that the product that already exists is a lot more inclusive, and also that there are exciting new ways that we're learning to engage with our customers. And if you're a customer-first organization, that is crucial.
Amazing. And so now I'm going to ask this question to Adwa. What did inclusivity represent in the industry in the past, present, and what do you think it's going to look like in the future?
Actually, the first step is realizing how your organization is dealing with diversity and inclusivity. First of all, you have to assess the organization to understand where are you in this process. I think in the past it just included minimal input of that, maybe just paying attention to gender. However, we're now seeing aspects in that area, looking at the backgrounds of people, their ethnicity, their even their socioeconomic status, and where they come from. So I think we're moving forward. Having this as a discussion over and over is very vital. So organizations will start recognizing it. Actually, in the Middle East, and especially in Saudi Arabia, we've seen that the government has already worked on some aspects of diversity, such as giving incentives to companies to include people with disabilities and women to promote that aspect. So I can see that there is a progression in that, and people now are realizing that this is very important as part of sustainable industries.
Incredible. I love that. And it's really exciting to hear of the progression of those things taking place more and more in the industry with brands. So thank you so much for that. So Baza, we'll go to you next. Why are events like these important for you to be a part of, to really share, you know, your voice and your mission with the world?
So I feel like there's like two parts to it. I think, you know, one part of it is kind of sharing the journey and encouraging others who want to pursue, you know, similar paths, or, you know, or even kind of promoting, I would say, regional designers, local designers. And just kind of to address your question to Arwa, I feel like in the past, you know, I'm the designer of the brand, but I'm also a consumer, or I understand my consumer, being like a Middle Eastern woman. And I think in the past, what used to happen was that we as Middle Eastern women would go to buy a gown or buy a dress or something, and it would be certain regions or countries which were the designers behind the brands offered in retail. And we'd kind of have to find something that suited our taste, designed by people who didn't really understand our taste. I feel like even retailers now are really supportive about looking for and finding people who understand their consumers, you know, and not just kind of focusing on, let's say, certain regions or, you know, or bigger brands. So I think that the future is really about people designing for people that they really know. And I think part of that is kind of designers like us, me, Arwa, Agrima. And so I think that's part of why I join these talks, is to kind of get that out there, that, you know, we do understand kind of who our consumer is, and there is a need for it. And in order for the industry to grow, I think kind of establishing ourselves and being given that chance is important, I think, for consumers and for the industry. So it's kind of like a win-win situation. So to me, that's kind of like the main, I think, driver behind participating in places where there is, you know, conversations about the industry, and kind of encouraging both the back end, let's say the designer, and retailers to really explore this relationship, which I think gives a lot of opportunity for growth.
That's amazing. I love understanding the consumer and inspiring. I think those two things are super important. So love that you brought those up along with everything else that you said. So thank you. So I'm going to pose this question to Agrima, and then I'd also love for all of you to answer this question, because I think it's one that, speaking on inspiration, can really inspire the audience at home. As a leader in the industry, what is the one thing you always do to ensure that you're inspiring throughout your journey? So we could start with Agrima, and then we can go to each of you with that same question.
Okay, that's a difficult question. So I don't know if I'm doing one thing to be inspiring in the industry. However, you know, one lesson that I've learned that has helped me a lot is, well, actually, I've learned several lessons, but one of them is learning to be more patient and forgiving with myself and with others. You know, I think that especially if you're really motivated to push for change and you're mission driven and you really care, and especially if you're working both in environments that you're disrupting both industries and maybe cultures, and you're just you're kind of looking at another way of seeing the world, and you're going a little bit in advance from maybe where some people are at the moment. It can become challenging, particularly I would speak for myself, as a woman, and as a woman of color, where there's sometimes people have already ideas of who they think I am before I've had an opportunity to even demonstrate who I am. I think, learning to be patient with that and with yourself, and forgive yourself for not, getting all the things done as quickly as you'd like to see them done, because, it's not going to happen in a day. It hasn't happened over hundreds of years. A lot of this is still developing and in development, but I believe each one of us contributes. And the more we come together, as Baza said, even sitting on these conferences, the more we engage in these conversations, the more we interlock and connect these dots and show that together we're stronger, and together we're kind of resilient, and we're gonna keep these dialogues and conversations moving forward. I believe that ultimately, change will come, and I think that it's a lot of it has to do with being patient and forgiving yourself, so you can do the marathon and not the sprint.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that answer. Helen, I'd love to pose the same question to you.
I often say that our teams look to leadership for direction, right, and guidance. We definitely set the tone. So for myself, I'm always looking to just be more inclusive. I want the organization to all be more inclusive. Therefore, I want to include them in our efforts to be more inclusive. And it's something I work at every day, right? It's an effort, and in order to be the face of leadership, which we all are here, we are the future, we are the present, we're diverse, we need to be inclusive, and we need to show that in our actions daily at our work environments and outside.
Thank you so much. And Adwa, I'd love to pose that same question to you as well.
Actually, being a female Saudi leader of a fashion company, especially that this industry is still emerging. We're just catching up with a lot of things. I like to set up by example. So this is one of the things that I keep in mind all the time, to be a good example of someone who likes to who wants to diversify and to be inclusive. That's one thing. Second, we have to understand that we have to establish a sense of belonging for our team and for the people who works with us, so they will have freedom to express themselves, and which at the end is so beneficial for the brand and for the business. And we should always understand that there are challenges that we're going to face, but educating ourselves all the time, learning how other industries are doing it, and other even fashion businesses, how they're doing it here and there, would always help.
Amazing. And last but certainly not least, I'd love to pose that same question to you, Baza, please.
I think when I talk about inspiration, or how I try to be inspiring, I think, to others who look to us as, let's say, designers in the region, it's really about, first of all, perseverance, because there are a lot of, I would say, challenges that we face that are particular to where we are, or particular to the fact that we're in countries that don't necessarily have well-established fashion ecosystems. And I think that sort of perseverance and achievement in itself is inspiring to others. And I think also try to kind of live by the values that we do preach or that we do believe in. That's really important. So when I do local production in Kuwait, there are so many reasons why I do it. First, from a business perspective, it's to kind of oversee the process, maintain control. But at the same time, it's a way for me to ensure that my workers are being paid fairly, that they're treated fairly, that I know exactly where things are being sourced from, what's happening, to really be able to manage the process. And I think finally, from a design perspective, it's about staying true to who you are, because I think, like Abrima said, sometimes there's preconceived notions about what a designer from, let's say, your ethnicity or your background should be producing. And for me, that was kind of like something that I was uncomfortable with in the beginning. Like, they didn't understand how I would do evening wear and not have like intricate beading. Like, that's what you should do as a Middle Eastern designer, but that's not what I do. And I think staying true to my vision, what I believe in, what I love as a designer, is inspiring in of itself. And then taking that and really showing that there is a consumer for it, there is a demand for it, and kind of, you know, always trying to achieve the next level of development for the brand.
That's a great answer, and I love the word perseverance. And with that word, there's something that comes to mind as a question for me. And I can, you know, whoever wants to jump in on this answer, but it's something that, because, you know, being a leader is already tough enough. Being a female leader proves to be harder, especially still in a very much male-dominated industry. So how do all of you, and whoever wants to answer this, and we can have a few answers, but how do you yourself internally stay inspired to keep going, even with all of the hurdles that we as women have being leaders and entrepreneurs in this space? And yeah, all of you can answer this so well, so any of you can take this.
Can I go? Can I answer?
Of course.
Okay. Well, I also want to piggyback off of
definitely.
what Faisal said and also answer it. You know, just what you were saying, I think a lot, just in the last question, I think a lot of it also about the inspiration that I've noticed, and this is going to lead into this next question, is also just by virtue of existing. You know, like by doing the work we're doing and trying to do it at a level of quality and excellence. I've noticed for a lot of people who've been often told that they can't do it or that they have to do it this way or that way, by virtue of them seeing you exist and doing it, it allows them to know that they can, and then to decide to pursue a path that they did not think was formerly possible. And where does the strength, at least for myself, come from? You know, a lot of it, it's, you know, I always think the work that I do is nothing compared to the weight that my ancestors have carried, and that a lot of women around the world carry on a daily basis that do not get the opportunity to sit on conferences and be giving credit for their work. You know, I see women who do way more complicated work than I'm doing, waking up early in the morning, making food from scratch, farming, you know, taking care of the kids and never complaining, you know, and having to come up with money and having to deal with bills and never getting any kind of recognition for the work that they're doing, you know. And I recognize, both from, you know, coming from a strong mother and coming from, again, this kind of multicultural background where half of me descends from slavery, half of me descends, you know, from West Africa, that it's like what I'm doing is nothing, you know, like, and I think that I was given an opportunity and a gift to have access to network and to people who are willing to listen to me and to be given a path for success. And I think the minimum I can do is try hard, you know, and is try hard on behalf of all those who cannot do what I'm doing. And so that's, I think for me, you know, I think my strength comes from ancestors, from family, from other women, you know, from people who are not given the chance. And as long as I'm given a chance to have a platform and a voice, and I'll keep fighting and I'll keep going.
Oh my gosh, love that so much. You just inspired me, and I'm sure everybody watching with that answer is so, so powerful and so incredible. So thank you for that, Abrima. Does anyone else want to answer that question before I go on to the next one?
I mean, I feel like I can answer that.
Is for me, it's.
So, sorry, it's okay. So we'll go to Helen and then we'll go to Baza.
So I would say that inspiration for me, or the ability to persevere, comes from inspiration. I look to my left, I look to my right, I look to my parents who immigrated from East Africa, a war-torn country. I persevere because the future, honestly, I believe the future is bright. And I believe that if I do my part, then for myself or my 3 daughters and for all the women and men out there who find themselves in positions where it may be difficult or it may be challenging to just have more hope to take that next step.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Helen. And that's going to lead in really nicely to my next question with kids. But I'd love, Baza, to take your take on this before I go on to the next question.
Thank you. I was just going to say that it's really about being passionate about what you do. I know that's like a bit cliche, but I just really love it. And I think that, having the chance to do something you really love gives you kind of that inspiration and push to keep doing it. And then to know that I'm really representing my customer, my consumer, and to know that they really need kind of what I'm offering. And I see it in my interactions with them. I see it in kind of like our growth and our development as a brand. So all these things really help me to kind of believe even further in my mission.
I love that. And I love that word passion. It's one of my favorite words. So I'm glad that you brought that one up. And I do believe that through passion, anything is possible. So thank you for that. So I'm going to go now to a question. So Helen, you mentioned the children. And that's something that, me as a mother, I'm always trying my best to ensure that my kids grow up with inclusivity and diversity as something that's instilled in them, something they don't have to think about, something that is in their daily lives, in their daily actions, and in who they are. So for any mothers on this panel, I know a few of you are, I'm not sure if all of you are, but I'd love to pose that question. How do you, as being a mother with your children, instill in them to ensure that they grow up in a really inclusive manner in their daily lives? And this can go to anyone who is a mother in a panel and wants to answer that.
I'm a mother.
I would say in New York, the impression is usually that, we're in a diverse city, it's inclusive, it should be easy. It actually takes, I would say for myself, a lot more intentionality. So that requires, whether it's what they watch, right? What they read. My child, at least the one that is in school, goes to a Chinese immersive school. So she's learning another language, and half the students, 70% of the students don't look like her, right? So it's being very intentional about it and making sure that it's something that we celebrate, right? It's not something that's a to-do. It's not that, you should hang out with this person or be around this person or accept this because it's different. No, we're celebrating everyone's individuality.
That's amazing. Yeah, I love that. And Adwa, I saw you jumping in briefly right when she was about to say that, so I'd love to, you as a mother as well, love to get your take on this.
Sure. So I'm a mother of 3 kids, and I believe that the most important thing is to be a role model to your kids. When they see how you blend with others, that you don't differentiate between people regardless of their background, of their nationality, of their race, and so on. Keeping in mind that Saudi Arabia is a country that has 30% of population are expats and from different nationalities. So first of all, they observe me while working, who I work with, and so on. Secondly, we always encourage them to play with other kids, to blend with other kids from different nationalities, to understand that there are different backgrounds in the world, and they could learn from them, they could enjoy their company, and so on. So I think being a role model is one of the most important things that parents should do in any thing to educate their kids.
Amazing. Yeah, and I keep hearing 3 kids. I feel like it's the magic number. Maybe I should have a 3rd. I have 2. But no, this is all like incredible information. No, but with that question, I would love to ask one. I feel like we have room for maybe one more question, and this is a big question. And I ask this because I feel like inclusivity and diversity are two loaded words that a lot of people, they don't really know the meaning of each and how they differentiate from one another. And I think it's really important, more than anything, doing these events to share knowledge so people are more aware. So with that, I'd love and this again can go to any of you, but what is the meaning, what's the difference between inclusivity and diversity, and what is also kind of what ties it together? just to give a little bit of insight on that for the viewers at home that maybe are not familiar with the two terms as well as they should be.
So,
which one of you maybe want to take this?
Actually, so diversity means having different people from different backgrounds, regardless of that age, ethnic group, or gender, whatever, to be part of your team, to be part of your company, to be part of, even your campaigns. So this means having different people around you to work with you and so on. However, inclusivity means that all of these people, employing them doesn't mean that they're inclusive. They have to have a voice. They have to have an input. They have to have, impact in your daily work. So first of all, having them, and then empowering them to have a voice and impact in whatever you're doing.
Can I add?
I love that. That was so well said. And yes, please.
So I always also love.
Go ahead.
I also like it when people use that analogy, saying, "What is it? Diversity is being invited into the room, and inclusivity is being given a seat at the table." Like I remember, just as like a side story, I got an award once a couple of years ago in New York at this very fancy, beautiful event. And it was in recognition for the work that I was doing, working with marginalized communities in Ghana, et cetera. And it was all very beautiful. And I got there, and then they were doing the press part where they were asking people to talk about the work that they were doing. And ahead of me were, I'm sure, very lovely women, but these two Caucasian women were ahead of me, and they were talking about the work that they are doing, supporting people in developing economies. They're not in developing economies, they're just talking about the work they're doing. I was waiting patiently to be able to have my chance to speak. And then I didn't say anything, just waited calmly and waited my turn. And then for a while, actually, and I was getting the key award that day. And then when I was like, when they were finally done, because they were talking for a long time about empowering women, et cetera, but they didn't give me a chance to speak at all. So when they were finally done, I was like, oh, can I go now? Can I talk about why I'm here? And then the camera people were like, oh my God, look, there's Donna Karen or something like that. And oh yeah. And, and this kind of thing happens to me a lot. And so to me, that is a little bit that example of, diversity was giving me this award and putting my face on something, saying I was allowed to participate. But inclusivity would have been giving me an opportunity to actually speak about what I was doing and looking at me like a person and listening to the words that I was saying, and not just having me in the room so that in the pictures it looks like it's a diverse party or a diverse gala, but I'm actually here and I want to speak. And what I find always amazing, and I actually am very grateful to this, is sometimes you can feel uncomfortable with those situations because you're minimized and reduced. Your voice is silenced, and you're made to feel very invisible and small despite the amazing work that you're doing. But I'm very empowered by those people that I know, to your earlier question, that are actually being inspired. So when I got off the stage, I see all these incredible people of color that are, the cleaning people and the janitors and the security, all these people who themselves feel invisible, jump on me after and go, thank you, because I see what you're doing and I'm gonna one-up you, and because of you, and I know that maybe the press isn't paying me any attention, but all the other people, the people that I really need to speak with, they're there, and I think we need to uplift their voices and bring all these people into the conversation, because not one person is more important than the other. And you can't talk about diversity and then remove 70% of people so you can continue to have the same event or the same gala and feel good about yourself, but you're ignoring the voices of 70% of people. So that to me is.
Wow. Amazing. Really, wow, no words. Incredible, so inspiring. And honestly, the way that both of you laid out what the two terms mean, and you really, Ibrima, going into detail with what happened to you, which is just mind-boggling to me. It really, I feel like everyone can walk away from watching this panel and know exactly what the difference is, and know that one cannot come without the other. Otherwise, the first, just being diverse, doesn't really do what we need as far as what we spoke about today, action, in order to really move forward in the right direction. So I'm just like so in awe of all three of you ladies, four of you, I'm seeing three, four of you ladies, you're just incredible. And I would love to just, go one by one and see if there's final notes that you want to give. We have over 50 countries watching. I know that, we're not just being diverse in this entire day's program, but we're being inclusive and really assuring that every voice is being heard, that we can really inspire everyone, like what you said, Abrima, just now. Everyone is the same. We're all people and we're all the same, and I love that. So we'll just start with final thoughts from each of you, and we can start with you, Helen.
For final thoughts, I would say that, we all know that the fashion market, like all other markets, isn't exclusively one culture, right? It's made up of many different cultures and tribes, ages, gender. It's quite diverse. So organizations have to be, in order to be, future-proof their organization, and to be successful, need to be more diverse and inclusive. What digitalization, I think the alarms were going off years ago about digitalization, and those who didn't heed those alarms, right, had certain consequences. And I think that this alarm has been going off for some time, and it's definitely now the time to review your organizations, review your practices, and act.
Thank you so much, Helen, for the words and just all of the inspiration you evoked today. Adwa, we'll go with you next.
Okay, so as we're all in love with the fashion industry and we want this industry to boom, we have to remember that including diversity and inclusivity is not only part of social justice. It's something that has to go to everyday's aspects, especially that for the fashion, it deals with our daily life. It involves our customers who comes from different backgrounds, from different experiences. Therefore, this is not only serving the community, but also it is important for our businesses to be sustainable. If we want to create a sustainable business, fashion business, we have to include these truly in our culture and DNA of the company. It shouldn't be only something that is used for publicity as faced by some people, but it has to be really embedded in the DNA and culture of our organization.
So we have 2 minutes left, and Adwa, that was amazing. We have to have a part 2 of this conversation, and I hate to cut this to 2 minutes, but if each of you, Abrima and Baza, can give your final remarks, it would be amazing.
I would just say
first,
diversity in. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go. I think there's a delay, Baza.
Okay. I would just say that diversity and inclusivity, I think, are a key to growth within an organization for profitability and for, I think, just growth overall and in the industry as a whole. So it's not just something that we need to do in terms of like an ethical decision, but it's also really, I think, the future of the industry and a huge source of growth and profitability. And to focus on it, I think it would reward everybody in the value chain and the supply chain.
I echo what Baza says, and I think I echo what Baza says, and I think ultimately we can't just take, we have to be able to be willing to give, and that people are here and they've been here and they'll continue to be here. And it's a matter of either accepting that and wanting to work with all those people, especially if you want to be a part of multiple different cultures and backgrounds, et cetera, or eventually you'll just be a dinosaur. Eventually you'll fade away because this is the world you're living in and this is where you're operating, and that it just is what it is. So it's your choice, but we're here. Our voices won't be silenced, and we're going to do this work whether you want to include us or not.
Amazing. Oh my gosh, I am so inspired. I can't even. Yeah, it's amazing. So thank you all so much for that wonderful, wonderful conversation. You inspired globally, myself included, with your wonderful work. And just keep doing what you are all doing, because without you guys, the industry definitely is not going the direction that we all want it to go. So with that, speaking to the importance of inclusivity, I can't think of a more suited brand than this next fireside titled Inspiration in Design via Culture and Style, with Sebastian Kopp, the co-founder of Veja.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. I'm Fernanda Simon. I'm Fashion Revolution Brazil Executive Director, and I'm also Sustainability Editor at Vogue Brazil. So today I'm here with Sebastian Kopp, one of the founders of Veja, a more sustainable sneakers made in Brazil with natural Amazon rubber. So as a Brazilian, I dare to say that this is probably the coolest sneakers ever. So it's a beautiful product with beautiful stories behind them. So welcome, Sebastian. I would like to ask you to tell, first of all, how and why Veja was created.
Hello, Fernanda. Nice to speak to you through the Atlantic Ocean because I'm in Paris and you're in São Paulo. Paris is very hot, and you just told me that São Paulo was very cold. So for once, we have the hottest weather. So Veja, it's a long story. Our goal was to, when we created Veja in 2004, the goal was to create a different breed of sneakers, meaning we deconstruct how a sneaker was made to rebuild it in another way. And yes, we knew Brazil at that time already. We didn't speak Portuguese that well, but we knew it was a country, an incredible country where there was the raw materials that we could need, the ecological raw materials that we could put inside a sneaker, which was we wanted to do a canvas sneaker made out of cotton. So we said to ourselves, why not try to find organic cotton on field? And at that time, we were 24 years old, so quite innocent. We didn't know anything about the fashion industry. We didn't know anything about the factories. We didn't know anything about the cotton fields, etc. So very innocently, we said, if we want organic cotton, let's go to the field. Let's discover how it's made, how it's grown, how it's working on field. And so we traveled during 8 months to go and meet like what we say is very small cooperatives of farmers that have 1 acre, 2 acres, 3 acres of land. And we met them. We spent time with them on fields to discover how they were doing these organic cotton crops. And so at the same time, we learned Portuguese with them because that's right, we didn't get everything that they were saying. But it was really interesting to pass this time with them and to discover how an organic cotton was grown. So we proposed them, after maybe 2 months, 3 months, we proposed them to buy this cotton, this organic cotton, which is without pesticides, without chemical entrance, without I would say industrial methods for agriculture. We sat with them and we proposed them to buy this cotton at a fair price, which was disconnected from the market price. And we wanted for them to live with this cotton, to not to survive with this cotton, but to live, to be able to buy food, to buy oil for their cars, etc., etc. Because they were living in a very poor situation at the time. And so we, in 2004, we bought 2.5 tons of organic cotton of the last year crops to this cooperative. It's located in close from Fortaleza in the state of Ceará. And then we found a factory in Brazil to make the thread out of this organic cotton, another factory to do the canvas out of the threads, and then we found a sneaker factory in southern Brazil, in the region of Rio Grande do Sul, which is one of the most developed region of Brazil, with the state of São Paulo. And we found a super nice factory where the workers were very well treated. The time of working is 42 hours per week. They have, of course, the weekend. They have not a very high wage, but a decent wage where they can live, they can buy a house, they can rent a house, etc. So it was very important that we create, I would say, a more ecological sneaker, but also a more balanced sneaker in terms of social impacts. Meaning that 99% of the sneakers of the planet are made in Asia, made in China, made in Vietnam, in Indonesia, in very poor working conditions. So that was important for us to create something very different. So we started with organic cotton, but then just after, we went in Amazonia to find a raw material for the sole of the sneakers. So this was the sole of the sneakers. Usually for the brands that we all know, the big brands, it's made out of plastic, or what they say is synthetic rubber, but synthetic rubber is plastic. So we decided to replace this plastic with a natural ingredient, which could be, like in the old times, the sneakers, like the first sneakers in the 20th century, in 1950, 1960, it was made with rubber, but with real rubber. So we decided, why not use real rubber to put inside the soles? So we went in the forest and we discovered, it was a slap in the face, because we discovered really another world with the problem of deforestation, with social problems inside the forest, with all the really another world. And we applied the same methods, like sitting with the guys, sharing their lives, knowing how they were cultivating rubber. It's not cultivating, it's taking it out of the trees, because the latex is let's say, the blood of the hevea trees, but it's not damaging the trees and not damaging the forest. So for us, it was give an economic value to the forests, give an economic value to the forest is important. Why? Because if this economic value is higher than when you cut the trees down, sell the wood, and put cattle, then there is a way to stop deforestation. But this, at the beginning, to be very truthful with you, we were not talking about deforestation. We just wanted raw materials that could be more ecological, and then we jumped into some other crazy issues. So that was the beginning of Veja. We started with, I would say, 7,000 euros. It was not even a startup, not even a company. It was more a friend adventure. And then we proposed the sneaker to the markets. We chose to work with an NGO to do the warehouse in France, an NGO that's make a work of inclusion, people with problems in life, alcohol, jail, many problems, and unemployment. This NGO gives back a job, gives back a social life to the people working in this warehouse. And that's the warehouse we chose, and they did really amazing work for 15 years. And so you understand what Veja is. We don't do anything. We just link incredible projects one to another. we find the incredible project, which is, for example, the organic cotton farmers. They have incredible projects supported by an NGO, and we work with them. We find the seringueiros in the forest, the communities in the forest that cultivate rubber. We sit with them and we buy the rubber on fair trade principles. So every time we link crazy projects to one another to do a supply chain that is completely different. We started like this, and we keep on doing this, hunting ecological raw materials to put inside a shoe. That's the engine of Veja, is this movement, and then Veja became a brand. Now we sell all over the world in the best stores, concept stores, department stores, etc. We sell shoes that are expensive, but not so much. It's not luxury. It's comparable to a pair of Nike. And today the company is 250 people, 250 talents, very young, very cool. So we tried to create the company that we wanted to work in when we were younger, and that's what we try to do every day.
It is amazing, the whole work Veja is doing in Brazil, in the whole world, and with all this sustainable supply chain. I really love the Amazon project because, as you said, some people in Brazil, they believe that we must cut the trees and sell the forest to make a profit. So when we produce items from natural rubber, we are contributing to keep the forest alive and giving jobs to these people. So this is so important, and it's so difficult for Brazilians in general to understand that. So it's important work. And well, Sebastian, what is the biggest challenge you have ever faced related to this supply chain in Brazil?
If I answer COVID, it's easy. It's an easy answer. But no, facing challenges, it's every day. We have really tough challenges because this supply chain doesn't exist. So we created it, and it was not something working that we used, but we created step by step all the way the supply chain. So, problems we have every day, but then it becomes an addiction to solve problems, to convince people. Like at the beginning, when we went to the factory in Brazil, the shoe factory in Brazil, it was complicated to convince them to. We say, buy this cotton, buy this canvas. Okay, it's 4 times, 5 times more expensive than the canvas you use usually. But we want this canvas. We did all the chain, and then you have to buy this canvas. Same for the rubber. And they said, but you're French, you're crazy. It's much more expensive. Nobody cares. It was in 2004, 2005. Nobody cares about ecology. Nobody cares about what you're doing in the field. So why? Take this one. Take this other canvas. It's much more cheaper, etc. And then we get accustomed that nobody listens, that nobody cares. And the first 5 years of Veja, we were trying to convince everybody to say, yes, we do this, we do that, it's better, no. And we realized that a few people cared, not a lot of people cared. And it was something a bit frustrating. That you do something and nobody listens, nobody sees it. But then we get accustomed to that, and we said we have to design the best sneakers. We have to really care about design. We have to design the best sneakers, so that today there's a lot of people that doesn't know what Veja is behind, what kind of supply chain we have, but that buy Veja without knowing. And I think that's the best proof. Then you can create a sustainable supply chain, or more ecological supply chain, or more socially balanced supply chain, and people don't know at the end of the day, and it's okay. And then we have a lot of emails every day saying, yes, I've been wearing Veja for 5 years, and I I listened to a conference with Fernanda Simon today, and I discovered what is behind, and it's cool, and I'm proud. I was wearing them without knowing, so this I think is cool. But challenges, yes, we have a lot, and it's okay.
This should be the normal, right? All the sneakers have a good story behind. So, yeah. So, and Sebastian, I think what I know, I don't know, I want to ask you, is that you have a different strategy from other brands. Like you don't do advertising. So I would like to ask you to talk a bit about that.
Yes, the no advertising strategy, like the sneakers company, they do a lot of advertising. And for us, it was maybe something that is not correct in the society we live in. Like to try to reduce the costs of the reality of the raw materials, of the production, and to do the more advertising you can. In 2004, we did the opposite. We said, let's put what the others spent in advertising, let's put it on the supply chain, which is today maybe one Veja, it costs 5 times what the same sneaker would cost in Asia, in China, in Vietnam, etc. But we sell it at the same price at like Nike, like Adidas, etc. But we don't do any advertising, no advertising at all, nothing. No soccer player, no famous models, no nothing. And so that we put the resources of advertising in the supply chain of Veja. That's the switch we made, the bet we made, because everybody said, yeah, with no advertising, nobody will know, nobody will know your brand, nobody will care, etc. So it's the no advertising thing. It's a relationship with time, because we have the time. We are building a brand. We are building more than a brand. We are building a project, and I think that nice projects, it takes time. You need to put a lot of time inside a project that will grow. It's like a tree. We prefer to have very deep roots than a tree that grows very fast but that is very weak. We created this project like a life project, you know. It's not about money. It's not about creating a company, etc. It's what do we do with our lives, and that's what is important for Francois, who is my best friend, and he's now in Brazil. He comes back tomorrow or in 2 days, and me, and so that's yes, the no advertising thing. It's more time, but more love that you have to put in the project.
Beautiful, beautiful tree, Veja is. And well, we are just in the final minute. I would like to ask you to leave a message for those who are watching us.
I think I just said. I think everybody is talking about growth. Everybody is talking about money, and I'm sure that the exit of the COVID crisis can be even worse than before. I think people, and I apply to myself first. I think we need to spend more time on things, to give more love in projects, in people, etc. Because that's the first step to create a world that would work better tomorrow for everybody, not only for an elite or not only for a few people. But I think that everybody realized that we were all equal in terms of health during this COVID crisis, that you can be rich and you can die with COVID. So I think it was a good lesson. The year we spent, it was a very good lesson for the time to come. And so more time, more love. To apply to people around you.
Thank you so much. And
Veja is a proof that fashion can be part of this transformation. And thank you, everyone. So now back to Jordana.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both so much for that wonderful inspiration. And thank you, Sebastian, for really inspiring all of us with Veja and the culture that you bring from the Amazon into your aesthetics and into your company culture. So with that, I am thrilled to announce this last panel of the session titled Diversity and Inclusion as a Business Model, being led by Alexandra Finkel, Director of Talent Acquisition and Inclusion at Bustle Media Group.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this panel. We are so excited to be here. My name is Alexandra Finkel, and I'm the Director of Talent and Inclusion at Bustle Digital Group. So excited to have you here. And I'm so excited to welcome my fellow panelists who are coming to us from across the world. We have people from who are based in Sydney right now, Riyadh, and Los Angeles, so all the time zones. I will start with some introductions, and then we'll move on to our discussion today. So we'll start with Yusuf. So born and raised in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, Yusuf Akbar went to Australia to study logistics. However, he found fashion was his calling, and it was while completing his degree in Sydney that he discovered he could study and train for a career in fashion. Using recycled and upcycled materials and by supporting local artisans in small communities in the Middle East and around the world, the Yusuf Akbar brand is built on the spirit of collaboration, creating ethical and responsible garments that not only make the wearer look good, but also feel good about wearing. Thank you, Yusuf, for joining us today from Sydney.
Thank you.
And next up, we have El Mambatov, who's making international headlines in Marie Claire, Arabia, Forbes, Essence, Glamour UK, on for all of her designs. And one of the hottest young designers of the year, she has taken the fashion world by storm with her bold luxury fashion and homeware collection. Living a true story of perseverance and redemption, Elle's journey of being falsely imprisoned in the UK for 2 years before the US government intervened to free her hasn't slowed the designer down. Thank you, Elle, for joining us from Los Angeles. Hi. And Bandar, having been in the industry for more than 11 years, Bandar Hawasawi has accumulated experience as a supermodel with yearly shows in Paris, France during Paris Fashion Week. Over time, he gained more recognition on the international level, which led him to the commercial world, national TV channels, and international radio stations in Europe. He became the ambassador of many international brands, and in December 2019, Hawasawi created his own fashion brand because he always wanted to own a brand that reflects his sense of fashion and use it as a tool to share his passion with the world through clothing. Thank you joining us from Riyadh today.
Thank you, Alexandra. Great to be here.
Awesome. So we will just get right into it and started. I want to start with a sort of personal discussion of identity and then move into diversity and inclusion sort of as that business model. And so starting out with this question, how has your identity played a part in your journey to where you are today? And Elle, I would love to kind of start with you to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think for me, because I was originally born in Texas, that's the Bible Belt of America. So whenever I converted to Islam, it was this really difficult transition for me and in my fashion, because I was really trying to figure out not only who I was in my own identity, but how I would then translate that into my designs and into my business and brand. So I still think kind of over time, even wearing hijab and then finding my identity in how I wear my hijab and, different things like that, it's just kind of growing over time. And you kind of see these transitions, like even in my fashion. That makes some sense.
Got it. And what about Yusuf? How has kind of your identity and where you're from played a part in kind of what you've built and created?
For me personally, I mean, in my journey, I've lived probably half of my life outside of Saudi Arabia, and it was very interesting seeing people's perceptions kind of change along that time. As a fashion designer and creatively, after designing my collections and seeing people's reactions for it, thankfully I've actually found that me being Saudi a lot of the time has actually worked to my advantage, because a lot of people were curious. What does a Saudi designer look like? What kind of work do they do? And in many ways, it worked as a unique selling point for me. And when I say that, I'm talking in the US, in Europe, in India, and in here in Australia. But having said that, there was also a lot of struggles. Before I started my own brand, especially when applying for jobs, the name Yusuf Akbar wasn't really, the typical name of a job candidate. And to be honest, that was quite a struggle. It was very difficult. But now that I have my own business, I think it puts me in a very unique position, especially now when a lot of people are actually talking about Saudi fashion and Arab designers, and with the whole movement lately about diversity, it's been very positive. Yeah.
Great. Thank you for sharing. And Bandar, how has that sort of influenced your background? Has it influenced at all, the fact that you wanted to start your own company after being a model for so long?
To be honest with you, Alexandra, my story goes way back. I started from a really, really young age. My father is a diplomat. I used to see him coming back home with a suit and tie, and he used to be always a great influence on me, teaching me as a young kid on the importance of first impressions and the importance of always being sharp and, representing yourself and manners on the best way possible. And I used to be taught from a really young age and how to put a tie on, how to, dress elegantly, and how that affects, how people treat you, how people look at you. So from that aspect, I accumulated a great understanding of the necessity of really representing yourself in that matter. And I feel like that fact puts me in a position to be looked at as someone who is influencing in the fashion industry. And it puts me in a position to lead and reflect on, how we are as a society really looking up and taking that to a next level here.
Got it. And one thing I am really curious about is diversity and inclusion are such buzzy words right now. Everybody is talking about it. But I imagine for you all, this might have been something that has come natural to you, and it maybe wasn't even something that at the beginning of your career, it was very natural and you weren't like, okay, I have to work to do this. And Yusuf, I'd love to start with you in this. Was this something that sort of came natural? And is this whole kind of trend right now, something that is very familiar to you?
Of course, diversity, is a very important subject for me, but it's not something that I've actually thought about and consciously tried to implement. It kind of just happened naturally, there was kind of like out of instinct. Being Saudi Arabian in the fashion industry, I'm already kind of part of that minority. And living in another country other than my country of birth, I was already mixing with a lot of people who are immigrating, for example, to Australia and are from very different backgrounds. So when working, it was only natural that I was working with these kind of people from very different backgrounds and ethnicities. But also, in my line of work, throughout my supply chain, it has also been very diverse. Whether it's because I'm looking for certain skills, for example, a lot of my beading and embroidery is done in India. A lot of fabrics that I would source, sometimes it would come from Italy or Greece or even Saudi Arabia. So it's actually quite difficult not to work in a very diverse way. So I believe it's super important for companies to, when they're trying to approach diversity, that it has substance and meaning behind it. It's super important that it's not just something at the surface. Only it's not just it goes beyond, I believe, photo shoots and different kinds of models. I think it needs to come from within, in the core of the company. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. Elle, did you have anything to add as far as the ways in which kind of diversity and inclusion might have played a part in the way that you have built your business over time?
Yeah, so I think in so many ways, I feel like small businesses sometimes have such an advantage because there's not so much red tape that we have to cut through to kind of bring that vision to fruition. So one thing that I'm excited about in my business is being able to cultivate all of these amazing brands from, around the world. We have Saudi brands, we have brands from Dubai, we have brands from Cairo, Italy, and it's really exciting to be able to introduce these brands not only into a new market, but then internationally with Farfetch. And for me, it wasn't something that I was literally thinking, okay, I need to diversify. It was, there are so many amazing, talented brands across the world. How can we introduce these brands? How can people experience these brands in a different way that they've never experienced them before? So I can't necessarily say that, diversity and inclusion was my intention, but it was definitely about exposing the world to the craft that is amazing and that is in, all these different corners of the world.
Absolutely. And Bamjar, was that also something that you kind of felt when you were starting out?
Absolutely, absolutely. When we talk about diversity, to be honest, one of the many lessons that I've learned about diversity is the act of being culture relative. In anthropology, cultural relativism is the act of appreciating people from different cultures and different people's walks of lives. On the contrary, to being culture relative is ethnocentrism. A person who is an ethnocentric interprets the world by being critical of others rather than being appreciative of others. Let's take it on a business aspect, for instance. That if diversity is on the front, then businesses has the strategic power, balance, and positioning to create ripples of positive impacts. For example, let's refer back to the vision of 2030. His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, stated that Saudi Arabia is using its investment power to create a more diverse and sustainable economy. For me, this version of a vision represents a prime example to correlate with what a results-driven business model would look like, diversity and inclusion at the center. Let's take it on a business scale, for instance. Businesses that makes relativism as a part of their business culture inevitably creates inclusion. For example, Vision 2030 is a model that has a direction and a robust trajectory of diversifying its economy and creating a vibrant society. And this is a great business model that I would like to highlight to put diversity and inclusion at the center as a business model.
Thank you. That's great. And one thing I kind of want to move on and talk about is the fact that because it is such a buzzy sort of thing right now, diversity and inclusion, at the end of the day, you know, there is that question whether brands are doing it because they really feel that it's important or because, you know, it's the trendy thing to do. You know, in the States, there's actually been a lot of discussion about this and backlash on brands as they have been promoting Pride Month this month in June while supporting candidates who oppose LGBTQ plus equality. And this is something that really across the board we are talking about here. I'm curious from your perspective, you know, where do we fall into that? And Yusuf, I'd love to start with you as far as, you know, talking about that, you know, are they really doing it because it's the right thing to do, or are they just doing it to do it?
This is something I feel very strongly about because unfortunately, even though it's always something good and positive to highlight diversity and speak about diversity and inclusion, but a lot of brands, when they do that, unfortunately, it comes across as shallow. And I said previously, you know, it needs to come from within. The entire company culture needs to reflect that. Not just campaigns, photo shoots, and runways. That company needs to show that in their hiring, in their talent, throughout the supply chain, because it's really easy to, you know, just have a photo shoot with a few different models, but the real test of diversity is within the company. And a really good example of that, Louis Vuitton, after Virgil Abloh became a creative director, you saw the talent inside Louis Vuitton completely changed, and the complete culture of the company changed to the better, and it was quite amazing. On the other hand, recently, you know, a few days ago, the creative director of Zara just made some comments about, you know, not including that there's no place for Muslims and Arabs in the fashion industry, and it was this exchange she had with a Palestinian model, and you know, something like this is more reflective of the company's culture than a photo shoot. So, for example, you know, if Zara just did a photo shoot with a few different models from different ethnicities, it would make you kind of doubt its authenticity when someone in such high position in the company is saying comments like this. And that's where I believe, you know, companies should really start with diversity from within, not from the outside in.
Such a good point. And Elle, what are your thoughts on this?
I think that I found that sometimes there's almost like a lack of education. So, you know, at the Beverly Center, what I try to push for, you know, especially during Ramadan and things, is I don't want it to just be, you know, okay, Eid Mubarak, like Ramadan Mubarak, and, you know, it has to be something more than that. So I found that it's about education. You know, there are so many different things. For example, whenever we're fasting, we break with dates. You know, why don't we, you know, do a gift giveaway with date boxes and, you know, things like that. It happens to come down to education a lot of times. And I feel like now, at least people, I hope, are willing to listen more. And so having that opportunity when people are listening to actually educate makes it a little bit easier. But I do find, of course, a lot of companies, they see the sale opportunity and, okay, let's just put something up. You know, it's Pride, it's Ramadan, it's whatever. But at the same time, as small business owners or, as designers, we have the opportunity to actually educate, to help people do it in a way where it's not shallow and it's not just about money, but it is actually touching these communities.
Absolutely. And I'm going to follow up next with that education piece. And first, though, Bander, any thoughts on this?
Absolutely. I totally agree with what Yusuf and El said. It's a matter of authenticity and being original and sticking really to the craft. And as El beautifully mentioned, it's part of our responsibility to educate and enlighten other people to really become aware to the whole situation when it comes to either building a legacy or just making a small profit from a brand and just moving forward. We've seen great examples of great brands who are here to build a legacy, with so many involvements. And when it comes to the social scales, when it comes sometimes on a political scale, that's what is happening with Zara now is something that we can definitely relate to. Also, on the other side of the coin, we've seen a lot of examples of brands who are just here to accumulate a little bit of profit just for other different reasons and just fade away after that. So it's just a matter of really sticking to the plan and the outcomes that follows after that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so kind of going back to that education piece, Elle, one thing that I have always talked to people about is that it often falls to those who have underrepresented voices to do the education. And should people be doing the education themselves? Shouldn't they be reading and learning themselves? Why is it always the underrepresented voices who are, really taking control and educating everyone? How do you kind of feel about this? And, do you view yourself as an educator in this space?
I mean, I feel so appreciative, one, to have a voice, and to be able to have the opportunity to educate. I mean, there was a time where, especially in my life and just different things that I've gone through, where I couldn't get anyone to listen, no matter how loud I was screaming. So I definitely don't feel burdened by the opportunity to educate. And I think for me, it also comes down in business to partnerships. So when we partnered with Farfetch, it was a great opportunity to not only educate, but introduce certain brands on an international platform that you just wouldn't usually see. So when you go to farfetch.com now, you see like Yatagan, a Saudi brand with an Allah necklace, things like that. It's such an honor to be able to have these great partnerships and educate at the same time, because I feel like that's the only way we're eventually going to come together and actually learn about each other, is just that education.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree. I find on a personal level that I'm sort of in the same thing where I actually like being the educator. I understand people not wanting to, but I do really enjoy being in that role. And what about you, Yusuf?
I wouldn't really want to call it the educator role or make it sound like it's some kind of burden, because to be honest, like I take great pride of where I come from. And I don't really expect everyone to know everything about my culture. There's so many cultures around the world, hundreds, maybe thousands. And it's impossible for everybody to know every culture and be aware of all the details about, where people come from. So I find it personally, really great. And it's a great way to start a conversation. And from a business perspective, purely business here, actually playing the role of the educator is a great way to really form a connection with whoever you're speaking to, whether they're a client, a customer. So it's a great marketing tool, because the more people understand about something, the more likely they can form a connection with it. And if they can form a connection with it, they'll understand it better. And I think it's a really great thing. And like Elle said, I'm just thankful that people are actually willing to listen. I mean, that's the first thing. that we really should focus on, because if they're willing to listen, this means they're willing to accept. And yeah, no, I think it's a great thing that I take so much pride in.
That's great. And Bander, what about you?
I wouldn't prefer perceiving myself as an educator. For me, it's a matter of energy. I feel like energy is really contagious, and whatever energy we bring to the table really affects the people around us. And especially when we talk about education, there's so many people are skeptical when we let's say share advice and share our knowledge. Many people don't really receive that the way we intend to. And so it's just a matter of really sharing energy and spreading love and good energy to the world. And I feel like it's part of our responsibility as a generation. It's part of our responsibility as youth. If we have the knowledge, the only way to grow as a society is to share that knowledge, whether that could be straightforward, whether that could be in a really strategic, diplomatic way. The main message is to spread the knowledge and spread the information, regardless to what tool we use to deliver that message. So that's my take on it.
I just would like to add something on Bandar's comments about the energy. I have to say, not just recently since I started fashion, but in my entire life, I don't think I have ever spoken to anybody about my culture or where I come from and received a negative response ever. So this has also been very encouraging and a very positive kind of feedback for me to take on, and the more I speak to people about it, the more I see that positive response, the more I am encouraged to even take on that educator role, and it's great to see.
I love hearing that. And Elle, I feel like has that also been the case for you as far as like that encouragement and the partners that you're working with really really loving that?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I was really nervous. I was nervous to convert to Islam because I didn't know what that meant. And I don't have any other Muslims in my family. And then I was nervous to wear hijab because I thought, will people treat me differently? What will it be like? And then I am a little bit of a stickler in business. So going back to that education point, I am always kind of trying to educate people to say like, okay, I don't allow this in the boutique because like this doesn't, align with my religion. And if it's a Middle Eastern brand or partner, that's easy to say. But then when it's a European partner and they don't really know anything about this culture, I get nervous sometimes because I am having to say, oh, sorry, like, I don't allow any faces or I don't allow this, so I'm thankful for the positive feedback that I've gotten, because initially I was very nervous and scared. And of course I want to grow as a company and as a designer and, bring more brands. But at the same time, there was that nervousness of like, will I be accepted and will people understand where I'm coming from and will it be okay? And, like, thanks God it's been okay. But yeah.
Absolutely. You are all veterans of this industry, and I'm curious, what are some of the things that you've seen that has changed over time? And, if there are certain things that you feel like, oh, now people are talking about. But yeah, I'm curious, Yusuf, like, what are do you feel like there is progress in certain areas?
Absolutely. Huge progress, which is really great. I remember when I first started shooting my first lookbook and having hired dedicated PR to manage my PR. One of the comments I first got is not to use a model of color because you need to relate to your customers directly. And when I'm saying customers directly, I'm talking in Australia and America. And that's where we were planning to kind of target our marketing. I found that really strange and it kind of really hit me. I didn't know how to deal with it. It's my first year in the fashion industry. So I'm just, I was kind of in shock because I didn't expect such comment. But moving to today, I just had my show in Fashion Week here in Australia 2 weeks ago. If a designer didn't have a complete, collection of models of different ethnicities and shapes, they would kind of be pointed out and not in a positive way. So going from that to that is definitely been, a huge change, even though it took a few years, but it's always great to see this kind of thing. Yeah.
I love that. And it is such an interesting point that you have, that if there was a designer who put out a collection out there with no diversity in those models, I do feel like people would definitely point that out, which is not a bad thing.
I just want to add one more thing, actually, which is a little funny story. I hope I have time. But during my casting process, actually, we had a very limited budget for our model. So I contacted all the agencies saying, hey guys, I could only afford that much for each model, but I don't want to underpay anyone. So could you please show me or please send me the models that you that are able to do it for that much. I was very surprised that all the models that I got were of a certain look. They were all Caucasian, and I was quite shocked. And as I spoke to my partner, I said, wow, luckily we've got a lot of model friends who are willing to help us that are from different backgrounds. And imagine if we didn't, we would end up with, for example, all white models. And, it's funny, we couldn't afford diversity, for our show, which is something, a bit strange to say, but, and if people would watch our show, they would probably think we are like, anti, either anti-African or Asian or whatever it is. And sometimes it actually can be surprisingly difficult to be diverse. And, that's why it's very important to have diversity come from within the culture. So it's so embedded that it's not just at that surface level. And if sometimes you couldn't be diverse at a certain area, that you have so much work showing diversity that, it doesn't matter sometimes.
Absolutely.
I mean, nothing doesn't matter, but yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. And I think even though it is challenging and possibly expensive, that is what brands need to do. Yeah. And Elle, what have you seen over time? Any changes or things?
I think for me, I completely agree with you, Sif. When I first started out, even though I'm a Black designer, I had mostly white models, like at the beginning. So yeah, I completely agree. And I think for me, even with my design aesthetic, I feel like there is an appreciation now for something that's different. Whereas before, everything needed to be very commercial. And designers, we had a lot of pressure to make something that was very commercial. It would sell, across the board internationally. And now there is an appreciation for diversity within the design, which is great. Because I feel like in so many ways, we don't have to compromise so much of ourselves to actually create what we love.
And Sandra, as a model, I feel like you must also have an interesting perspective on that.
Absolutely. We've experienced tremendous changes during the past few years. I'm talking and specifically here within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Of course, with the help of Ministry of Culture, we've seen a formulation of the Commission of Fashion. Of course, from this position, I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the delegated CEO and Her Royal Highness Princess Noura bint Faisal. We've seen tremendous changes within the industry overall when it comes to being a model, when it comes to being a business entrepreneur. We've seen tremendous growth, and I can tell you this is per minute. It keeps on going further and further, and there's so many strategic plans coming in the near future. And we're just so proud. Like it's just a place to be really, really proud of, to live through this generation, experience this kind of change. I think for the upcoming generation, they will just come to this place with just the recent changes, and they wouldn't know exactly what happened except through history books. But for us to have the pleasure to live through it, it's something to be really proud of, and great to be within that.
Thank you so much. And as we sort of close out today's session, I'd love to hear just what you are seeing for the future and what's next in this space. Elle, if you want to take that.
Yeah, I think something really exciting for us that we're doing right now. We're bringing 500 Saudi and Middle Eastern brands into this market, and I'm really excited for people to truly experience some of the most amazing brands that I know exist. And I'm really happy to see, with my partners at the Beverly Center, things that we can do. Like, during Ramadan, we have special Ramadan hours and, those type of things. Like, I'm really looking forward to seeing people actually embrace diversity. It's great that we have a conversation about it, but actually embracing it and then having an action with it is what I think is really important.
And what about you, Yusuf?
For the future, I mean, I couldn't be more excited, honestly. And it's as Bandar mentioned, I mean, the way the industry is moving in Saudi Arabia and globally, it's been absolutely amazing, and it's beyond my wildest imagination. I mean, when I was a kid, I could never have dreamed of being a fashion designer, let alone being a women's wear designer. I mean, going to kind of the opposite side. I mean, as a man, I couldn't be a women's wear designer in Saudi Arabia. I mean, that was something very out of the norm. And not just only being able to do what I do today in Saudi Arabia, but encouraged to do it is something truly amazing to see. And the industry, is about to boom, and with all the support that's coming from the Ministry of Culture, Her Royal Highness Princess Noura, and the CEO of the Fashion Commission, I mean, I couldn't be more proud of where they're going, and they're definitely pushing things in the right direction, and trying to kind of set the tone for everyone in the world and set the example of how a fashion industry should look like. And I couldn't be prouder of this.
Well, that is all of the time that we have today. Thank you so much, Yusuf, for really ending us on a great note. I want to thank you all for being here today and sharing your experiences and stories. And I, too, really look forward to the future. So thank you all. And now back to you, Tigreed.
Hello again. I'm thrilled to be back with you for the third pillar of the program, focusing on new business models and innovative solutions. Before we deep dive into this exciting topic, let's see the results of the second poll. As a reminder, we asked you, why is the fashion industry talking about diversity? A, to attract more customers. B, to create a more inclusive ecosystem. C, to leverage innovative talent. D, to guard against public criticism. Let's take a look at the results. So, the winning option is B, which is to create a more inclusive ecosystem. So definitely in today's world, the ecosystem is such a crucial topic when it comes to the fashion industry. Before going to the first session of this pillar, we will watch a video about designers at the Ministry of Culture in Saudi Arabia. Let's watch.
الموضة مرتبطة جدا بالحضارة عندنا، سواء كنتي في السعودية أو في أي بلد ثاني، فحلو إنك تجمع بين الحاضر والماضي وكمان المستقبل.
Being Saudi and being of this region plays a huge role in everything that we do, from an inspiration perspective to the actual storytelling to the working with the artisans and finally the final product.
What being Saudi adds more strength to my work.
It started out of passion and love to export our culture and heritage to the rest of the world.
When we started, we wanted to work together as a team. With my background of management and her creativity,
I'm very lucky to have her.
I choose fashion as medium of expression because you can tell a whole story of a certain era by using fashion in pictures and photography. I think it's all coming from my mom. She was just making sure I have good outfits, because even growing up, I bought a small camera just to document my outfits. So that was the start.
I think fashion is important because it has within it the power to express who we are. What I wear represents my values, what I believe in, and it's very important to wear and support ethical brands, sustainable brands, brands that have a story to them at the end of the day. So that's how I use fashion to express myself.
دائما أركز على الأشياء اللي تكون مينيمال وسمبل تعبر عن شخصيتي وعن اللي في داخلي. هدفي من قنوات التواصل الاجتماعي أني أوصل رسالة لبنات وشباب جيلي بأنهم يسوون أشياء أو يساهمون بأشياء تخدم بلدهم بأي مجال كان.
My hope for Saudi fashion industry to have more Saudi designers producing products to compete with the international standards.
My hope is for me to be able to wear Saudi designer from head to toe. We have great talents, and with the right infrastructure, with the right support, I think we can go everywhere.
I really hope that we start and grow this community on the right foundations of sustainable, ethical production, supporting our craftsmanships and supporting our artisans.
مع رؤية 2030 عطت دافع قوي للشباب والبنات أنهم يبدعون أكثر ويجتهدون أكثر. فهذا اللي احنا قاعدين نشوفه الآن كلوكال سعودي براندز حيمثلوننا في الخارج بطريقة جدا جميلة ومشرفة للشعب وللبلد وللقيادة بإذن الله.
As a Saudi myself, I couldn't be more proud of the talented Saudi designers and artists who successfully made a name for themselves in the world of fashion. Now, we would love to hear from you again for this next poll on new business models and innovative solutions. The question is, what are the biggest challenges for the fashion industry in 2021? A, transition from traditional to digital retail. B, change in consumer behavior and demand. C, disruptions to the global supply chain. Or D, COVID-19 and the economic crisis. We look forward to seeing the results at the end of this part of the program. And now, it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for our upcoming panel on technologies and innovations. Joining us from New York, please welcome Michael Ferraro.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. I have to say that I'm really honored to be on a panel with such inspiring leaders that have really been driving change with innovation across the fashion industry. And I congratulate you as you now have become beacons for the next generation to really look at how change can be put into place. You've been trailblazing, and I applaud you for all your great accomplishments. The thing that I'm most struck about with what you've accomplished is how all of you have thought so systemically about fashion, about sustainability, and about innovation. The industry and the challenges are not single-purpose, single monolithic solutions. They are broad networks of interconnected pieces, and you've all done a great job in recognizing that. So thank you. And today we have with us Stephanie Benedetto, who is the CEO of Queen of Raw, and has, which is a terrific organization where you can quickly and easily buy unused dead stock fabric that's produced around the world. We also have with us Francesca Rosella, who's the CEO and founder of Cute Circuit, which has done some amazing work in developing wearable technologies and integrating them into a new and exciting fashion brand. And lastly, we have Veronica Chow, who is the founder of Everywhere and Everyone, and it's a brand that's really dedicated to creating elevated, everyday pieces that are made from really well thought out and sustainably produced products, as well as processes and services. So with that, I'm going to turn it over and ask Stephanie to give us a little background, tell us who she is and what she thinks.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. My name is Stephanie Benedetto, and I'm the Queen of Raw. I'm on a mission to solve the world's water crisis. And my focus, obviously why we're here, is fashion and textiles, which by some accounts is the second biggest polluter of clean water globally. But if you think about it, that also means that fashion and textiles, we have the power to solve the world's water crisis if we rethink how we do things. So I took a look at this industry and I saw a lot of waste. Every single year, $120 billion worth of unused fabric just sits in warehouses collecting dust or being burned or sent to landfill. And that certainly doesn't make sense for people and planet, but it also doesn't make sense for businesses' profit. So what do we do about it? We built Queen of Raw as a global marketplace with AI-powered supply chain software. So anyone from a student maker, crafter, or quilter to the biggest brands and retailers in the world could buy and sell their unused textiles, keep it out of landfill, and turn what would be pollution into profit. And I'm really proud to say we've saved well over 1 billion gallons of water, and we're just getting started. So never doubt that the actions that you take can't change the world.
And next, we have Francesca Rosella. Tell us a little bit about you.
Yes, I co-founded Cute Circuit back in 2004, and Cute Circuit is the world's first wearable technology fashion brand. And what does this mean? It means that we design clothing that can do something special because there is microelectronics embedded into it. And the thing that we do is that we create garments that can connect people. So if you are far away from someone, for example, especially during the last pandemic year, you could, for example, exchange a hug over distance. So we've been trying to solve the problem of connectedness by embedding microtechnologies into fashion. But the thing that we're trying to do is that we're trying to do it in a sustainable manner. We're trying to do it in a clean manner. And of course, we're trying to do it in a very inclusive manner. And it's not inclusivity in terms of sizing, as you will see later with Veronica. I think that does an amazing job. But it's inclusivity in terms of which people can use these garments. And we work with deaf people, with blind people, because we want people to share experiences. And this is really our goal, to make people connect and share moments together.
That's such a beautiful sentiment. So thank you. And it really does speak to the notion that fashion is going to become a service. It's more than just style. And please, Veronica, tell us a little bit about you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Veronica Chow, and I'm third generation in the fashion industry. So my grandfather started with knitwear manufacturing and also denim factories. So I grew up going to these factories asking, why is it so dusty? What is the smell? Where is this colored water going? And now in sustainability, we're kind of asking the same questions in terms of all the processes and how we make things. And my first business was bringing mass market American brands to China. We launched 12 brands in China and opened over 1,000 stores. But in that process, I experienced firsthand a lot of air pollution and all sorts of pollution. And that really got me asking the questions about what's in our environment, what's in our food, and also sustainability, especially in our fashion industry. I then, with my family, half of my time, I do investments. We have invested in material science companies, for example, one that grows leather in a lab, so we don't have to kill a cow in order to have leather, and other amazing technologies. But from there, I realized, whoa, there's so much interesting things. Let me go start a brand. And I created a brand called Everybody and Everyone. We are quite new, but we are eco-innovative, size inclusive, and we also use design elements like 2-in-1, one item, more uses to enhance our clothes. So, yeah.
That's really great. Terrific, all of you. Thank you so much. The first thing that comes to my mind is we're starting to actually achieve somewhat of a profile in making progress on sustainability, inclusiveness, and looking at sustainability from a perspective of not just environmental sustainability, but culture as well, and economy. What's the next big challenge that you feel that you face as individuals from your specific business perspectives? And I'll start with Stephanie with that.
I think when it comes to sustainability, there's been this myth for so long that solving these problems are going to cost us a lot of money and we can't afford to do it. Therefore, how are we going to adopt any of these solutions? And so a lot of the projects that we had seen come out of the sustainability movement before the pandemic were really focused on kind of small pilot projects or little conscious collections, which are fantastic, don't get me wrong. That puts a stake into the ground as to what this industry cares about and what matters. But my hope for the future and going through the pandemic is that we realize that sustainability can be done automated, it can be done at scale, and it can be profitable for businesses to adopt these kinds of solutions. And I really truly believe that the future supply chain is going to be one that is more on demand, more local, and more sustainable. And so the businesses, small to large, going through what we all went through this past year, coming together and thinking about that as the future and who are building and innovating for that, I think those are going to be the ones who not only survive, but truly thrive. And we're really excited to be a part of helping to push that forward.
Great answer. Veronica?
Yeah,
Same
so
question.
for me, I think
What problem, what do you see individually? Sorry.
I think what I really believe in is that using innovation, we can solve a lot of these problems. There are now enzymes that can break down plastics. There are, there's one company even making vanilla flavoring from breaking down plastic. And in our fashion industry, there's people using natural silk to use it to replace the synthetic materials, the petroleum-based polyester-based materials. And I think these type of innovations is what kind of really excites me. For example, in our brand, this shirt that I'm wearing is made from regenerative agricultural silk. And so with this regenerative agriculture, so first of all, the farm that grows the mulberry trees are not just organic, but it's a regenerative agriculture where the soil health is restored. And then more carbon dioxide is also captured into the soil. And also the farmers, because they have to do rotational croppings, they have more income, different sources of income. So it's something that's truly better for people and planet. And then in our brand, what we do is we make sure that the raw material, where they make the mills to make the fabric, and then where they make the factory to make the clothing, is all as close by together in order to reduce our carbon footprint. So these are some of the things that we've implemented, and some other innovations and technology that we do look at. But I think we're still at the very early stage. And one frustration I get is I see these new technologies and sometimes they're still in the lab. And I'm like, when can we have this commercialized? Do we have to wait another 2-3 years? Can it happen tomorrow? And I think that urgency is what excites me and also what gives me hope.
And your answer so succinctly identifies that systemic thinking that is so important to understanding that it's all an ecosystem of interconnected parts. So thank you for that. And I share your frustration. Yes, ideas come fast and furious. Implementation is a tedious and demanding process of testing and evaluating before you come up with a solution. And Francesca, there's lots of notions of what inclusivity means that really expand beyond just sizing, and you start to see where people with disabilities or that need some assistive apparel could really benefit from having some bold innovations in connected fabrics, conductive fibers, and a lot of the I shouldn't say experiments, the early demonstrations of how wearable technology can actually become part of a fashion brand really start to speak to what the future might be.
Yeah, and then you were talking about the development cycles that are a bit long. And I mean, definitely with wearable technology, the development cycles are very long. It's more akin to the development cycle of sportswear, for example. And the other thing that we deal with is also that it has a longer shelf life. And the thing that you just said that is very important is the inclusive aspect. We are trying to create a value for the consumer, for the wearer. And so I think it's like a number of factors that are completely correlated, and we cannot sort of disjoint one from the other. We really need to think about what the product does, how it allows people to participate in an event, for example, and how also what do we do with this product after its end of life, if there's an end of life, or instead if its life doesn't need to end because it can continue. So we're sort of like trying to tackle a problem from multiple perspectives. And I think that part that the one that really interests me is the inclusivity, but this is because, I mean, everybody shares aspects of their life with other people, but if you think about people that are hearing or visually impaired, these are about around like another world. There are 7 billion people, and there are 1.3 billion people that have this kind of hearing or visual impairment. And I mean, this is a massive market that is not just like people that are just unable to participate. They would love to participate in an event, but they are not able to do so right now because how we design the system in which we consume fashion, it does not allow these people to participate. And so this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to change that. And for example, one of the things that we created is a sound shirt. That is a shirt that is able to convert sound into touch sensations so that deaf people can go to a concert with their hearing friends and sharing the experience together. And this is just really incredible. And I mean, when we design these products, we're not just designers coming up with this great idea and say, yes, you're going to use it like this. We involve deaf people in the design process. We ask them which aspects they like, which aspects we can improve, so that when we design the product, it becomes a product that these people can use, but everybody else can use and have a better experience. Because, for example, I have my deaf friends that can use these garments when they go to a concert or clubbing, but I even use it myself if I'm doing VR. So I can play Beat Saber in VR and feeling the beat, and it's much more immersive. So this is one of the things that I think fashion is really shifting towards, that is more augmented and virtual reality and mixed reality. And I think that that would be really important for the future, also to be more sustainable, but also create new experiences for the wearers.
That whole concept of fashion migrating out of just being appearance and keeping you warm and being so much more functional, so much more responsive to your environment, I got a real insight into that in a project that we did at the DTech lab at FIT, where we were designing apparel for people with cerebral palsy so that they would have a better life. And what really drove home the challenges were a statement one of our mentors really provided to us when we were looking at like the challenges to take on was imagine being in a wheelchair and being out in the rain. what do you do? How do you manage? How do you navigate? So that became a really interesting creative brief to figure out how to design apparel that was responsive, that when you look at it, you realize that, well, it's not just people with cerebral palsy that are going to face it. There's older people, there are people who may have had an accident. So you start to realize that when you look at a challenge, that you see that there's a much bigger community that's served by that. And you could look at the converse of that as designing a particular feature, like you said, the sound shirt. You start to see collateral applications that really open up a much bigger market, which is really kind of an exciting aspect of it. So another question that comes to my mind is, what are the business challenges that are faced? What do you face, Stephanie, as you start to begin to imagine your next tier of development?
Absolutely. As any good business, right, as you start to grow and scale, you're learning more about your customers, the challenges that they're facing, and how you can turn that into opportunities. So for us, when we first started our marketplace, it was obviously and still is a platform to buy and sell unused textiles. And a lot of large brands and retailers loved what we were doing, and they wanted to be able to participate. But it's very easy to add products to a marketplace when you have a handful of products. But what if you have thousands to tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of SKUs of unused inventory that you're looking to sell? How can you do this automated and at scale? And that's where we really saw, as we grow, an opportunity to serve our community. So we ended up building some powerful software and tools that live behind Queen of Raw, leveraging blockchain and machine learning AI to help big companies across industries and around the world quickly and easily find all this waste and unused inventory in their supply chains, of course, sell it in our marketplace. But perhaps most importantly, now that they have all this dark data and information about what they had in waste, where does it come from, who does it go to, now we can help them intelligently forecast better and figure out how to minimize those waste streams going forward. And that became a real powerful opportunity for us, because ultimately, I hope we write ourselves out of a marketplace business, because we've solved the waste issue. At that point, we'll have solved the world's water crisis. We'll have everyone on our software and tools, and we can go on to the next challenge. We've got a bit of a ways to get there, but I think through the pandemic, right, we are in a crisis of supply, more unused inventory than ever before, but that is an opportunity for everyone, small to large, to do better. And what's unique about that is you're not just being able to save and make money as a business, but you can also communicate a really powerful story to your end consumers. As we were just talking about the incredible work that Francesca and Veronica do and their brands, being able, with you as an end consumer, to get that product, scan the QR code, and see at point of sale things like the amount of water, the toxins, the carbon emissions, and the dollars you saved by leveraging this dead stock or this sustainable material. What a beautiful, powerful story that is in building for the future.
Great. The idea that your success is measured by you going out of business because you've actually, fulfilled the market need. I find that interesting. Do you really think that there will never be a demand for handling overproduction? To me, it seems like that's a great goal and a great and a kind of a great mission. But I think we'll always have need for that. And if it's not just fabric, it'll be some other aspect of the production that will need the kind of research and insight that your platform is providing. Veronica, do you see AI tools offering opportunities to gain insight into your reimagined production workflow?
Yeah, I think definitely. I mean, we definitely utilize data to figure out what we need to make for the next season. Is it right now at a perfect place where we can perfectly predict what we should do or should not do? Not yet. And unfortunately, also sometimes because there's so much data, companies are selling better and making people buy more, just through Facebook advertisement. So there's a little bit of both. But I think in our production and design process, one of the big things that we are using in technology is 3D technology. And, in the past, if we want to make something in America with a factory in China, you might have to make something, have the product, have a sample shipped back and forth between the two countries, 3 to 4 samples sometimes. And if you do, like for me, I do size inclusive plus size range as well, then there might be extra samples. But now with 3D, we can limit the amount of sampling that we do, reducing our shipping and reducing materials that we use. And I think, these are great tools and technologies that can bring to the world. And also there are companies that are using 3D technologies and using those images on their websites already, and cutting out some photo shoots unnecessarily that might be unnecessary. So I think these are some great technologies. And on the other hand, though, with sustainability, with us using different materials and all that, let's say simply going from cotton to organic cotton, great step. But I think what's interesting now in the industry is like, is there something even better? Is there regenerative cotton that is better than organic cotton? Is there another type of material that can replace cotton? Is there something that is super innovative? And but with all the new things, there's also challenges. And one of the experiences I had is we bought some materials that was new and not in the market yet. And unfortunately, I used my 2 hands and could rip. So we don't want to create that situation, but that's something that's a learning process. And I think that's everyone is growing. And, I definitely think what Queen of Raw Stephanie is doing is absolutely amazing. She's helping the industry so much. And it's a great resource. And also, I think for designers in the future, a great inspiration and how to use waste to create other things. And it is definitely a direction to keep thinking about. If I may add one more thing, there's waste that is already created, textile waste, but I think there's also waste in other type of industries that, we then utilize. So for example, you can't see it, but the trousers that I'm wearing right now is made from a fermented sugar from agricultural waste. And again, that's a new material. It also feels very amazing. And I've had people ask me, fermented sugar, can you lick the pants? No, you cannot. But it's a great fabric to have. But again, utilizing waste. So I think with sustainability, we look for new things everywhere. And, that's where all the innovation comes from, all different places.
And there's 2 points that you made that I'd like to follow up on. And with 3D, not only are you saving the execution of samples in different sizes, but also different colorways, so that a brand can produce many samples if they have a wide size range where they're producing colorways to make sure that the print placement looks correct and the color blocking looks correct on the different sizes. And 3D really helps you reduce that. It also helps you really figure out some new design ideas, new design direction. It gives you the flexibility to offer product in a much more kind of responsive way, broader range of product, because you can try things out. So there's a lot of exciting opportunities, and using it downstream in the retail end sort of brings both ends of the value chain kind of closer together. It's used in design at the beginning, and it's used in retail in the end, and it helps during manufacturing in the middle. So that's kind of an exciting thing. And when it comes to cotton, not only is the organic a good move, but the cotton industry is really looking at how to grow cotton using far less water and having far less impact on the environment. And then there's another whole range of fabrics that are being produced from very versatile fibers like hemp. So, that kind of innovation and experimentation and research are really what the fashion industry is about right now. So, that's really kind of exciting. I've got some other questions. The supply chain for wearable technology is such a different supply chain than what the traditional fashion industry has used to this date. Francesca, tell us a little bit about those challenges that you face.
Well, thank you. This is a great question. This is just absolutely the most challenging time right now after the pandemic, in which there is a worldwide shortage of microchips, of silicon chips. So obviously, if you have a garment that, I mean, there already are shortages in the fashion industry. Maybe some fabrics have not been manufactured in the correct quantities last year. And now we have like something so tiny as a silicone chip that literally is almost invisible. And I mean, that's part of our garments, right? And there aren't enough of those. And I mean, it's just a very interesting challenge because we are literally merging two worlds together. So we have on one side the supply chain of the fashion industry, and on the other side, the supply chain of the electronics manufacturing industry. And they usually don't really talk to each other. So one thing that we do when we design these products is that we train both factories to learn what the other factory is doing so that it can be integrated in a very simple and straightforward way, in a way that when the electronics factory is done with their part of the product and it goes into the garment factory, we actually have one step in between the normal 3 steps that it would take to make a garment, so that the integration can be done using the same machines that the fashion factories usually use without changing anything. So I think that it's very interesting to try to deal with this sort of like dichotomy and all of a sudden making everybody understand what they're working on. And I remember we used to do a product a few years back that was an illuminated miniskirt that actually could change color at the touch of a button in an app. And that's one of the other things that we do for sustainability, is that we say, well, why don't you have just one garment that is very beautiful, done to last for a very long time, but then you can change the color through an app. So you can download millions of patterns to this garment and just have it feel fresh and new every day. And I remember the electronics factory all of a sudden was assembling these really thin, flexible textile substrate material with micro LED lights. And they finally put it together with conductive ribbons instead of wires. So we literally had to develop a range of new materials that didn't exist before to make a garment that can do something special, feel like a garment should feel soft and comfortable to wear. And finally, when all these people working in the electronics factory could finish the assembly and they saw the garment, they were like, it's amazing, I can't believe I did this. So there is this involving all the stakeholders that are part of the manufacturing process, that are in the supply chain, into the understanding of why we are doing something new and what the possibilities that doing this something new brings to wearers and to the industry. Interesting.
One of the things that I found in some of the experiments that we had done with some wearable technology were connectors. Connectors were such a challenge to figure out how to integrate them into apparel in a way that was flexible, that allowed people to feel comfortable, but allowed you to take the active electronic parts out of the garment. I think there's a whole new industry in understanding how to create these flexible connectors as part of the fashion industry.
Well, Michael, you just kind of hit the nail on the head with that word connectors, right? I mean, when we're talking about these supply chain challenges that Francesca was just talking about, it is about connecting the dots across these supply chains, across industries and around the world, right? That's how we're going to solve these things. And I think one of the most unique things about what happened going through the pandemic is that everyone's supply chains were disrupted. We all felt it when a package didn't come on time or we couldn't get something that wasn't available anymore, right? And so in that unique experience, we see what parts of the supply chains are broken and how we can fix that going forward. And a big part of that, right, is partnerships. There's a reason that the United Nations SDGs have number 17 is partnerships to accelerate these goals. That's been one of the most valuable things that we did as a business, is working with people like the United Nations, like SAP, like MIT, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, right? Having these kinds of partnerships gives you access to data, technology, customers, solutions, and resources and materials to help us all build for that stronger, better future.
Great. One thing that I'd like to kind of ask you all individually is about your individual and personal journey to where you are today. You're really on the leading edge, and as I mentioned early on, you're now beacons that are really providing guidance and inspiration for another generation of entrepreneur and designer. What was the single biggest challenge that you faced as women in an industry that's really kind of heavily dominated and controlled by men? And here you are way out in front, leading the future. So Stephanie, what was your first encounter with that kind of challenge?
You know, obviously being a woman in sustainability, a woman in technology right now, there are an incredible amount of community and access to resources that probably we didn't have years ago. That being said, of course, there are challenges. We've seen the statistics and the numbers when it comes to funding, right? And although I think by some accounts women run about 50% of the startups, they're getting less than 1% of the funding. And that has to change. That has to be about access to resource and capitals for women-run companies, and real dollars, right? Not just at pre-seed and seed, but all the way to going public or getting acquired. I think that is a challenge, but also an opportunity. The good news is a lot of funds in our investor community have really come behind this, and it just drives us even stronger to do what we do. I do what I'm doing for my children. I have my 5-year-old and my 1-year-old. I want them to have clean water to drink, clothes that aren't toxic to wear, and a planet to live on, and I'm not stopping till I do. That's what drives me every day.
Veronica, you have a really strong family that supports you and has been helpful. Have you encountered similar challenges to what Stephanie is talking about, where access to capital for women and the recognition of their leadership has been sometimes hard to get?
Oh yeah, I think definitely. And not just towards women, but also to the subject of sustainability. I remember a couple years ago talking to peers in the industry and people literally turning around and running away from me when I want to talk about sustainability. Of course, that has changed dramatically in the recent years because everyone's talking about it. Consumers are asking for it. And, you know, businesses, they also see a financial case for being sustainable. But, you know, I believe it's much more than just a business number. I think we need every business to be sustainable in every single part so that we can continue to do things and to make beautiful things for us, for everyone. And I think, yes, there definitely has been challenge. I think I'm the one in my family that's pushing my siblings who are also in investments about doing more sustainable investing, more putting more dollars towards women and more impact type of investing. But I think the good thing is this year, I've seen a rise definitely in terms of the venture capitalist funds that are coming out supporting more of the impact, sustainable type of investing. So it's definitely a good sign.
Yeah, that's great news. So thank you. And Francesca, a little bit about your journey and the kinds of challenges that you faced as an enterprising and talented, smart, ambitious woman in a really tough industry.
Yes, definitely the technology industry has been really tough. I think in the last few years it has much improved, but I remember when I started the company many years ago, and I do have a male co-founder, Ryan Gant, and he's fantastic. But I remember, like in the beginning, we would go to meetings in Italy where we had some of our suppliers and partners, and they would ask me if I was his interpreter. So I think that definitely there is a change in the industry in which now when we go to meetings, they exactly know and what we're doing. So I think that there is really this mindset that women are not good with electronics or with engineering, with science and math. So one of the things that we do with the company is that we participate in many educational initiatives. We did a really wonderful one during the pandemic with NASA, in which we participated in the Humans to Mars project, and to inspire future generations of youth and women to think about engineering, science and math and pursue the space exploration and what they could do with their skills in the future. So this is, for us, is very important, education, so that everybody can play in this field and make the most of it and bring new innovations to everyone.
I would say I'm at FIT, which is, I describe as 85% women, all alpha. So I'm around really driven, ambitious, smart, creative, hardworking women that have utterly floored all of our industry partners as they have developed absolutely remarkable solutions to creative problems that have involved taking fashion designers who spent most of their life in front of sewing machines, and they learned how to solder and program microchips to create a backpack that was followed a map that you laid out in your iPhone, and it would turn directional signals on automatically and turn vibrating haptic motors on your pants. So they thought through the entire system of what was the problem that they were solving. It was advancing our brand partners' sustainability initiative. We were working with POC Sports, which is based in Sweden, and they were launching a line of urban bicycle apparel, and the students took on the challenge of developing items that would help them be safe riding those bicycles. So they went all the way through to actually making the prototype, programming the prototype, and it was really remarkable to see how broad and how thoughtful the full systemic approach. And that's really the word that I feel like I'm using here today, because that's what's so clear about what the three of you have done, and I think really what the future needs. So I think we're running out of time. I could throw out, anybody have a question for me?
But thank you all so much. Thank you for having us, being here, and building for the future that we all want. We're excited.
It's really terrific. So, you know, with that, I think we've got the future is female. I can see that. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That panel showed us the importance of technology and innovations as we move the industry forward. Next up, we have an incredible fireside with Raisa Bruner and Rebecca Minkoff, who will speak all about her newly published book titled Fearless.
Hi, I'm Time staff writer Raisa Bruner, and I'm thrilled to be joined today by Rebecca Minkoff. Rebecca has been releasing trend-setting fashion since 2001 and is the co-founder, designer, and owner of her own award-winning brand, Rebecca Minkoff, which is known for its affordable luxury handbags, apparel, and accessories. She's also an active member of the CFDA, a philanthropist who supports a number of charities, and the host of a podcast called Superwomen, and the head of the Female Founder Collective. More on that later. Most recently, however, Rebecca is also a newly published author. Congratulations. The book, as was just mentioned, is titled Fearless, The New Rules for Unlocking Creativity, Courage, and Success. And it just came out this week. Rebecca, it's so great to have you here.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here, and we're on launch week, so it's been an exciting week.
Yeah, it's wonderful that you were able to make this time. So I want to start by asking about the title of that book, which is the theme of this conversation today, fearlessness. You've been known to take a lot of risks throughout your career. I read that you put all of your life savings into putting together your very first lookbook. You skipped college to pursue fashion. So what do you think really enabled you to tap into that fearlessness? Let's start there.
Yeah, I think first of all, to clarify, when people hear the word fearless, they assume that you just don't have fear. I think my definition is you're going to be scared, you're going to take risks, and you might be having that pit in your stomach or be shaky, but you don't let it stop you. You do it anyways. And I think a lot of my upbringing really primed me to be okay with taking risk. As a young child, I had to work for anything that I wanted in my family. Nothing was handed to me. And so my parents really instilled in me the idea that if I want something, I have to go get it and I have to figure it out. There's no waiting on my laurels for something to happen to me. I had to cause it. And so when I did take these risks, you know, a lot of other people might have been like, you moved to New York City at 18, you had nowhere to live, or you launched your company at 21, or you went direct to consumer before anyone else. All of the sort of bigger risks that we've taken. It was just the idea that who cares if you're scared? You know, if you're not in life-threatening danger, you're going to learn something with taking a risk no matter what happens.
Yeah. So yeah, let's talk about some of those early challenges that you faced and what you were able to learn from them. Where did you find the biggest lessons in that starting point, initial phase?
So my first fashion show, it was a group show, was on September 10th, 2001. The amazing audience members, such as parents and friends, were there to cheer us on. But it was a really big moment for me as a designer, as someone who was proud to participate in New York Fashion Week. And the next day obviously changed everyone's lives. And I really had to think about, okay, I just tried to start my business in the face of something that had brought the world to its knees. And so how is that a priority right now when people lost their lives? And so for the first several weeks, I didn't even think about my business or the consequences of that. I was full-time volunteering. And then when I could figure out a way to give back, it was actually the I Love New York shirt where the proceeds went to charity. So rather than, again, worrying about my immediate needs, I said, what can I do to help? And I think we've always taken that view as a brand with our philanthropic initiatives is let's find areas of need, and using our power and our platform, how do we continue to give back? And you don't have to be a big company to do this. I was doing it by, living in a fifth floor walk up for 9 months every day, but I was passionate about supporting different causes.
Yeah. So you yourself are clearly a female founder, and I know that is another cause that's important to you, is supporting women and supporting female entrepreneurs. Tell me a little bit about the Female Founder Collective, how that came to be, and what types of things you've been able to accomplish through that initiative.
Yeah, for sure. So in 2018, I was on the panel circuit, and I was really upset that it seemed like it was an echo chamber of women talking about the wage gap and the lack of C-suite executives and the lack of companies going public. But I didn't see all that talking actually contribute to any change whatsoever. And so I thought to myself, there's power in community, there's power in education, and there's power in recognizable ways to see that you can support women-owned. So I brought in a co-founder, Allison Wyatt, at the end of 2018, and we humbly launched with those 3 ideals. And it organically and quickly grew to 3,000 women. We have over 10,000 women, and they're all founders, and we're teaching them. And we're teaching them with other founders, giving them hard-won information. So just to brag about some of the work we've done, the seal's on over 3 million products and services. We've educated women to go on to raise over $20 million in funding. And we're just getting started. We just launched a new membership platform that goes even deeper to put like-minded companies together at the same stage and size. So the deal flow and the tips and the tricks that you learn as a founder, you can rapidly share with others and hopefully drive innovation further. So if you're interested, it's the Female Founder Collective.
Yeah, that's amazing that you've been able to create this network and this community and actually giving them hard skills, because as we know, women are very underrepresented in terms of investment. And so it's so wonderful to hear that you're trying to balance that imbalance. But one of the things that I also wanted to talk about is how your brand in particular has always been innovative like this and always been trying to sort of be one step ahead of the game. I remember that you started using mirror technology in your dressing rooms early on. And I know that you have a lot of interesting initiatives with sustainability and eco-consciousness now, including, I was browsing your website the other night and saw that borrow button on some of the dresses. So I really want to hear about how you are working in some of these very future-facing initiatives into your core ethos of Rebecca Minkoff, the brand.
Yeah, so I think for us, I think anyone here in the audience or speaking knows you cannot just overnight turn the switch and now you're sustainable and everything is eco-friendly. And I think we've been working really hard to make sure that each time we do something, it's thoughtfully executed. And so most recently, we launched a borrow button for those who are concerned about inventory or the waste cycle of buying something, wearing it once. Now, again, it's friendly on your wallet, but it also is for those who want to be able to return something and know it's going to have a continued life, something we offer. We also have a capsule with resonance. All of our masks, which you don't need anymore, thank God, were made with them. But now we have apparel that goes all the way up to 4X. So it's body inclusive, and also everything is 95% biodegradable, printed with earth-friendly chemicals, no inventory. And so we're really excited to expand that offering. And then by fall of this year, we will have eliminated 90% of the virgin plastic from our supply chain. So we've been making moves. But I think, the biggest fact that stands out is when we shifted to a see now, buy now model, what it did is it enabled the fast fashion companies, which are arguably the largest creators of waste within the fashion industry. It didn't allow them to copy anymore. And so I encourage designers to explore a see now, buy now model. I'll happily give you the play-by-play if you can't figure out how do you get your orders and when do you show stylists and buyers. We've figured it out. But I think what it does is the original design of the designer is in the hands of the consumer first. And if fast fashion has nothing to cancel, you'll have a lot less customers there. And that alone will solve 90% of the waste that's created in this industry.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And it's so great to hear those moves, especially in terms of, eliminating waste in multiple different ways, from how you connect with the consumer to the end product and how you're producing. So I wanted to ask, you've been doing direct to consumer for a long time, and the consumer has always been very central to your brand development. Did you ever face any opposition to being a more reactive brand or doing the see now, buy now approach? And how did you convince people that this was the right move to make as a fashion brand?
Well, just to take people back in real history, ancient times, back in 2005, brands didn't talk to their customers. They talked down to them. Brands didn't engage with their customers, and they didn't use influencers or bloggers. And so when I stumbled upon the Purse Forum and found these women talking about me, I was like, oh, I'm going to make a username and I'm going to talk to them too. And I'm not lying to you when we had, heads of department stores and editors-in-chief sitting us down saying, you're making a mistake. You need to be better than your consumer. Do not engage with her. And worst of all, those D-list celebrities, those influencers, please don't use them, and please don't have them in your front row. So when you feel like your business is being threatened, it's incredibly scary. And some people might have been like, well, these are the authorities, I'm going to listen. But, my co-founder and I, we're like, this is the future and we have to do it. And if we look like we're idiots, I guess we'll accept that fact later. But thank God we were right. And we've obviously seen every brand in the world use a lot of these, and we were really the first one to do that.
Wow. So how do you stay ahead of the curve? Who are you looking to now, or what kind of resources are you tapping into to make sure that you're able to keep innovating in that way?
So I think one of the things that happens when you're a brand that's willing to take risk is you get a lot of inbound. And so you're naturally going to see more than other people. But in the same way that I know that yellow is going to be the color of the summer, again, my co-founder has a knack for technologies that might be emerging that people are just about, beginning to test. So between the two of us, I think we've done a great job. And, we're looking into what do NFTs mean for us as a brand? How do people want augmented reality? It might not be with some glasses that, take away all a woman's senses, but something that can give her an experience into a brand that at the end of the day comes out with the purchase.
Absolutely. So I know this has been an extraordinarily challenging year for everyone in the retail space. You've had to be very nimble and make a lot of changes very rapidly. What have been the biggest, most recent challenges in terms of returning to some sense of normalcy? And how have you adapted and moved quickly to manage the expectations of consumers for this next phase?
So one of the things we had to do, we saw 70% of our business disappear overnight when the pandemic hit, because primarily our business was wholesale. We had a very healthy direct-to-consumer business, and we had goals to increase the percentage of that, but that was over a very slow period of time, maybe 3 to 5 years. Mm-hmm. And overnight, all we had was this website. RebeccaMinkoff.com was it. And every day we called it day trading. It was like, what do we do today? What do we have to do to get the sales up? And, the executive team thinking about all the ways, ironically, I did when I first started what we had to do to survive. And so we came out of the pandemic very lean and very nimble. And I'm not trying to say, oh, yay is us, yay for us, we have no inventory. But when the world reopened and they said, we need goods, we're like, we don't have them. So right now we're in active chase mode, begging our factories to make stuff faster because she's back. She wants her heels, she wants her dresses. And I'm just trying to make sure that I have enough inventory to cover it right now.
Yeah, fascinating. And as a founder, let's go back to that concept of fearlessness. How do you incorporate that as a leader into these tumultuous moments where you have to be, you're managing a large team, you have so many people depending on you. How are you leading that team forward? And what lessons are you taking from the past that have played into today?
So I liken fearlessness to a muscle. You have to work it out in order to get comfortable with taking big risks. Now, for me, the most exciting initiatives we have are the biggest risks. So what we're planning for Fashion Week, I'm not scared at all. I'm excited now. So I think the opposite reaction has begun. I think when it comes down to the things we had to do, so many brands were hesitant to be as authentic and vulnerable as we were last year. I wasn't in my penthouse telling everyone how to make pumpkin bread when they just lost their jobs. I was hiding out in my bathroom away from my 2 kids, banging on the door, trying to keep a business, on life support. And so I think by sharing that journey, by being real, I was chief content creator, chief copywriter, chief top of funnel video maker. None of it was perfect. And some brands could have said, ooh, wow, we have to look perfect all the time. And I said, we're not perfect. The world's on fire. Let's just be real with our consumer. And to be honest, all of last year, who needed a bag? No one. But I think that we met our customer where she was, and we weren't putting a gloss on anything. And she appreciated that. She appreciated the vulnerability that I, as a founder, gave. And so she supported us because we were up 10% over last year by the end.
Wow. That's really impressive to hear. So speaking of that, what advice do you have for designers, founders, brand directors who are maybe just getting started and need to tap into that sense of risk taking that you have embraced so well?
So I talk about it a lot in my book because I think that people are afraid of failure. When an engineer is making something at a top company, if they fail, they put it into a failure funnel. They don't go under their desk and go into a shame hole. And so I think we need to reframe failure. And in the book, I talked about sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. And how do we say, okay, what did I learn from this? And how do I pivot? I also think we're in a culture, and it's hard not to feel this way, where you press a button and your car comes or your Amazon delivers the next day. But your career is not that. And again, the chapter is called Happiness is Not a Time Card. Your journey is your journey. And that's going to take a minute. People say I'm an overnight success and I'm sitting here 15 years later. So I think to all the people, enjoy the milestones on your journey. Yes, the end goal will be great, but really the highs and lows of what you experience on that path is what you should be going for.
Yeah. What are you most excited about right now? Let's talk about optimism and the risks you're going to be taking. I know you mentioned Fashion Week. What is giving you, a sense of purpose in this industry right now as we move forward?
Well, this baby launched 2 days ago. My book is definitely the top of mind for the next few weeks. I really wrote it so that you could hear my story, but also take those learnings and, get successful yourself and stop letting fear take control of you. I also am excited, again, can't talk about what we're doing for Fashion Week, but beyond thrilled at the plan. And then we have 2 new collaborations coming out in the fall, as well as 2 new categories we'll be launching as well. So the future is definitely bright.
Cool. And let's see, what are you most concerned about maybe? Are there any things that are giving you pause as we move into the next phase? Do you worry that we're going to slip back into sort of pre-pandemic mindsets or some of the, maybe inefficiencies that were stripped away during that time?
I think that what worries me or keeps me up at night is, again, what's happening with waste on this planet, the use of plastics, the oceans, the fish dying. I think, I have 3 children. And so as much as I love what I do, I also want to make sure that what I do and produce isn't making something that's going to make their oxygen unbreathable many years from now. So even though we are going to have eliminated 90% of the virgin plastic, I need to go further. And it's not happening overnight, but I'm definitely making sure that anywhere I can affect that change, it's going to be huge for us in the coming years.
Absolutely. Are there any other brands or leaders that you've looked to for advice during this time, or that you think are doing wonderful things and that you'd like to sort of follow in their footsteps?
I mean, I think what Stella McCartney has done and Caring and everything that they've agreed to do from a sustainability perspective is incredible. Modern Meadow, growing leather, I think is an incredible opportunity. Apparently it's still unaffordable for brands like me, but I'm hoping that changes really soon.
Awesome. Well, Rebecca, we're nearly out of time. Is there anything else you would like to add about the book and the lessons that you want to share with the fashion community today?
Yeah, I think that idea, again, please don't let fear be the thing that stops you from getting to the next level or pursuing your path and your dream. And this book has 21 rules for you to follow that will hopefully be your, anchor points in a world where you are shaking, because it is scary, right? There's a lot of fear out there. We've just been through a year of fear. And so I hope that this helps you feel more stable and become more successful. And I hope you all enjoy and get the book.
Awesome. On that note and on that great advice, thank you so much, Rebecca, for taking the time to join Fashion Futures today.
Thanks for having me.
As a fearless female myself, I cannot wait to read that book. Next, speaking of fearless females, we have Carrie Somers, founder of Fashion Revolution, who will be speaking about the influence of fashion for social cause.
Hello. When I was asked to speak about using the influence of storytelling to create greater social impact, I knew I should start by telling you a story. At the beginning of last year, I sailed over 2,000 miles from the Galapagos to Rapa Nui to investigate microplastic pollution in our ocean. And days later, I found myself flying over another ocean from glorious solitude on the island to enforced isolation as the pandemic storm clouds rolled in. And cast adrift in a colourless world of confinement, my mind started to roam. And one day I retrieved 2 old folders down from our attic. These were letters from 1927, notes and tattered century-old newspaper clippings, and they contained the insubstantial strands of evidence and speculation which none of my relatives had quite managed to spin together. And their quest, I was given to understand, concerns our ancestry and a lost inheritance, but overlooked by my predecessors in their pursuit of lost crests and crowns and country estates. My imagination was captivated by the story of one woman who was relegated to no more than a footnote in some of my grandfather's letters. Now, this story could so easily have been a fairy tale. Madeleine is an orphan. She's a poor French Catholic brought up by nuns in a convent who captivates John, a rich Irish Protestant squire, and they marry in defiance of the religious prejudices of the day. And this, at least, is how the story begins. But there were no happy endings in the tale that my mother used to tell me of betrayal, bigamy, multiple deceptions, debtor's prison, religious discrimination, a lost inheritance, and a woman's life that fell apart at the seams. So with the flimsiest of evidence as my warp and speculation as my weft, the threadbare story of Madeleine's life was not easy to refashion. And then one day, as I was disentangling the myths and half-truths and lies, I made an unexpected and surprising discovery. Madeline was a lace maker. She was soon abandoned by her husband and forced to support herself by the only skill that she knows, lace making. But the fine netting that she was twisting together was just too flimsy to support her family, and so she turned to mantua making. Now, mantua makers cut time and costs by disposing of patterns and toiles, and they started pleating and folding and pinning directly around a client's body. So Madeline, I discovered, was the 18th century equivalent of a fast fashion seamstress. Now, supporting yourself as a garment worker, as we know, has never been easy, not then, not now, and particularly not now when brands have deserted their workers, leaving millions vulnerable to the economic devastation of this perilous pandemic. And poverty and textiles are bound up together, for very few textile or garment workers throughout history have ever earned a living wage. It's unsurprising that if you look at the words for being poor or in a precarious state, you will find a myriad of textile connotations: threadbare, sewn up, fleeced, strapped, coming apart at the seams, hanging by a thread. At the best of times, a woman's wage as a lace maker or a seamstress will cover little more than basic food rations in those days, and garment workers were often forced to cluster together if they wanted to put a roof over their heads as well. And like garment workers today, Madeline lived in a cycle of debt, borrowing just enough to get by until she was paid and could make the necessary repayments to her creditors. And after her husband abandoned her, she had faith that sewing would save her, as so many garment workers do today. But the fragile network she had spun around herself and her two young sons was an inadequate cocoon. She fell increasingly into debt and twice ended up in debtor's prison. There's so much more to the story, and hopefully one day, like Rebecca, I will write a book about it as well. But in short, Madeline was an exploited, abused, indebted migrant garment worker who lived over 200 years ago. She is also my fourth great-grandmother. And Madeline walks around with me in my day job at Fashion Revolution now, as I've spent my evenings and weekends writing about her over the past year. She has helped to bring my work into focus, providing clarity for the way forward and binding me more tightly to the people who make our clothes. As I draw parallels, maybe to the press, maybe in my mind, between her story and the working conditions of millions of garment workers around the world, it reminds me every day that some things have changed very little for the people who make our clothes over the last 2 centuries. And I can't redress the wrongs of the past. All I can do is to tell Madeline's story, or as much of it as I can possibly untangle. And I never underestimate the power of a good story to alter the way in which we see the world around us, and to help change the future for other women like Madeline. I hope that this helps to illustrate that storytelling is powerful, and all of us will have a Madeline somewhere in our not too distant past, some sort of textile artisan, maybe even a lace maker. And moving forward to look at garment workers today, Fashion Revolution has been partnering with microfinance opportunities for over 5 years now. In 2016, they undertook the very first long-term field research into the lives of garment workers in Cambodia, India, and Bangladesh, gathering data from 540 women. And the result was a really complex data set that paints a picture of wages and working hours, and factory conditions and family life and education and expenses. And now they're collecting information in Bangladesh as well. And the objective of this project is to help to inform government policy decisions, collective bargaining, brand and factory initiatives. But these data sets really need interpretation, and that's where storytelling comes in. Fashion Revolution not only created a podcast series, but we also communicated these stories on our blog. And a few weeks ago, we published the story of Sheila, who is a garment worker in Bangladesh. Sheila was forced to leave her home when sea level rise contributed to its destruction. Her parents, unable to afford to pay for her education, she eventually found her way into Dhaka, where she became a garment worker. And like Sheila, nearly 90% of the garment workers in Bangladesh migrate from somewhere else. My lace-making ancestor Madeline was also a migrant. And when we look at Sheila's story, it's tragic, it's mundane, it's uplifting, but it shows how socioeconomic inequality is leaving women and children at disproportionate risk from the impacts of climate change. At Fashion Revolution, we always weave a call to action into our stories, and we've seen huge success in changing industry behaviour and pushing for policy change. Right from the outset, we encouraged our community to ask the question, who made my clothes? Because back in 2013, when I saw the activists searching through the rubble of the Rana Plaza factory collapse to prove which brands were producing there, I knew that transparency was the first step to transforming the fashion industry. And we've seen the statistics. We know that back at the beginning, only 12.5% of brands were publishing their first-tier suppliers. Now it's over 40% of brands, and more brands are starting to publish their raw material suppliers, their processing suppliers as well. Now, I don't know about you, but I often struggle to remember these statistics. But what I do remember are the stories. For instance, we know that in Myanmar last year, 6 workers were terminated from their employment after forming a trade union. But using the clothing labels from inside the factory, industrial trade union members were able to check online and check against the supplier lists which the brands had published. And they could build a coalition of brands to reach a negotiated settlement with the supplier and bring these trade union leaders back in and move towards recognition of the union at factory level. Facts alone can leave people feeling disengaged, and it's all too easy to feel powerless and helpless in the face of all of this human exploitation and ecosystem degradation that we see around us today. But stories have a bigger impact and people remember them for longer. They're a much better way of drawing people in to take action. It has to be said at the same time that brands do have a tendency to feature inspiring or fluffy storytelling more than reporting on actual systemic impacts. And again, this needs to change. We also need credible, comprehensive data as well as compelling case studies. I don't have much time left to talk about my voyage to Easter Island, but one of the reasons I felt it was important to take part in this scientific research voyage was to bring the issues to life for our community. The ocean current that orbits the South Pacific Gyre into which we sailed takes its name from an explorer who revolutionised the way in which we see the natural world, Alexander von Humboldt. And he embraced a multidisciplinary approach. Art history, poetry, philosophy and politics, all of these were encompassed within his scientific methods. And his observations were tested as much by his body and his spirit as by his mind. Feelings were as important to his worldview as empirical evidence, emotions as essential as rational thought. In the great supply chain of cause and effect, nothing can be taken in isolation. As Humboldt himself said, everything hangs together. If one thread is pulled, the whole tapestry may unravel. And that's why, like Humboldt, I believe we need to recognise that everything is connected. And when we look at these complex, multi-layered global development issues that surround the clothes we wear, which involve politics and history and ethics and economics, I believe that we need to take the same kind of multidisciplinary approach. We need writers and poets, artists, designers, as much as we need scientists and economists. And in a world where we tend to draw a demarcation line between science and the arts, the subjective and the objective, we need to reconnect facts with storytelling, to talk about our emotions as much as emissions if we want to scale up behaviour change and work towards the day when equal rights for all people and for nature become a universal standard. Because really, when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, most of us will only protect what we value and love. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. This incredible global movement on such an important topic in fashion. With that, for the last part of this section, but certainly not the least, we have a fireside with Conrad Olsen and Giulio Bonazzi, founder of Aquafil.
All right, I am here with Giulio Bonazzi, CEO of Aquafil. I'm in Stockholm, Sweden. Giulio, where are you? Maybe you should tell where you are.
Well, I am in a beautiful spot of Italy in the northern part of the largest lake, which is Lake Garda. So I'm not far from Venice, about 2 hours driving distance from Venice.
Wonderful. So we're going to talk about something that I find truly exciting. And I always say that the most opportunity, both when it comes to moving towards a more sustainable future, but also in terms of business opportunity, is in the material space. So maybe you could just start by introducing the audience to Aquafil and the work that you do.
Well, thank you, Conrad. Of course, material matters. Maybe they are the most important problem to tackle and to resolve. Aquafil in particular is one of the largest producer of nylon fibers and polymer in the world. We are actually the largest fiber manufacturer in Europe. What makes us different is that we make nylon not out of petroleum-based raw material, but out of waste. So we go all over the places around the world. We look for nylon waste, such as used carpets, fishing nets, plastic scraps, of course, made out of nylon. We take them back, and then we apply a special process that is returning the waste into its original raw material. This is very important because once you have the raw material with a proper purification, you can restart the second round without giving any limitation to designers, because of course, if you don't make beautiful products, nobody wants to buy them.
Wonderful. And just quickly, give us an overview. What type of clients do you have? What are the types of companies getting access to your material?
Well, we sell our ECONYL products to more than 2,000 fashion companies around the world. Of course, from Europe, United States, South America, even Middle East, Far East, Australia, and New Zealand. We work with the most important luxury companies of the world, like Gucci, Prada, Stella McCartney, Burberry, just to mention a few of them, but also with sport apparel brands and swimwear manufacturers. Of course, ECONYL can be also sold and used to make carpet flooring, interior design products. I mean, it's a nylon. Nylon is a very flexible and performing material.
So how do you define, I mean, these are some of the biggest brands in the world. And from the reports we see now from the industry, it is gaining a lot of more interest. So how much of your work is sort of going to the brands and explaining what you do versus, maybe them coming to you and asking for your advice and material?
We started our journey back in 2007. And of course, 15 years ago, maybe the world was not yet ready to, take first sustainable materials, So at the beginning, we had to go by our customers and explain what we were doing. And also this took maybe 2 or 3 rounds, because actually it's a very complicated process, the one that we have developed. But now lately we have become more famous, and of course once the most famous brands have adopted ECONYL as their, let's say, favorite ingredient, everybody now knows us, and so they come back to us. So now actually the relationship have changed, because the next level of collaboration is not only to make beautiful products, but to start making them circular, which is easy to say, but actually not so easy to make.
It should be pointed out then, so ECONYL is the actual brand that you use, and it's perhaps what consumers see in the stores versus Aquafil, which is the company, right?
Yes, exactly. ECONYL is our brand nylon products, while the company manufacturing ECONYL is called Aquafil. And we are also a listed company. I mean, about 3,000 people in 8 different countries and 17 manufacturing plants. So normally I have to travel a lot. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, I have been here, blocked, but I hope to return traveling as soon as possible.
Okay, so good. Let's get into the issue of recycling, because this is where it gets kind of complicated. I mean, there's huge opportunity, I think, in terms of recycling textiles, because we do it far too less. And you mentioning you're getting your raw material from, fishing nets, ocean nets, carpeting, and so forth. And what many people perhaps don't understand is, in terms of recycling clothing, there is this enormous obstacle, because we're using different materials in the clothing. Am I right?
Yes, you are perfectly right. Unfortunately, the products we are recycling today were not made with the end in mind, so with the idea of being recycled at the end of use. Well, first of all, let's remember that recycling is the last resort. Better is to reuse as much as possible, or to repair, and then only at the end, when after reusing and repairing you can't do anything else, you have to recycle the product, so that you limit the extraction of new raw material from the planet, because of course we don't have enough for the future generations if we don't start using them in a more intelligent way. So clearly, as you are saying, there are products that are almost impossible to be recycled, because they are multi-material, but without being made in a way that can be disassembled. And this is especially valid for clothing. So actually today, the new trend is either to make monomaterial garments, and we have several examples nowadays that are becoming, let's say, very famous, or to make them easily disassemblable. That is also another possibility. Of course, the monomaterial is easy and also quite inexpensive to be recycled.
And do you think that's the key? Because, when I go down to my recycling room here in my apartment in Stockholm, there are bins for glass and paper and cardboard and everything, but there are no bins for cotton and polyester and so forth. And I always thought in my mind that, in a few years we should have those bins, but given what you're saying, it's not so easy, right?
Well, it's just a matter of time, because the two of us live in Europe, and we have to follow European legislation. And the European legislation is prescribing that for the year 2025, municipalities of Europe, they have to start collecting textile waste by type of fiber, which is quite difficult if you have 2 or 3 different types of fibers inside one same garment, But I mean, it's just a matter of time. And actually, the most advanced sustainable companies are beginning to think about this next future. So in few years, this is going to happen. Italy, which, as you know, is one of the most famous countries in terms of fashion and textiles, will commence collecting and sorting garments from next year. So it will be a quite interesting moment, to understand how this can be put into work.
Oh, so exciting times ahead. So you mentioned monomaterials. Obviously this is something that should, bring about the attention of the designers and how to, design the clothes, create garments that has these sort of mono designs. Is there any good practices in the best case scenarios that you've seen in the past?
Well, actually, I'm lucky because being in the nylon industry and nylon being performing, you can easily develop ingredients made out of the single nylon material, like zippers or buttons or fasteners or ropes or whatever you like, or linings as well as outer shell of fabrics. So, and this is actually something that is making my life easier. Of course, it's more difficult, for example, to make a zipper out of cotton. So clearly you have to make, in this case, the clothing in a way that you can disassemble the zipper,
So do you think, the way I've understood it is we are only kind of in the beginning of this journey. Is there a future that we will become totally circular or is it even possible, or do we still have to make virgin polyester out of petroleum?
I believe that recycling is absolutely necessary, but is not enough because, of course, the global population is growing and fast developing countries, they want to consume more. So, of course, we need to produce the primary material in a sustainable way and then at the end to recycle them. That is why it is important to pick the right material. So materials that need less in terms of quantities, that last longer, and that are easily recyclable, But we need still to have the primary source and then to recycle.
Wonderful. So what are some of the major challenges for you as a company going forward? Where do you see the sort of hurdles? What do you need to overcome?
Well, after having developed a sound technology, of course, we have to adapt the technology to the different products. As you can easily understand, to recycle a carpet flooring is different than recycling a garment or a piece of furniture. So actually today, our biggest challenge is to find waste and create circular products, because only through circularity it will be possible to understand where products end their first or second round of use, and then to organize a take-back system to collect and recycle them. So at the end, waste is our problem. So we could, for example, if the legislation of the world would prescribe to make all the fishing nets in nylon, we could recycle them all easily and in a very inexpensive way.
Right. I think that's interesting, and in my research and when I look at this issue, you all kind of always end up at a point where you kind of need cross-industry collaboration. So, if you have a problem of sustainability, it's so huge, and it never isolates to one industry. So what you're talking about now, for instance, is something that is outside of the world of fashion, but it could definitely relate to the world of fashion. Am I right?
You are perfectly right. Unfortunately, we live in a competitive world. And so you have a company-to-company competition, material-to-material competition, country-to-country competition, and of course, industry-to-industry competition. Because, for example, in the flooring industry, you have different options, when you decide to change or to build something. So actually, sometimes to collaborate within the industry and between industries is quite challenging. But it's only through collaboration that we can resolve the problem.
Right. And moving from industry to consumer, we've been talking a lot about what needs to be done in terms of the business to business side of things. Where do you see the consumer in all this? Are they open to having this as part of their purchase decision? And how do you work in that space?
Very. Anyhow, I always like to say that if we want really to change the world, we need three basic things. We need a good legislation. As you can easily understand, the legislation always helps. We need education, because if we have people with better instruction level, they can easily or more easily understand what is good and what is not good. Beside the fact that they also avoid to make stupid things like throwing waste away. And then we need a magic word which is called eco-design. So a kind of re-engineering or redesigning of products with, at the end, the possibility to recover the value of the raw material which is inside. So consumers are super interested. So we have really hundreds of thousands of people visiting our website and that are continuously demanding for new products, new questions, why this is better than that, can you help me to understand what is good and what is bad. So consumers, as you can easily understand, for sure, if they have the possibility to pick between two products that are exactly the same, with the same performances, but one is made out of sustainable material, and that is recycled and recyclable, and the other one is not, of course, they pick the first one.
Right, right. And where do you advise for, I mean, you're working with thousands of brands already, but I'm sure there are thousands more that needs to discover this topic and find ways into it. So where would you recommend them start? You know, if they don't have these sort of best practices in their business today, where should they start their journey?
Well, in many countries around the world, industry associations, they are now starting to build handbooks, manual that really teach and list who is making what, the kind of materials that are available, not only, of course, the eco-rail type or the man-made fibers type, but also the natural ones. This is maybe the first point. Then, of course, to go to web conferences and conferences like this one, you can learn a lot. Of course, there are also a lot of sustainability master classes today where, people can learn a lot of what is sustainable and what is not sustainable.
So going forward from where you're at, are you positive about the future? Do you see a lot of opportunity?
I believe that the next decade will be the most crucial one. If during the next decade people will move into the right direction, we will be able really to change. Textile desperately needs to change, because if we don't change in a few years, we will be the most polluting industry in the world. And clearly, the political level will stop us. And so we need to react and make things in a better way.
Wonderful. So, Mr. Giulio Bonazzi, talking to us from close to Lake Geneva in Italy. I can't wait to meet you in person, but it was certainly a true pleasure to speak to you here at Fashion Futures, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Conrad.
And now back to Jordana to continuing this wonderful conference.
So that was an incredible session of the day on new business models and innovative solutions. And if you remember, we asked, actually my co-host, Sagreed, asked a poll question right before the session started, which all of you at home got to answer in on. So the question was, what are the biggest challenges for the fashion industry in 2021? And we have the poll results, and most of you chose B, change in consumer behavior and demand, 35.7% of you to be exact. A, transition from traditional to digital retail, at 17.8%. C, disruptions in the global supply chain, also 17.8%. And D, COVID-19 and the economic crisis came at a close second with 28.4%. So now we're going to go to the last topic of the day, but most certainly the most important topic, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. Here's the last question for everybody at home. This is a really important question, and we're really excited to get your answers. So the question is, what SDG can the fashion industry contribute to most? And here are your options. A, Sustainable Development Goal number 1, no poverty. B, Sustainable Development Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. C, Sustainable Development Goal number 10, reduced inequalities. And D, Sustainable Development Goal number 12, responsible consumption and production. So with that, we are going to get started by listening to someone who is really, really important throughout the supply chain. Her name is Jill Dumaine. She is the Global Vice President of Sustainability Solutions at BlueSign, speaking on transparency via partnerships in fashion. Enjoy.
Thank you, Jordana, and I'm happy to be here today. As she said, my name is Jill Dumaine, and I've been in the industry for decades now, working on these types of topics and issues. And I have just recently changed jobs. I'm the former CEO of BlueSign and have moved into this new global VP role at SGS. But tonight where I am, I'm here to talk to you about transparency and how important that is in our industry and how it makes us more credible. And even just playing off of the poll that Jordana just gave us the results on, that number 1 was a changing consumer behavior and demand. And I don't think you can see a website today or a GoFundMe or a startup or a Kickstarter that doesn't show the supply chain and bring some kind of transparency so that the consumer actually sees what's happening. And I think this trend, it's not going away, and it's for a good reason. And transparency helps build that trust up and down the supply chain, whether it is among your system part or your supply chain partners or with the end consumer. And I think the consumers are starting to demand it. They're expecting it, and we need to be able to tell those stories. And the stories aren't always positive. There's some that are challenging, and that's part of the story. It's part of admitting where we've taken a wrong turn and how do we fix it going forward, more importantly. And it does highlight some of the things that we need to change, and we can't be afraid of that. You know, we hear all the time in the sustainability conferences that we are one of the most polluting industries on the earth, and how do we own that and how do we fix it? But in order to address those sustainability initiatives, there needs to be trust in these and very solid partnerships. And these partnerships need to respect all the players in the system, because it's only when the system is working together can it be successful in implementing sustainability initiatives. And that's really where BlueSign comes into the industry. What we do is the best chemical management in the industry by working with all aspects of the supply chain. We start with the chemical suppliers and doing on-site assessments, evaluations of their products. The same process with textile mills, accessory manufacturers. We evaluate not only what they're making, but how they're making it. And we work with them to ensure they're producing to the highest environmental practices. And we also do work with brands, and during their assessment, we cover this wide range of sustainability topics. And what this does, and why I bring that up in this talk, is that with these assessments, all of our system partners have the ability to be transparent with their business partners. They can go to their suppliers, they can go to their customers, they can work with a textile mill, could work with a brand and go to an end consumer and really tell a meaningful story of what's happening in the industry. Maybe what a challenge was, how did they fix it? How did they look at CO2? Where did that come into their practices? How did they work together? The brand coming and saying, this is important to me, and this is what I'm going to do to work with you, the textile mill, to bring this forward. And for me, knowing the supply chain is just key. You can't work on transparency efforts if you don't know who you're doing business with. And in our industry, there's a lot of different levels in the supply chain, so it's easy to not know very many tiers down. But I'll say every time that I have taken a deep dive into the supply chain, I learned so many things, come back with so many compelling stories. And prior to working with BlueSign, I worked for a brand called Patagonia. And we did a ton of work in our supply chain, and Bluesign helped us at different times. We were one of the early partners, and so we were able to really help develop what this would look like. And where Bluesign brings traceability as the first step and the ability then to be transparent, it also brings a lot of knowledge. And I know when I was at Patagonia, I relied on Bluesign a lot just to understand what were these chemical issues. How could I talk to my customers about it? Not always an easy topic that customers want to hear about, and it's sometimes really difficult for brands to bring that information forward. But it's really important that we don't shy away from the topics that are creating some of the problems and talk about them, and then talk about how we fix them. And a couple of stories I can tell you from my experience. One was as CEO at Bluesign and visiting one of our textile mills, and they had a problem in their water that was being discharged, and they couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And because of the traceability and being able to look at the chemicals they were using with the Bluesign system, we could find out it was on the gray goods coming in their knitted goods. It wasn't something they were introducing. So it saved a lot of time and money for this mill to be able to really zero in on the problem and go in and fix it. And then the other thing that I really wanted to emphasize is transparency is good, but it can also go too far. In 2007, I worked as part of a team that launched a very, very early project in transparency for Patagonia. And it was called the Footprint Chronicles. And we chose this instead of a traditional corporate social responsibility report, knowing we wanted to show more about what we were doing and what our suppliers were doing. But it was a new concept. 2007, social media barely existed. So the idea of transparency was really not a known concept. And so we really had to convince our suppliers to work with us and to tell their stories. And we were really proud that we could trace back multiple tiers from the garment producers to the textile mills to the fiber producers. But then we also realized the farmers, this is where they lived and where their children went to school. And we had to take a step back and think about meaningful transparency. What was important that we could show we could go back that far, but not necessarily publish their personal addresses there. So the thought that I want to leave you with is, as you're looking at your transparency efforts, don't shy away from them, but also realize the time and place for transparency, and always have it tied to this larger goal on how do we move the industry forward in a really productive and responsible way. So I thank you for that, and I'll kick it back to you, Jordana.
Thank you so much, Jill. That was so incredible and insightful. And I can't think of sustainability without thinking of transparency. And I'm also really happy that you shared the right ways to go about transparency. So with that, we are going to now have two forces of nature join us when it comes to building and running global institutions around sustainability. So with that, I introduce to you Carrie Bennigan, the founder of the Conscious Fashion Campaign, and Louis Perkins, the president of the Apparel Impact Institute. Enjoy.
Hello, I'm Carrie Bennigan, founder of the Conscious Fashion Campaign, and today I'm joined by Lewis Perkins, president of the Apparel Impact Institute, and we are going to discuss institutions and media with a focus on sustainability. Thank you so much for joining us today, Lewis.
Thank you so much, Carrie. It's a pleasure to be here.
So let's start with this, Lewis. Tell us about the mission of the Apparel Impact Institute and your journey to where you are today.
Absolutely. So I have the pleasure of running this organization called the Apparel Impact Institute, which was created in 2017 by a group of very interested industry-driven partners at the Sustainable Apparel Coalition, following support with organizations like the Sustainable Trade Initiative, IDH, HSBC, and some leading brands that came in to basically roll out a program that would scale impact solutions. So kind of stepping back from, the jargon of it, basically what we recognized was that the industry was ready to really look at the approach of scaling impact. And we had a lot of the great tools. We knew some of the best practices. We knew the direction we needed to go in many cases, and we could start the heavy lifting of scaling solutions immediately. But it also sets the stage for how do we pipeline in the right roadmap over the next 10 years or less, if we're talking about the climate goals of 2030 and ultimately the Sustainable Development Goals. And then you asked me about my personal journey. So prior to this work, I was running the Cradle to Cradle Products Innovation Institute, which is focused on applying the cradle to cradle design principles to products in order to create a circular economy. We had created a fashion positive initiative back in 2014, working with leading brands around defining a materials library based on agreed upon criteria for what makes a material circular, going by fiber type and dyes and trims and other types of materials that go into the building blocks of fashion. And from that, I became passionate about this space and very interested in how we could really scale impact solutions, measure it, and report it back, which is the goal of Apparel Impact Institute. Our mission statement is to say we identify, fund, scale, and measure proven solutions that help the industry reach its goals.
Thank you so much for that. And the Apparel Impact Institute plays a critical role for the sector to scale impact. So let's talk about this. What is the importance of advocating for collective action?
Absolutely. Well, when you share a supply chain and when you share suppliers, and I was just listening to our friend Jill Dumaine from Bluesign talking really about the relationship on the ground to the humans who are the workers who are making these products. The industry is sharing this. It is a collective resource that we're all building our products from. We are designing, using, and leveraging a shared supply chain. And also, we share a lot of the same farms. We share a lot of the same raw materials, the same chemical companies that are making the same dyes. So rather than working in silos, bringing it all together into a comprehensive plan is, sounds logical and makes sense, but operationalizing that is not always so easy. And what I would say is, we're at that time now. We're a good decade into the sustainable fashion movement. If you look at some of the leading organizations like SAC or Textile Exchange or Global Fashion Agenda, give or take, 10, 12 plus years. And there is also work streams that have been happening much longer, like Textile Exchange and many of the organic standards. But when you really look at where we are in a maturity cycle, now is the time that we have to move out of siloed projects where we're not sharing the learnings or the failings. I mean, a good design thinker is going to say, you reiterate, you fail fast, and you continue until you get it right. And when we can do that at the table together and look at how brands can start to look at shared suppliers and come up with solutions, share that data, share the insights, the good and the bad, that's how we're going to be able to accelerate learning much better. And then from a brass tacks perspective, We go in and recruit together. We're coming with one consistent message to a supplier, to a manufacturer saying, this is what a holistic roadmap looks like. And we want you to approach our programs collectively in the following ways. So when I talk about collective action, certainly I talk about brands and retailers coming together around shared supply chain, but it's also very critical that all of us on the nonprofit, NGO, membership association, standards world side that are creating the solutions, we have to come together as one to present that holistic and comprehensive approach. And we're doing it. We've been working, a group of us have been working as a group called the Fashion Conveners for the last 3 years. And then out of that, some really strong alliances are coming around data sets, around tool alignment. So it's a pretty exciting time for this buzzword that we throw out there, collective action, which is actually happening.
Thank you for that insight. And taking everything you said there, it's all about collective action and together. And that brings me to a very important goal on the SDGs, Goal 17, Partnerships for the Goals. And the reality is the Sustainable Development Goal Agenda, which is the blueprint for a fairer world for people and planet, it cannot be achieved without strong global partnerships. So let's discuss now, Lewis, what is the need for collaboration between institutes like yourself, as well as members and partners like the conveners that you mentioned, and media really working together to engage global citizens?
Absolutely. Well, I think piggybacking on my last statement, and even just seeing Jill present, and I reference her because she's a friend. She's been a partner from Patagonia days to Blue Sign days. One could have said that our cradle-to-cradle system and Blue Sign were competitors. The reality is Jill and I are not. We look at ourselves as people figuring things out together and bringing pathways together. That means that the role that she's in today and the role that I'm at Apparel Impact Institute, for example, we can start to see intersections. And one of the things that we oftentimes as nonprofits, NGOs, organizations are pitted against is that some of us are supported by regions. Some of us are supported by certain brand retailers. Some of us are supported by funders. And if those pieces don't come together, then we are pitted in competition when we don't want to be. And we're friends and we want to work together. But we're also, obligated to reach our key performance indicators to our specific stakeholders. So when I talk about the collective action piece, it's about bringing all the stakeholders together and saying we're all one. And all of our organizations are going to align, and then we're not going to be competing. We're going to understand what swim lanes, or as my friend Lorraine Pepper says at the Textile Exchange, we're going to work on the relay race. I might have the baton for the first mile, and I hand it to you for the second. So bringing this together is important. Now, the role of media is critical, because I think one of the things that prevents consumers, citizens from getting engaged in this work is it's too complex. It's too confusing. I might think it's great to have recycled ocean plastic shoes, but then I just read this article that tells me that's not the thing I should be doing, that's still petroleum and it's contributing to other issues around health and wellness, and I should go to a natural fiber. But then I read this life cycle analysis report, and that tells me that this has a negative impact on natural fibers. Maybe I should use synthetics because it has a lower life cycle analysis impact. This is very confusing. So as our organizations are beginning to really look at what matters to measure, how the pieces fit together, we absolutely need the storytelling. And the media plays such a pivotal role in our ability to craft and narrate the truth, first of all. So when I say storytelling, I want to make sure that this is the truth, but that we can see a common truth. And if we can see it and we can engage our partners in the media to tell these stories appropriately, then we're starting to make this a reality for consumers as well, too.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm going to come back to your part there about the storytelling. It's a very, very important part here. But something I truly believe about the Sustainable Development Goals is it provides a unified language, not just for the sector, but for society. And it connects us as an industry across the value chain. How can a common narrative be a market driver for us?
I love this. And you know, a common narrative. I love that you said that, because the SDG 17 is about partnership to get on the right pathway together. If we, and I said it a minute ago, but I think it's true, if we don't have the same shared vision, then we can't get there. And so the ability for us to partner around this common shared pathway and this common shared vision is the way to do it. Meanwhile, you know, and Carrie, you and I have talked about this too, I believe the modern sustainability marketing branding for so long has been about shame and guilt. It was based on you're doing too much, you need to use less, you should feel bad about that purchase, you should feel bad about that long shower, you should make sacrifices in your life. Now, production and consumption models, that is a topic we definitely can talk about because they do not work. And we know that shared economy and circular economy, rental, repair is critical for the future of the growth of industry and economic development, and at the same time preserving the planet. So I don't want to say we can just go into this mass abundance place once we solve for some of these issues, but the reality is the ability for us to be able to produce and make things in a mindful and regenerative manner will lead towards greater abundance around human life, human access, etc. So to me, it's very much about engaging the human spirit in the creation, the creativity. So rather than us shaming everyone, what we need to do is excite and activate our human desire, our passion, and our interest. And I think one of the benefits of the younger generation who is emerging in a world where these are their realities, they didn't have to live in the reckless 80s like I did, where we were told there's no problems, just keep buying, just keep buying. They have only known these issues their whole lives. So they're not having to transition to, oh, now I'm in the corner, I'm being punished in time out, I can't buy new things I love, I have to feel bad about purchasing. They live in a world where it's like, oh, this doesn't work, so we're going to solve for it. We're going to find a better way to do it. And it comes from a place of passionate innovation. And to me, that's the way we solve. We get excited. As humans, I've always believed that we are creators. We love to build. We love to design. We love to create. We're artists. All of us are artists in one way or another. So let's take this movement on as that exciting new venture for us, our age of enlightenment, our golden age. That's where we are. And I think the history books will look back on this decade or century or millennium as an age of enlightenment. And to me, the storytelling in media and the partnering around that is everything to get us excited.
Thank you, and that brings me to my next point. You brought up something earlier, sustainability is complex. And you also touched on storytelling. Now, media plays a key role in the education of a conscious-driven society. Let's continue more and dive into what is the value of storytelling.
All right, this is good. You're getting me in deeper. This is good. So as a young student, before I got into sustainability, I studied art. And one of the things that made me most passionate about art and art history was the medium. Yes, we all love to look at a beautiful painting, but it was more about what's behind it. Art as a reflection of the times in which it's being produced. Think about that with theater. Think about that with literature. Think about that with music. These are all channels for storytelling. What we wear, how we dress, the stories we tell with these clothes, how we identify ourselves in the world is our art. It is the best megaphone and channel for us to create awareness around our values, around our beliefs, and what we are attaching ourselves to, not only in the style and design and what that may say about our character And whether we're conservative or whether we're progressive or whether we think out of the box, our fashion tells a lot about us. But at the same time, the way in which it is made and the more transparency as we communicate the stories about our clothing, where it came from, who made it, who I borrowed it from, where I bought it, all these stories. And when they're a positive story, become just like theater, art, music, it is an art form. And the media has a beautiful role in accelerating art within fashion. And so to me, that is the value of the storytelling around all of this. So it is at the media level, it is in film, it is in magazine articles, it is in the runway, it is on the cover. But it's also in the storytelling that I tell you about this shirt, and I know the guy who made it, and I know the material choices he made, and I happen to know the guy. But through storytelling and media and social media, we can all know the guy or the woman or the people. We can all know the stories. And that's the beauty that we have today of also aligning social media and the ability for us to really dive in and feel like we have a personal relationship to individuals through platforms and mediums like Instagram or TikTok or YouTube or Vimeo. We can feel that relationship. That's beautiful, because then I care. I'm not going to discard this and treat it like a commodity when I know the story around who made it, how it was made, what it is made of, maybe who owned it before me.
Storytelling has the power to bring humanity to fashion. So as we wrap up for our last question, I want to give you a big congratulations on the recent launch of your Generation F series. So tell us, as your final notes, how is the Apparel Impact Institute using media as a vehicle to support sustainable solutions?
Thank you for bringing that up, Carrie, and thank you for acknowledging it. And I know we'll have an opportunity to see the trailer, which I think is up on the platform. So take a look. You can go to the website, Gen F Series, and sign up for the mailing list, because we're now starting to host private screenings and we're getting it out to different communities. We'd be happy to host it to others. But the origin of that came from a conversation that I was having with one of our friends and partners, Wendy Schmidt from the 11th Hour Project, about the future of this industry and how we need young people, young innovators, young ideas to really help support and foster the pathway and the direction for all the reasons I said earlier. So with the pandemic, climate crisis, social justice, we knew there was a tipping point and we needed to lay out the roadmap for the future. So we interviewed over close to 50 individuals over the last year around the world, young people, telling us what they're working on: designers, regenerative farmers, chemists, scientists. The list goes on, circular economy models. And so this new episode 1 is called The Tipping Point, and we've been piloting it out with various groups. And now we're working on episode 2 on materials. And so we can't wait to get this out to the public as we get a distribution partner to go really big. But right now we can definitely share, and we look forward to people giving their feedback.
Fantastic. And the audience can actually check this out on Fashion Futures Live Library. Thank you, Lewis, for joining us today, and thank you to the audience for tuning in.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, everyone.
That was so beautiful to see the power of influence that institutions can have towards sustainability on a global level. Speaking of influence, I have now a leader who's going to be speaking to us who knows a thing or two when it comes to influence. So with that, I welcome Marina Testino, the founder of Point of View, speaking on influencing towards sustainability.
Hi, so I'll speak about how I started in the industry and how I kind of wanted to start with sustainability and promote it within the fashion industry. I started 5 years ago, and I realized that when you would talk to someone in the industry, they would reject the word sustainability, and it was something so far away. And I remember someone even telling me like, oh, the first thing I think of when you say sustainability is wearing a potato sack. So I was like, wow, like people are very, they have the idea of sustainability so different from what it could be and all the options that there is. So based on kind of this, I decided I want to create campaigns and raise awareness on how to be conscious but still be part of the fashion industry and remarket the word sustainability conscious to make it cool, to make it fun, accessible, and for people to think of it as a need to the fashion industry and not as something that you need to do because of the planet, but something because it's cool and let's do it. And my first campaign was called One Dress to Impress. And the idea of the campaign came because I was invited to a fashion event, and they sent me a bunch of clothes to try on for the event. And I chose this bright red suit. And 2 weeks later, they had a new event. They were launching a new capsule collection, and they invited me, and they're like, oh, like choose something new to wear to the event. And I told them like, oh, no worries, I'll just wear the red suit you gave me last time. And by the end of the night of this event, 3 people came up to me and told me, oh, like you wore this to last event. And for me, that was like 3 people that I don't know come out of their way to come tell me like, oh, like I saw you wearing this, as kind of like, how dare you repeat an outfit, or why are you repeating something and not wearing something different? And that really made me feel self-conscious at the moment, and also reflect on why this industry is forcing and making a taboo to repeat an outfit. Why? Based on this, I created One Dress to Impress, and the campaign was wearing a red suit, that red suit, every day for 2 months. So after that campaign, people were asking like, okay, so what can we do? I can't go to work and repeat the same outfit every day. They'll kick me out. So I created a new campaign called Yellow Like a Lemon. And the idea of that campaign was all yellow outfits and the different things that you can be to be more conscious. So renting, borrowing, secondary market, buying sustainable brands, and showcasing this through the color yellow. And the idea of these campaigns is to showcase that sustainability doesn't need to be dull. It can be fun, it can be colorful, it can be sexy. And I really wanted to show and remarket the word sustainability in a different way from what people had in mind. And really using, so for the yellow campaign, I thought like, what's the most difficult color to wear and to combine? Let me make this color be all sustainable and wear this like all sustainable. And at the end of the day, right now we're seeing a lot of change in the industry and really picking up and really learning how to be more conscious and be more sustainable. But it's this idea of how to use creativity and art to find solutions and to look at a problem and not complain about that problem, but tell people about the problem and what are the solutions they can do. And I think that's what we all need to see, like what can we do to help instead of keep criticizing what we should be doing. So thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Your Royal Highness. It is so wonderful to be in conversation with you this afternoon to talk about the future of fashion and fashion futures as it relates to Saudi Arabia. So thank you for giving us this time and having the opportunity to talk to you about what we seem to be most passionate about, which is empowering women, empowering creativity and innovation, all in the hopes that we can create a better world for all of us.
Well, thank you, Susan, for having me. I'm very excited to have this conversation because I think it's really about time that women have more of an active role in the world of fashion rather than the consumer or on the sidelines. I think the more women's faces and voices that are engaged, I think the more empathetic this whole community actually could be. As you know, women bring a different perspective and a different touch, which is equally as valuable as the male voice.
Absolutely, and I think it's really important to stress the importance of female empowerment and creativity because women are so integratively part of the supply chain, from growing the crops to harvesting the cotton to manufacturing and doing the production to actually being the end consumer. So how do we engage, especially in this time of climate change? And I think all of us know, given what happened with the pandemic and sort of this reawakening of our understanding of our interconnectedness, that fashion plays a huge part, not only in creative expression and joy, but also in really creating a big environmental footprint, from the energy use, the dyes and the toxins when it comes to the actual manufacturing, to the transportation, and also the end use. What do we do with all the clothes that aren't being used and being put into landfills or incinerated? So there's so much to be done, and there's so much potential for innovation. And I'm super curious about what you see in terms of the future of fashion in Saudi Arabia, and what you see for women and for entrepreneurs and for designers.
You know, I think it's a fascinating question because people are used to seeing the woman from the Middle East being the consumer, whereas today the work of our Fashion Commission, really we're quite proud to have Burak Cakmak as our CEO, because he brings not only the background of education of fashion, but also fashion sustainability. And what he's allowing us to do is enter our pathway through sustainability and leapfrogging essentially where everybody else has started, because we have no historic fashion industry in the sense that is entrenched the way it is in all of the other countries. So the question we have to pose for ourselves is, where are we going to start? And could we start with a positive foot that actually could be a role model for others? And so concepts of sustainability, reusing, recycling, are critical and foundations of our mindset, but also we're trying to build it based on our culture and our heritage. And contrary to popular belief, the woman of Arabia was always integrated into her culture. The question was, what happened to her in the past couple of years? And we're so proud as the Saudi Fashion Commission to bring not only that woman in, yes, as the consumer, but to really highlight her role as the producer, the designer, and the manufacturer, the weaver, the stitcher, the designer, the businesswoman. Every role for the Saudi woman is available. We just need to give her the correct framework, the training, and the global exposure. But with that comes a great responsibility. If we are going to have this next generation of designers and creatives come out of the kingdom, how can we make sure that they understand their place in the sustainable supply chain? So, a lot of the work that you're doing on reimagining how can we reuse materials, and also the education that you're doing with not only the R Collective, but the project that you have with Tom Ford on the plastics and the materials. You said a critical word, the supply chain. It's not just the bag that we're buying or producing, it's all the waste that goes around it. And how can we rethink and think better, knowing that the world that we are using its resources it deserves better from us. So as the Saudi Fashion Commission, we really have a responsibility, since we are the new ones on the block. How do we do this better and learn from where everybody else is? And so I really thank you for being here with us today, and how can we learn from you is what I would ask.
Well, thank you so much. And I think that, the way that you just stated, this incredible place that you're in terms of leapfrogging technology that has not been successful and looking at ways to create what is called the circular economy. How do we reuse? How do we lessen the amount of textile waste? How do we reduce energy and transportation costs? How do we deal with what is a huge issue, which is plastic pollution? Whether it's in the transportation and the thin plastic, where are the innovations that can move your economy toward a zero waste one? So I think it's extremely exciting what the Commission is doing, and the vision to work towards sustainability in this way, and harnessing the ingenuity and the creativity and the energy of the youth, because I feel that they are the ones that are inheriting huge challenges. And if they can take the love of fashion and creative expression and create products that actually are sustainable, it's a win-win-win for everybody. And there's lots of ways. There's many educational programs, and there's a lot of interesting innovation funds and competitions. I know that there is a competition with designers that is being created now in Saudi Arabia that will be sort of highlighted and unveiled in December. And I think those kind of initiatives are really important to amplify and encourage and inspire next generation designers.
True. We have a young lady, Dana, or Dania, I believe her name is, who has a company called Kees Chic. And Kees means plastic bag in it, or a bag in Saudi. And she's gone and done environmental cleanup projects and then reimagined this plastic bag and made it into furniture and bags and products. And I just thought her work is so innovative, because who knew, and a lot of people don't know, that what they view as waste actually can be transformed into something practical and functional. And I also read that we have a project, the Red Sea project, which is a luxury resort city that's going to be built. They cleaned up over 28 tons of plastic waste. That means somebody threw it away and it made its way to our water systems. And the Red Sea for us is a jewel. And my question for every consumer is, what's it going to take for you to recognize how you personally impact not just your environment, but the people around you? So there's so much personal responsibility in preserving our environment, but also enriching it. And so both ends, yes, we need to do all the cleanups, but what would it look like if the waste wasn't even there? If before we threw it in the trash, it actually had another life? And that's where I think we're really energized to say, Saudi Arabia, here's your challenge. Be the leader of sustainable fashion, because you know what? Nobody else is doing it yet. I think we have the opportunity to not just lead, but more critically collaborate, because one of the things that really breaks my heart is when people operate in isolation, where when we collaborate, that's how we can have collective good and we can pay it forward, and really we can learn from each other.
Yeah, I absolutely agree 100% with what you're saying. We have got to move from me to we. We have to collaborate. We have to really create these collectives of knowledge and innovation and learn from each other. And I think one of the most interesting collectives was something that the Imagine team that Paul Pullman created called the Fashion Pact, where 32 CEOs signed on to reduce their plastic pollution, to work on energy efficiency. So I think there's a lot of really good lessons that can be learned. And I also really encourage people, and I'm thinking about Amazon, which is one of the biggest polluters of plastic pollution. They have, so many, packaging that goes around the earth. It's something like 500 times with those air pillows. Oh, wow. And if we can ask for a plastic-free choice, and I sit on the board of Oceana, and that is one of our campaigns to say, Amazon, you are providing quite a service that we obviously took part in and globally people needed and appreciated, especially during the pandemic. But what can you do to help lessen this plastic footprint? And one way is to simply offer a plastic-free alternative. And I love the idea of this city being created out of plastic waste, and a lot of artists are using plastic to sort of raise awareness about the plastic pollution. But I do believe it starts with the companies, and there needs to be government and policy action. Right now, only 9% of plastic is recycled globally, and there is projections for a huge increase of plastic production. So we can't recycle ourselves out of this problem. We really need to look at innovation and alternatives to plastic to help protect our clothes and find ways to have compostable alternatives. So I think it's a very exciting time, and I think that you have an incredible opportunity to lead with innovation and with ingenuity and creativity. And I really look forward to seeing what will come about in terms of the products and the fashion and the cultural heritage that you'll see expressed in the designers in Saudi as well. It's a very exciting time.
No, it really is. And it's another element that I think is really critical for us to think about from the consumer end is how do we slow this whole process down? This need for immediate consumption and constant change, it's too much. We're creating the problem ourselves. And so if we can keep taking the mindset back farther, how did we live in the past? We didn't need to have collections every season. We didn't need to have collections every month, every week, the surprises, the pop-ups. I really think if we could slow this down, I hear everybody talking about our carbon footprint and our awareness. Well, are you really reducing your carbon footprint and your awareness if you're constantly pushing product out? And if we could look at the manufacturing of this, how could we be gentler and kinder to the people who are working in the manufacturing plants? I think we forget their quality of life is impacted by our constant need for new product. If the whole industry could slow down, charge better rates for the product that they're being sold, and really then empower the creator, the manufacturer, who sits far, far away in the world that many of us don't even see. I think if we could bring empathy back into the world of fashion manufacturing and creating, slow it down, the whole value chain will be a better, cleaner, kinder ecosystem. And I very much look forward to bringing that awareness and that mindset to the very, very farthest person is the first person to touch the material that ends up being the thing that you're putting on your body.
Absolutely.
Let's respect them and help elevate them also in this conversation of uplifting and renewing and let's bring the humanity back to our industry.
Absolutely. I have to say you touched on the perfect word, and that's empathy. And I think that if all of us understood who made our clothes, where they came from, understood the supply chain, gave value to those people that are intimately and integrally involved in making our clothes, there would be a higher price attached. And I also think, slowing down the whole idea, going from fast fashion to slow fashion, and I call it what are the enlightened essentials that we need for our time? And I think it gets back to having those beautiful pieces that you love that you can pass down to your daughter or your friends, and reimagining what does luxury look like. And there's so much interesting innovation happening with Rent the Runway and the Real. I don't know if they are in Saudi at the moment, but I just think there's so much opportunity to give value back to the people that are making the clothes and valuing that supply chain, which is mostly women involved. And I think that is something that if you could achieve that as a goal for Saudi with the new designers, it would just be a beacon of light for people to look toward as an example of what the future can look like. So it's very exciting, I think.
It really is. And honestly, the fact that we're having this conversation, I don't believe that anything ever happens in isolation. If you and I are thinking this way, other people are thinking this way too.
Absolutely.
The question is, how do we all come together to really make a change within the industry? And it's about being compassionate, not just to yourself, but to that person creating, but also compassionate to the global environment and compassionate to those coming in the future. Everything we do today impacts those coming after us. And I really think we need to go back, and COVID, I think, gave us that chance to think, who are we and what do we owe ourselves and others? And how do we really want to live? There's been so much loss in this past year and a half, both
Absolutely.
Economic, personal, professional, emotional, that we have a chance today. We've been almost given a clean slate to say, if we're re-engaging with the world, what does this re-engagement look like and how good could it be? And I really encourage the fashion industry to be a beacon of hope by connecting, like we had said, that whole supply chain to be healthier and better, not just for the bottom line, but for our community, for our people, and for the world.
Absolutely. I couldn't say it any better. And I do believe that this has been a global reset because of the pandemic, and people are asking, what is it that we really need and what sparks joy? And all of these questions is sort of a return to these enlightened essentials, the values that we all hold dear. My husband and I have a saying to protect what is precious. And for us, it's family, it's art, and it's nature. And we all want to preserve family and our children. Art is the greatest form of human expression. And the environment, if it is not healthy, we will not be healthy. And we have learned that we are all interconnected. It is a global planetary ecosystem, and we have to work together. And that's why I'm so thrilled that the Fashion Futures and Fashion Innovation have come together to collaborate and have these conversations and allow us to be in this conversation together, which I hope will continue as we develop and deepen these connections and best practices moving forward.
Absolutely. And I think the interesting thing about this is we can create a new culture. If you look at how different countries have picked up their fashion industries after a war, where every resource was almost demolished to them and they rebuilt it, even though this wasn't a war, I do feel that we were under attack by this virus. And the question, as we'd mentioned before, we're rebuilding. We're going to do this better, but we need to be more conscious. And in that consciousness, it goes into what is the foundation that this Fashion Commission is going to build as a baseline for all of these young kids to say, this is what I subscribe to. What are we going to educate them about? What are we going to expose them to? Because the easiest thing is to just pick up where we left off. But the hardest thing is to challenge those past perceptions and say, what does the future hold? And what I'm so passionate about in this conversation of fashion futures is we're not exclusively talking to the designer. We are talking to the industry of fashion and telling our young people there are so many jobs that can be created in this. Male, female, whether you're the creative, whether you have an engineering type mindset, an architectural mindset, there are architectural principles to fashion, but there's basic 101 business principles from marketing to business development. And so everybody should feel that there is a home and an opportunity for them within the fashion industry. And where we have the luxury is nothing we're doing is entrenched in the past. This is absolutely new. So we do truly have a historic moment to build something magnificent. And so my role is simply as the head of the executive committee. I'm so proud of the actual people working in the commission every single day and of this young community that is reaching out to them day in, day out to say, help me and teach me.
Exactly.
And so our role is to answer their call and say, we're here to help, and this is the best what the world can offer you, and to help create that connectivity. So building this new era of fashion conversations through Fashion Futures and with the partnership with Fashion Innovation, I think it's the perfect partnership. I'm so happy about it.
I am too, and I look forward to more conversations with you, hopefully meeting you either in DC or New York City or Riyadh. And just let's continue this, and I am very much excited for what the future brings for all of us and the models and the innovation that will happen as a result of this collaboration. So thank you so much.
Not at all. Thank you so much, Susan, for your time also and your faith in what we're building.
Looking forward to continuing the collaboration. It's very exciting. Thank you so much.
Indeed.
Thank you so much, Your Highness, Princess Rima and Susan Rockefeller. Despite some technical difficulties, we really enjoyed this fascinating talk that touched on the importance of female empowerment, innovation, opportunities, development, and climate change, all key components of the ever-changing world of fashion. We're now coming to the end of this program, but before listening to the closing remarks, let's see the results of the last poll. As a reminder, this was the question. What SDG can the fashion industry contribute the most? A, SDG 1, no poverty. B, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. C, SDG 10, reduced inequalities. Or D, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And let's take a look now at the results. As we can all see, the option D is winning, which is SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And of course, this was highlighted in many of the discussions today. It has been my pleasure to be with you all today for the Fashion Future Live. I now give the floor to Burak Cakmak, CEO of Fashion Commission at the Ministry of Culture in Saudi Arabia, for the closing remarks. Future fashion is now.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thank you to everyone, to our speakers, as well as to our audience. What an insightful experience we've had the pleasure of being part of today. And it was also a great honor to welcome some of the world's greatest business sustainability minds to discuss the most pressing issues faced by our fashion industry. We're all coming away very well informed and professionally empowered. We've listened to several of these experts that included Chantaline Carpentier on the alignment between fashion and creative industries and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We heard from Nadia Swarovski on the legacy of the fashion industry, as well as from Stephanie Benedetto on how technology drives innovation for wearables and textile replacements. Marina Testino talked to us about how to use social media to spread the sustainable message to customers all around the world. And of course, Her Royal Highness Princess Rima bin Bandar and Susan Rockefeller had a chance to discuss the role of the environment in the fashion industry. It's only through moments like this one we create the ignition that pushes for collaboration and the exchange of ideas, so that we can draw a broad range of experiences, and together we strive towards a sustainable global fashion industry. With no single sector untouched by these issues, virtual platforms like Fashion Futures enable conversations that transgress borders by engaging experts from all over the world in this critical dialogue. And that's exactly what we try to achieve with the first live version of Fashion Futures that was experienced by all of you. You joined us on what is the start of a new journey for the Fashion Commission at the Ministry of Culture. Fashion Futures is only one of many initiatives we are launching. Thanks to the robust strategy we put together, and you heard some of this from my colleague Princess Noura earlier today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can be a stellar example of how to build an innovative, sustainable, locally and culturally relevant fashion ecosystem in any country around the world. To be part of this journey, I'm inviting all of you to keep visiting our platform, where you will be able to discover regular content drops, more talks and masterclasses in the coming months. And you will have a chance to experience a physical version of Fashion Futures later in the year, which will take place in Riyadh. From where I'm standing, it definitely feels like it's the moment of the entrepreneur. The inevitable changes in the industry are bringing many opportunities to be seized by fashion innovators. Hence, we are very keen to engage all of the innovators, not only in Saudi Arabia, but in the rest of the world, to think about how to bring change to the fashion industry and to society overall. It's our role to enable innovators and partner to bring about the best possible education, the business development needed, the entrepreneurship support, and retailing experiences that are relevant to building a new industry in a country like Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm excited to be part of a narrative that will see Saudi transform local businesses to achieve the highest standard in their operations and helping them brand themselves to be celebrated globally. Thank you for joining us on this journey.